ます。
Good evening, good time zone, and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and we're reading Volume 7 of Heaven Official's Blessing. And we are approaching what I assume will be the series' climax and finale. Seeing how our last reading session left us with the classic big bad villain reveal in the shape of Jun Wu. Welcome to this week's edition of Let's Read TGCF, Daddy Issues. As in, Daddy has issues. So many issues. 2 millennia worth of them to be exact, and I fear that at this point, neither therapy nor a good skincare routine is gonna save this man. Yes, I was going through the timeline and trying to figure out what Jun Wu has been up to throughout the centuries. I don't see how there's any coming back from this unless they try to spin a whole pity party around him, but you know, I love me some irredeemable villains. God knows we have too few of them nowadays. So I'm actually super excited about what all of this implies, so honestly, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Pre-discussion. But first, did you notice that I skipped a whole 2 pages in my last reading? Well, neither did I before the day after. And I'm talking about the last 2 pages of chapter 107, which is kind of interesting to me because, in my defense, if you end chapter 107 with the sentence on page 51, which is, after a moment of silence, Jun Wu replied, yes, to the question of, did you ever notice anything strange about me, Nian Qing? If you then go to the beginning of chapter 108, Sholian asks, and what was it? And it really just flows really well together. And to be honest, like, I kept on reading thinking Jun Wu was a lot more subtle than he actually was, because listen to this. This is the part I missed. Sholian held his breath. How was your odd? Shanna, you certainly want to hear this, Jun Wu asked. Yes, even if it disappoints you. Sholian glanced at Hua Chang. Yes. It was a good while before Jun Wu slowly began to speak. That master of yours, serving as the state preceptor of Shanle, was a gross underuse of his talents. His knowledge and skills are far beyond your imagination. Sholian listened quietly. The next words made his heart sink. I believe that the state preceptor and I have spent at minimum an equal number of years in this world. He has, perhaps, spent far more, Jun Wu continued. A part of Sholian's conjecture had been verified. If the state preceptor had truly been alive for longer than Jun Wu, then it was even more likely that he was one of the 4 guardians of the Crown Prince of Wuyong. Why did you never tell me this before? Sholian couldn't help but ask. Because for a long time I could not be sure, Jun Wu said. Then how did you confirm it? After Shanle fell, I found him and neutralized him, but it seems he still escaped in the end. It was a staggering idea that someone other than White No-Face could escape Jun Wu's grasp. Sholian had always assumed that the state preceptor had fled during the chaos of the war. He could have never imagined it was because Jun Wu had personally set out to finish him. Then why did you need to neutralize him? Sholian asked. And why didn't you tell me once you knew? Your 2 questions are actually the same, Jun Wu said. What? I mentioned that you may be disappointed when you hear this, Jun Wu said. But perhaps you can now endure the feeling of being disappointed in another person. Sholian's heart pounded faster and faster, and he unconsciously clutched one of Hua Chang's hands tight. Hua Chang's other hand rose to cover the back of his own. It was because I discovered, Jun Wu said, that he wanted to awaken something in you. Yeah, oh my... So, I had a couple of questions in the chapters after this one that makes sense once you've read these couple of pages. But oh my god, Jun Wu. Jun Wu. I mean, coming back to them now that I've actually read the reveal, I don't know what they would have made me think if I had read them before, but I think I would have been wildly more suspicious because we have already sort of disproven this through our conversations with Hua Chang, right? And even Hua Chang's voice is kind of what echoes in Shulian's mind again and pulls him away from this idea when he's up in the Heavenly Court later on. But also that does indeed line up more or less perfectly with what could be Bai Wuxiang's little plan in all this. Coming back to that in a little bit. What I'm saying is I missed a couple of pages and there were like I guess they had some important information, and I'm gonna pull on some of that in the pre-discussion as well. But in general, I think my reading was more exciting, actually. You're giving too much away, Jun Wu, you're giving too much away. So anyway, with the reveals, we now know that Jun Wu appears to fish himself out of these little situations, and is in fact not very cool and calm and collected about a lot of things. This is a mask. Bai Wuxiang, on the other hand, is a persona that lets him be his crazy little self a little more openly. In fact, for Jun Wu, or should we say Bai Wuxiang, or should we say the Crown Prince of Wuyong, it's I kind of wish we had a given name that I could use condescendingly. The point is that for the Crown Prince of Wuyong, Bai Wuxiang and Jun Wu are both masks used to hide his past. The past that is, of course, the Kingdom of Wuyong. And all the shit that went down there, but Jun Wu comes with more responsibility in that he has positioned himself as the emperor in the heavens, and he is trying to uphold this, the right of heaven, so to speak. And you know, now that it's just getting more and more likely that he's put himself in that position, it's, heaven's will, right, Jun Wu? Good one, Sky Daddy, that's a good one. Heaven's will. Which is what he said to Shulian's face when he was masquerading as Bai Wuxiang anyway. So he's kind of been stuck with the persona of the Heavenly Emperor, and you know, reading just chapter 111, I kind of understand why he leaves heaven for such long periods of time. Like, his plan was literally to come up here and interrogate Manian Ching along with Shulian or whatever, but he has to deal with Lang Chen-shou, he has to deal with Mu Ching, you know, it's, I mean, like, can we fault him for it? I think a lot of people would leave on, like, decade-long sabbaticals if they were Mu Ching's boss, to be fair. It's okay, Arya, it's a joke. Or was it? So anyway, the timeline is, we go from revered and very popular crown prince turned god who descends to save his people, massively fails, boom, becomes revenge. I don't know if that is when he becomes the calamity Bai Wuxiang, but we do know that whatever took down the heavens 1,500 years ago is described to have been, you know, a calamity, a great calamity. So becomes a calamity, takes down heaven, inserts himself as the big boss of heaven. And all the gods who came up after would just kind of accepted that, I guess. Then fast forward to Shanda, and something here triggers this whole like, it's not even a revenge plot. I have no idea why this happened, and that is what we are left to find out. But from the interactions that we have seen in the last read, we can kind of assume that he didn't actually want Shulian to know about his identity as the Crown Prince of Wuyong. He reacts very poorly to this revelation. But he wasn't opposed to making Shulian believe that he was that Crown Prince. And I can't help but think that in this grand scheme of things, some of this history was meant to be revealed to Shulian. But I don't think he had accounted for the fact that Hua Chang would have been able to grasp so much of Wuyong's language and history. Nor that he and Shulian together would deduce the implication that Shulian's memories have been messed with, right? Because that in the end is what tips Shulian off that Bai Wuxiang is the Crown Prince of Wuyong. He must have implemented those memories in Shulian. But from Bai Wuxiang and what he does and how he acts, and also from those two missing pages that I didn't read, it seems like his goal really is to kind of convince Shulian that maybe he has a split soul and maybe they are the same person and therefore are, you know, fated to be besties for real. And you should just accept this, Shulian. I also think he was unaware of Mei Nianqing's willingness to open his mouth and speak on this. Because if he thought he would, why not just keep him gagged, you know? And it's a bit like in this whole exchange, Mei Nianqing is like being super vague, as in like he is going to say things, but he can't say them yet, as he tells Shulian. But then he goes and reveals this by using Hongjing. Anyway, Mei Nianqing was in Shanle with 3 deputies. What happened to them? Jun Wu says that he had the help of those 3 deputies in escaping, right? And in Wuyong, there were 4 guardian deputies, meaning they were probably the same ones, very likely. And they were all in Shanle. However, after Jun Wu faces them all, what happened to them then? Well, there just happens to be 3 mountain spirits in the old kingdom of Wuyong in Mount Tonglu that were supposed to come in a set of 4. However, the 4th one is not a mountain spirit yet, and that also explains why Mei Nianqing is talking to the mountain spirits, right? So anyway, we know now that Mei Nianqing was way more than just the state preceptor of Shanle, and we know that he has a lot of involvement in, you know, in the kingdom of Wuyong. But what was his involvement after? And more importantly, at what point did he turn against Jun Wu? Did that happen around the Shanle era? Or did it happen before that? Maybe as early as Wuyong, or later on, when Jun Wu, you know, destroys heaven. We have so many questions that still needs answering regarding Mei Nianqing, but what I can say is that he is no longer Bai Wuxiang suspect number 3. Well done, you've been hanging in there, Guoshi. Sorry for all the suspicion. But then again, I've been right to be suspicious about you, so what do you have to say for yourself? You better start talking very quickly. Yeah, like I said earlier, Jun Wu's actual goal is now especially unclear to me. Because as Bai Wuxiang and as Jun Wu, he seems to have had very different goals for Shulian. And I wonder if his whole thing actually is to have Shulian join him on the dark side, but also they are the good guys, you know, to be the rulers of heaven, but also the rulers of their own destiny, I suppose, in a very morbid way. But either way, we still need to know why Shulian. What was it about Shulian aside from their shared birthdays and similar-ish circumstances, being, you know, young and popular crown princes that were destined to ascend? I don't know, like, what happened? What about this whole situation with Shulian is it that made Bai Wuxiang, Jun Wu, the Crown Prince of Wuyong, so fixated on him? Because Mei Nianqing was there as well, remember? He told these stories to Shulian when he was very young, so were they working together back then? Or is it coincidence, is what we have to find out. We need to know if this is if it was like a pincer attack, or if Mei Nianqing backed out at some point. We have a lot of questions that still need answering, and there are a lot of possibilities. So I really hope that we're gonna get them now that Mei Nianqing is actually with us and actually talking, because he's managed to do one thing that he apparently wanted to do: reveal Jun Wu's identity to Shulian. To everyone else, I don't know. This is the thing though. We don't know what will happen next, because that blade is in Shulian's hand. Jun Wu is also gripping his wrist now. And conceivably, only Shulian can actually see what is reflected in the blade. Maybe Feng Xin if he's standing nearby. But conceivably, nobody else in this room is close enough to have seen it. So what will happen next? If Shulian tries to reveal what he's seen, will he be believed? Because Jun Wu can very easily spin this as a, you know, Shulian has literally just kind of been in a bit of hysterics, and everyone is kind of thinking, oh no, is the Crown Prince of Shanle and Bai Wuxiang the same person? And therefore, it is very easy for Jun Wu to pin this all around Shulian, right? Like, what did you see in that blade? Oh, I see that you are indeed this evil bitch. I can see him doing that. And who's gonna say something? Main Yanqing, I fucking hope, but then again, nobody here has any reason to believe him to be credible for anything except for Function and Mooching. I am hoping, actually, that this is kind of like going to be a part of what we're going into, because the next part that could happen is, will he escape? Will Sholian be able to escape or call for help? Either through Hua Chang, because you know they do have the private communication array. He could conceivably try to call Hua Chang for help, but also in this room, who's gonna help? Who's gonna be able to help? I mean, Sholian has a lot of friends here in that Xuan Yizhen, Yin Yu is here, Pei Ming also, but especially Function and Mu Qing, who did know the State Preceptor and are, involved in all of this as well, in a way. Like, Mu Qing even, shut up about his whole claim of, I need to talk to Zhen Lan because of all this. He's interested too, he's nosy as fuck. And also a little shocked. He's still not cleared of his suspicion, apparently, of his crimes, supposed crimes. But at this point, Muqing, please. This is happening. I don't think you need Daddy's permission to do anything at this point. Like Function 2, just listen to the old State Preceptor instead, guys. Even though he is really suspicious again. But I want them to get the band back together. I want the Shanle trio to escape together. That is my wish for what is to come. Might not happen, but that's kind of I want that to happen. But we'll see. I hope they'll be able to escape, but I don't foresee that it will be very easy, and we still kind of want to be up here because this is where questions are being answered. But shit is definitely going to go down in this following chapter. I'm so excited to see how MXDX is going to twist this. And we do have the rest of the plot with Windmaster, well, She Qingxuan is here in the capital, holding hands with Heaven's Eye and his friends. And also all the beggar people that they've made join this little array of Sholians. And this whole plot is fine. It has its merits. Like some of the comments have pointed out, it is nice to see Sholian succeed at leading a group of people into doing something and having all these people who support him around him, who are not questioning his choices and decisions, but are supporting him in what he's trying to do without being snarky about it. And I agree, that's nice, but I'm not gonna lie to you. At this point in the story, I am so impatient that this is what is happening. This is what I want to see. And therefore I am super excited about whatever is going to come next. This is where it's at. And I have to admit, this impatience is also making me struggle a little bit with wanting to do deep pre-discussions, because we are getting through so many reveals now, and I just want to dive properly into the rest of the story so that I can actually do a full character analysis of things later. Because like with Jun Wu now, the reveal is letting me place the pieces, but I am still missing kind of the most integral parts of this, because I've had all the pieces, I've talked about all the pieces, I just don't have the driving force behind it, I don't have the motivations, and those are the ones we're gonna be digging for next, I'm hoping. That said, I'm still glad I'm doing these discussions, because my commenters and the people in the book club are so good at pointing out whenever I've missed something or I'm making a mistake or something. One of those things being, remember how Function and his temple at the end of Arc 4, he's already called General Zhu Yang at that point. And to me, having learned about this in the very beginning of TGCF, and also, not being a Chinese speaker, and these names being Romanized in English, failed to remember properly that Zhu Yang initially meant perfect son or something like that, and that the misspelling of Zhu Yang into another version of Zhu Yang is what made the whole the dick joke. The dick joke came from that, okay? And then Nanyang is actually the newer version of his name, which he took on because of all the stuff that went down with Zhu Yang, which was his original title, and that's why he was General Zhu Yang at the end of Arc 4. So thank you to everyone who pointed that out for me. Also, I was reminded that ghosts devour ghosts. This was kind of important in the case of Wu Ming and how he was dispersed after the attack of all those spirits, and feasibly, he could have been eaten, which somehow just didn't cross my mind. I feel like I've kind of delegated the ability of devouring ghosts to Blackwater and Bai Wuxiang, to Ghost Kings, but now that I'm thinking about it, all the way back in Arc 3, in the beginning of Arc 3, with Hua Chang's golden carriage sedan thing, you know, the one with the skeletons, when that was introduced, Sholian does meet these ghosts on the road who apparently wanted to devour people. Ghosts. Which is when the concept was introduced at all. So yes, when Wu Ming disappears at the end of Arc 4, he was feasibly eaten by all these other ghosts that tore him to pieces. I'm not exactly sure how that was going to be enough to stop this from happening. I guess that because he was so powerful, he had enough ghostly energy or whatever to feed to all of these ghosts. All of the vengeful spirits that were in that mass, to have them satisfied and dispersed. I'm not sure exactly what happened to those spirits either, because they ate parts of Wu Ming, and feasibly, even Bai Wuxiang might have thought that Wu Ming was gone after that. Because regardless of whether you have ashes or not, if you're devoured as a ghost, you become a part of the other ghost, right? But you're no longer in there. I don't actually know how this functions. We do know that Blackwater did devour the Reverend of Empty Words and could take on the shape of it and use its powers and such, but did it become him? We've been kind of unclear on that. But in that case, in the case of Wu Ming kind of becoming part of all these ghosts that dispersed, was there anything left of him? Was there anything left of him that let him reform later? A lot later, maybe? Or did he manage to kind of win, like each piece of him kind of managed to win that battle, so to speak, with whatever devoured him? So that eventually those pieces found their way back together, something like that. We still don't have the details, but this is what I'm envisioning now. So thank you again to all the commenters who left all these pieces of information in the comment section. I read all the comments after my mods have checked them, and I am always excited to see what you guys have to say. Whether it is just to share how excited you are for the new video, or to share some of your experiences with reading TGCF, or to ask me questions, or to just rant about your favorite characters, rant about Hualien, all of these are welcome. So thank you guys so much for filling up my comment field with all your enthusiasm, and for doing the same over at my Discord server and in my book club, which is still open and free to join, and you definitely should if you enjoy talking about TGCF with other people. Or if you just want to read what other people think about certain topics. Maybe you want to post a discussion topic and let other people come in with their opinions. Something that I like to do all the time. But either way, like I said, my impatience has kind of made this pre-discussion a lot shorter than it usually is. So I'm just going to jump straight into the coffee mentions and put up some more pins on this lovely coffee board with all my supporters. Just letting you know as well, if you haven't noticed, if you ever donate to me on Ko-fi, or if you're planning to, you can grab a special role over at the Discord server and get access to the back rooms, as well as to the preview videos that I upload every time I've recorded a new video. Just making sure you know that. Like, it's really not much in terms of perks, considering everything that you guys have done for me, but I hope that does mean something to you along with the shoutouts. And as per usual, let's start by running through our hearts. The heart pins this week are going out for Muley, D Misfortunes, Look at That Star, thank you so much for coming back, Roni Loves Pink, who also came back this month, thank you so much, a red heart for DK Williams, and this one for Willow. I have a couple of cherry blossoms going up also. This first one is for Shady, thank you so much Shady, who has supported me continuously, and therefore I get to give you this cherry blossom. And the same, of course, is true for Kea. Thank you so much, Kea. And I have a couple of special pins going up, and the first one is this cute little mushroom pin, which is one of my special pins that is going up for Angel today. Angel, thank you so much for coming back to support me again. I hope you enjoy your new little pin. And the last one is one of my fall-themed pins that feel very Hualien to me, so I feel like they're very fitting for TGCF in general, and this one is going out to one of my longtime supporters, Misty. I actually can't believe I managed to squeeze that in there. Your pin is so crowded. Thank you so much for all the support that you've given me over this past year, really. And thank you to everyone who is now a part of this newly updated coffee board. And if you would like to join as a devotee of the Temple of Corkboards, the link is down in the description. And that was honestly the only stuff I needed to do before we can start reading. And I have a bit of an ambitious read ahead of me. I want to finish another about 100 pages of this book, to try and finish it in 3 sessions or 3 videos. About this much. I'm not gonna check the chapter, but it's gonna be like page 230 it looks like. Honestly, we're gonna do this over like a couple of days. I'm gonna read a little bit tonight and see how far I get, and then tomorrow morning I'll come back to finish the 100-page read. So Tally's ready updated with the 2 ellipses that I was apparently missing, and book open to chapter 112. Chaos in the upper court, nefarious wave shakes the heavens. It had been centuries since Sholian last felt such chills down his spine. Mei Nianqing had declared that White No-Face was standing before him. He'd assumed his master was referring to him, but he failed to realize, although Sholian was indeed standing in front of Mei Nianqing, Jun Wu was standing behind Sholian. The only thing was, he had never suspected Jun Wu in the slightest. The revelation startled him so badly that his hair stood on end. Sholian struggled a bit, but couldn't loosen Jun Wu's powerful grip on him in the slightest. He said, in spite of himself, Your face. Jun Wu seemed to pay it no mind, sounding like he had just noticed a trifling mistake. Ah, a moment's carelessness, and they're out again. Another wave of excruciating pain coursed through Sholian's wrist, and he finally couldn't grip the sword anymore. His fingers went slack, and the longsword dropped to the ground with a clear, resounding clang. However, it was too late. Many of the nearby heavenly officials had seen the horrifying face reflected in Hongjing, just as Sholian had. Okay. So we have people who have seen the same thing that Sholian has. So that's good. Question mark. I mean, hopefully we'll know in just the next paragraph. A blanket of dead silence covered the Great Hall. Almost every heavenly official was stunned, including Feng Xin, who stood the closest and had seen everything clearly. Mei Nianqing used this chance to break free of his hold and grabbed Hongjing from the ground, raising it with both hands to stand in front of Jun Wu. Everyone look closely! Look at the face of the man standing here! Some of the martial guards finally came to their senses. Brandishing his sword, Pei Ming rushed forward and shouted, His sword? He's picked up another one then? Who are you? The heavenly officials standing farther away didn't understand what was happening, and they started calling out, What's going on? Who's General Pei talking to? How could he point a sword at the Emperor? Mei Nianqing glared unblinkingly at Jun Wu. He enunciated each word as he stated, He is White No-Face. Mu Qing was dumbstruck. How could it be White No-Face? Is White No-Face impersonating the Emperor? Where's the real Emperor? That made Sholian wonder if there had been a clandestine switch at some point, but then how long had the supposed substitute been around? Why hadn't he noticed anything amiss? The Heavenly Emperor wasn't like the elusive low-key Earthmaster. An imposter couldn't have gone unnoticed by the entire upper court. Mei Nianqing was just about to speak again when Jun Wu raised his hand with a sigh. You've disappointed me again. Mei Nianqing's face abruptly dropped, and it seemed like he had been seized in a chokehold. Lang Zhenqiu picked up his greatsword and slashed out a flurry of gales, but he was sent flying backward with a single glancing look from Jun Wu. In the next moment, Pei Ming, Lang Zhenqiu, Feng Xin, Mu Qing, Xuan Yizhen, and almost all the martial guards inside the Palace of Divine Might surged forward to surround and attack Jun Wu. An instant's time later, every one of those guards lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. Jun Wu was still gripping Sholian's wrist. Is he even fighting, like, physically? Is he just, like... I don't know. doing martial arts without martial arting. Point being, he's really fucking powerful and none of these guys can stand up to him. We kind of been new, I suppose. The floor of the Great Hall was littered with martial guards who had lost their spiritual powers. Lost their spiritual powers? Only Jun Wu and Sholian remained standing. Mu Qing hacked up a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily at Sholian, who stood frozen and silent in place. Move! Do something! What are you zoning out for? Are you waiting to be killed? But he didn't know. It wasn't that Sholian didn't want to move, it was that he couldn't move. Not a bit. Although Jun Wu was merely gripping him with a single hand, Sholian thought he would notice and immediately stop him should he even slightly curl a finger. Retaliation was completely out of the question. From whichever angle he judged, the best plan was to remain still and cautious. Such was the power of the #1 martial god of all 3 realms. The heavenly officials standing at the room's outer edges had scattered in fear. It was a moment before they remembered to escape, and faces pale, they attempted to rush out of the Palace of Divine Might. They only made it to the entrance before the heavy, glamorous doors closed on their own, leaving the officials to slap at them futilely. The near 100 heavenly officials inside the hall either couldn't get out or couldn't get up. Pure chaos reigned. An unseen force yanked Mei Nianqing's body forward, and Jun Wu grabbed a hold of his collar, smiling as he did. Did you think I didn't have a plan if you changed your mind last minute and opened your mouth in front of everyone? Alright, so there was a sort of kind of agreement that he wouldn't do this, but as in Jun Wu threatened him to not do it, and then he did anyway, so we had this backup plan, which is to just dominate everyone, I suppose, because he can. Yeah, I see it. Did you think they would pose a threat to me once they knew and joined forces? I could annihilate them all with a single hand. It seemed that Jun Wu hadn't brought Mei Nianqing up first just to give Sholian a chance to say goodbye to Huachang. He had threatened Mei Nianqing with something, which was why the State Preceptor had allowed himself to be interrogated in the hall without resistance or complaint. Who could have guessed that he would change his mind at the last second? He clutched Jun Wu's sleeves and shouted to Sholian, "Your Highness, run away! He's gone mad!" "State Preceptor!" Sholian exclaimed. A moment later, Mei Nianqing couldn't speak another word. It was as if something was choking him. But he was always dressed in robes that covered his neck, so Sholian couldn't clearly see what was wrong. "You silly fool," Jun Wu sighed. That was no different from throwing them into a pit of fire. This affair had nothing to do with them, but now no one will leave the heavenly capital alive. With things this dire, Sholian called into the spiritual communication array. "Sunlong! Now you call into the communication array, Sholian. You should have called like minutes ago. A lot earlier. What the heck?" I guess he was kind of seeing if they could solve this without, getting caught by Jun Wu trying to do something, but now he's doing it. He had never recited Huachang's verbal password to access his private communication array before because it's apparently a bit of a thing. But he didn't have time to worry about being shy in such dangerous circumstances. And yet, even after reciting it a few times, he received no response. There was nothing but silence on the other end. Just as it had been in Mount Chonglu's domain, spiritual communication was blocked. Jun Wu is the one doing it. I mean, the Mount Chonglu barrier, if he was the one who created it to begin with, then yeah, he should easily be able to do the same in this circumstance. With only a glance, Jun Wu could tell what he was thinking. No need to keep trying. You cannot reach him if I do not allow it. The heavenly capital was built on Jun Wu's power. This was his domain, and he reigned supreme within it. Of course, he could do whatever he wanted here, which also meant the entire upper court, indeed the entire heavenly capital, had become thoroughly isolated. Truly, they were now crying for the heavens in vain, crying for the earth to no avail, an idiom meaning that one is in a bad or hopeless situation. Yeah. Crying for the heavens in vain and crying for the earth to no avail. Nothing is helping. Suddenly, the doors of the Palace of Divine Might burst open. The heavenly officials regained their spirit and were about to rejoice, but they were shocked again when they saw who was standing in the entrance. A tall, black-clad man stood outside the hall, blocking everyone's way out. His aura was chilling and unapproachable. It was Ling Wen, wearing the brocade immortal. Ling Wen? Oh! The heavenly officials had no idea what to do as Ling Wen crossed the threshold and entered the hall, bending one knee on the ground before Jun Wu. "My lord," he said with solemn respect. Oh no. Oh no. Ling Wen! Ling Wen, please! I thought Ling Wen was gonna be our, like, secret, help outside of heaven after this went down with, like, the communication array and everything blocked, but no. Are you at least gonna be like an inside agent? Oh my god. "Rise and get to work," Jun Wu ordered. "You know what to do." Ling Wen inclined his head and smiled. "Of course." Mu Qing struggled to his feet, using the wall as support, both shocked and dubious upon seeing this display. "Wasn't Ling Wen still at large in Mount Tongli territory?" "That is correct," Jun Wu replied. "However, Ling Wen is very useful, much more useful than most heavenly officials. She is a rare talent. Her actions were nothing but an insignificant mistake, so I have summoned her back." Yeah. We can easily forgive Ling Wen because she is useful. You just weren't that useful, Mu Qing, I guess. So we couldn't overlook the whole thing. I mean, he has good reasons to put people in unfortunate circumstances, especially the more popular gods. Good reason being he doesn't want that competition. He needs to be the one supreme god. And it's easier to pick apart people if you can blackmail them or use their circumstances to create unfortunate events. He is a master of that stuff. Indeed, Ling Wen's mistake in creating the brocade immortal was truly insignificant compared to what the white-closeted calamity had done. Now, both Ling Wen and the brocade immortal were Jun Wu's subordinates. A small white shadow leapt forward in a flash and latched onto Jun Wu's foot, then started nuzzling his boot. When he recognized it, Fengshin cried angrily, "What are you doing? Get back here!" Is it a fetus spirit? Is it Zozo? That thing was the fetus spirit. Not only did it disobey the words of its own father, but it even maliciously snaked its tongue at him. Snaked his tongue at him? Like, I'm not recreating that. Fengshin had just been beaten to the ground by Jun Wu, spewing blood, and now his own son was hugging the leg of the enemy who had wounded him like it had no idea who its dad was. He was so furious that he could puke up blood again. A troop of expressionless martial guards poured into the hall soon after. They were officials Jun Wu had personally appointed, and they only obeyed his command. Okay, so he has like his own deputies, I suppose, that are super loyal to him for reasons. Ling Wen received control of them from Jun Wu and gave them their orders. Escort all of the heavenly officials to their palaces and monitor them. Pei Ming was sitting nearby, his expression complicated. Ling Wen, how heartless of you. Ling Wen patted his shoulder. You've known of my heartlessness since the day we met. How about it? Want to join us? You're always welcome. Pei Ming gave a dry chuckle, but didn't reply. Points for Pei Ming, I guess. Once again, Sholian received special treatment. Jun Wu would personally escort him back to the Palace of Shanla, which has been under lockdown ever since was it even open again after Hua Chang broke in? Because I don't think we've been there ever since that happened, actually. I can't recall anyway. Come, Jun Wu beckoned. Sholian glanced back at Minion Qing. Just what is going on? Who are you? What did you want to achieve? Who is this person? Is he Jun Wu or White No-Face? What is he planning? There were far too many questions he wanted to ask, but the answers would need to be given in great detail and in private. Only Minion Qing could provide the information, but Jun Wu would hardly give him the chance. The moment they left the Palace of Divine Might, Sholian was shocked. Furious clouds rolled across the gloomy skies above the great avenue of the heavenly capital. All had changed in the blink of an eye, and the once scintillating brightness was no more. Only the martial guard, under Jun Wu's direct command, still acted as they usually did, as they escorted every heavenly official back to their palaces. There was a choking aura of somber unease. The junior officials who had been rushing about were now sprawled unconscious across the ground. Needless to say, this had to be Jun Wu's doing. From afar, the bell tolled again and again. Dong, dong. It seemed to be the source of the problem here. Well, a bit like, when they kind of show this in season 1 in the Donghua, when Pei Shuo descends from heaven to apprehend Xuanji, there's like the tolling of the bell and stuff. And maybe this is similar. Jun Wu is using the bell and it's tolled in order to put his enemies down, out of commission. Junior officials are specifically mentioned here, just not his own. How exactly has he managed to maintain a retinue of such loyal deputies who do not seem to even flinch at the fact that this is happening? Like, are they mortals who were appointed by him? Because it seems like they must have gone through like some sort of brainwashing or something in order to not actually ever give hints about his identity, because this is not bothering them. This seems to be like just another day on the job for them. It seems a bit like brainwashing must have been involved somehow, because I don't see how else you would get this kind of loyalty, like without any cracks whatsoever. Gosh, I am so uncertain. They walked slowly along the great avenue of the heavenly capital toward the palace of Shanle. On the way, Sholian racked his brain trying to think of a way to escape, but he was no match for Jun Wu, and any clever tricks he could think of would be completely useless against the emperor. Besides, Jun Wu didn't just have martial might, he could always see through Sholian and understand exactly what he was thinking. By the time they entered the palace of Shanle, Sholian still hadn't come up with anything, and he told himself to let it go. It didn't matter if he couldn't think of anything. If he didn't contact Huachang, he definitely noticed that something was amiss soon, as long as things didn't get out of hand before that happened. However, as soon as the doors shut, Jun Wu suddenly asked, "Are you thinking about Crimson Rainsword Flower?" Well, literally Sholian just said that Jun Wu always knows what he's thinking. I guess he does, Sholian. I don't know. I guess you're right about that one. Jun Wu's words made Sholian's pounding heart jump to his throat, and he didn't know how to respond. If he said yes, would Jun Wu do something to Huatong? But Jun Wu might not believe him if he said no. At his lack of a response, Jun Wu smiled. "No need to fret. I know you must. I'm sure you really want to talk to him." The way he spoke to Sholian was the same as it had ever been. Warm, tolerant, composed, dependable. There was no change. But the more he acted like this, the more confused and terrified Sholian became. "If you really miss him, then why not connect with him for a bit to chat?" Jun Wu continued. Yeah, that's not... That's a fucking hostage situation, and he's putting the phone to your head, like, and the gun in the other, this is... this is great. But it's gonna be our best bet to put Huachang on the trail, so let's go. He had guessed what Sholian was thinking when they entered the palace. Everything was within his grasp. Jun Wu's smile remained unchanged. "Shanle, you know what to say to him. Do not let him worry. And I am sure that Crimson Rainsword Flower of yours will be very happy you took the initiative to reach out to him." Except Sholian has never used that password and been the one to initiate that contact, so even that is going to put Huachang on it, surely. Then he placed a hand on Sholian's shoulder. Sholian felt a subtle wave of a movement, and he knew Jun Wu had cast some sort of spell that allowed him to hear every word said in their communication array. Oh god. Oh gosh, he's listening in. Even if Jun Wu couldn't speak directly, he could still listen in, and Shulian already knew what he wanted to hear him say to Hua Chang. After a pause, Shulian gathered his courage and boldly said Hua Chang's verbal password out loud. Jun Wu seemed to find it funny. He even chuckled a bit. I so want to know what this password is. Are we ever gonna know? Please? MXDX, whisper it to my ear, please. However, Shulian had no time to be embarrassed or shy. It only took a moment for Hua Chang's voice to ring out next to Shulian's ears. Gaga, he sighed. It's been so long. You finally remembered Sunlong. Oh my god, he's so... Surely, Hua Chang. I appreciate the double Gaga, but surely, you're playing it up because you know that Shulian would not contact you like this through that private array unless something really horrible is happening, right? Right? Shulian exchanged a look with Jun Wu. Sunlong, it hasn't even been 2 hours since I left. To me, the point is that you left, not that you've only been gone 2 hours, Hua Chang said. Even for an instant, separation is separation. Jun Wu was listening in right next to him, you know. Even taking his perilous circumstances into account, Shulian still managed to feel some genuine embarrassment. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait longer than 2 hours, Jun Wu said. Continue. Tell him that he will not be able to see you until the vengeful spirits have been taken care of. Do not attempt to give any roundabout hints. I can hear everything. It would take 7 days and 7 nights to dispose of the vengeful spirits. After a pause, Shulian said, If you can't even wait for 2 hours, what will you do if I need to be away for longer? Did Jun Wu stuff a big bunch of missions into your arms? Hua Chang asked. Yeah, Shulian replied. Let me help, Hua Chang said. Tell him that I will permit you to take a 3-year break after you complete your missions, Jun Wu directed. There's no need, Shulian said. Sunlong, you've already been a great help guarding the array for me. Just let me handle everything else. The Emperor already said that I can have a 3-year break after I complete the missions. I won't have to do anything else. Only 3 years? Hua Chang asked. Is 3 years not enough? Shulian said. It's already a perk. All right, fine, but... Hua Chang continued, languidly. Gaga, that's your perk. What about mine? What perk? Shulian asked. What do you think? Hua Chang asked back. When Hua Chang asked that question, Shulian could practically see his quirked brow and curved lips. What could he possibly say to that? Yeah, I think, come on. I think there's enough in this conversation to, like, tip Hua Chang off that something here is, weird. But why is he flirting just to keep up the appearances that he doesn't suspect anyone is listening in? And at the same time, you know, I fucking love this. We started this whole conversation off with a double Gaga too. Yeah. I kind of dig this, actually. Speaking of which, Gaga still owes me quite a bit of spiritual power, am I wrong? Hua Chang continued. No, Shulian replied cautiously. Then has Gaga thought of how he'll repay me? Hua Chang asked. Not really, Shulian said. Hua Chang huffed a laugh. Since you haven't thought of anything, then why don't you let me decide? Once everything is over and done with, and you're on your vacation, Gaga can take his time to pay me back. How's that sound? Shulian was forced to defend against his attacks while sneaking glimpses at Jun Wu like a guilty thief. He answered with random affirming noises, like, oh, yeah. So basically what we're saying is that this is, like, very, like, full of implications. This whole, it's very, and Shulian is embarrassed because it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Having slyly guided him to this point step by step and receiving the answer he wanted to hear, Hua Chang was finally satisfied and temporarily let him off the hook. So what can I do for you? It's so rare for Gaga to seek me out through spiritual communication. Jun Wu eyed Shulian. The reason he had allowed him to communicate with Hua Chang was to keep the Ghost King out of this, to make him think everything was fine and get him to stay obediently in the mortal realm. Shulian knew what kind of answer Jun Wu wanted to hear, so he replied slowly. Actually, it's not really anything. I was just afraid that you'd be worried after I'd been gone for so long. Hua Chang wondered. Didn't Gaga say it yourself? You haven't been gone 2 hours. Why would you worry that I'd be worried? Shulian was getting dizzy from going around in circles with him. He felt a little anxious, but also a little amused. Suddenly, Hua Chang said, Oh, I get it. Shulian's breath hitched. What do you get? Hua Chang seemed to chuckle. On the other hand, a moment later, he replied leisurely, Gaga, maybe you're the one who's missing me so keenly after being apart for such a short while. I think Hua Chang's caught on. He's caught on. He knows someone is listening. That's why he's doing this. I think he's caught on. Even if Shulian managed to cover up their feelings with ambiguity earlier, this line was too honest and exposed, and he couldn't pretend to reply casually. Under Jun Wu's watchful gaze, Shulian's face grew hot. A moment later, he replied softly. Yes. Hua Chang's reply was soft as well. Me too. I really want to go up there right now and whisk you away. While Shulian's heart was warmed by this, it also felt like it was suspended in the air. His eyes met Jun Wu's. If Hua Chang really did come to the heavenly capital, how would things end? How would Jun Wu handle him? Shulian suppressed his emotions and did his best to sound natural. No, it's okay. It's a mess up here in the heavens right now. If you come, they'll probably lose their heads. Just wait a bit longer. I understand, Gogo. I won't show up and scare them, Hua Chang replied lazily. I hate that glaring light in the heavenly capital, and I still have to watch over this circle of people. I'll just wait here, nicely, for Gogo to come back. Shulian couldn't tell if he had sighed in relief or broken out in a cold sweat. Yes, be good. But, Hua Chang said, if I'm going to be good, Gaga can't come back empty-handed. I need a reward. Of course, Shulian replied. The two exchanged a few more casual words, ambiguous and questionable, unable to part. They bade each other farewell repeatedly before finally ending the communication. Shulian softly huffed a breath and Jun Wu commented, It seems Shanle has been living an exciting life down below. Oh my gosh, is this the confirmation, so to speak? Because, I mean, I guess everyone who was in Mantonglu kind of knows, except Jun Wu, but come on, Sky Daddy. Have you not pieced it together yet? Like, to me it's been obvious in season 2, but... Anyway, Shulian didn't know how to answer that. Jun Wu patted Shulian's shoulder, then turned around. He was about to leave the palace of Shanle when Shulian called to him. My lord, Jun Wu paused in his step. Who exactly are you? Are you the emperor? Or something else? Shulian asked. He'd struggled to accept it when he suspected a connection between the State Preceptor and White No-Face. If Jun Wu and White No-Face were connected, his whole world would flip upside down. After all, Jun Wu was the #1 martial god of the 3 realms, someone he respected and looked up to. Jun Wu didn't answer him, just continued on his way. Now that Shulian was left to his own devices, he brainstormed plans for retaliation as he dragged his exhausted body to the inner chambers of the palace of Shanle. Although this palace had become a cage, it was a magnificent cage. There was even a bathing pool made of white jade in the inner hall. Over the last few days, Shulian had battled the white ghost, entered the kiln, crawled, tumbled, rolled, and fought. He was exhausted in both body and mind. He decided that he might as well take a bath to refresh himself and wouldn't be going anywhere for a while anyway. He stripped down and lowered himself into the warm water to soak. Shulian had leaned against the edge of the white jade pool, folding his clothes absent-mindedly. 2 tiny things came tumbling out of his pile of robes, clacking crisply as they did. Shulian looked closely and saw that they were 2 cute, exquisite little dice. Yeah, because Shulian has that. Shulian, you have that! He picked up the dice and held them in his palm, remembering the words Huachang had said to him. If you want to see me, it won't matter what you roll. I will appear. It was unusual that he was the one who initiated their spiritual communication, and perhaps Huachang had noticed, but even if he realized something was wrong, he wouldn't be able to get here. The heavenly capital was now isolated from the world and completely under Jun Wu's control. Sholian was fully aware of the reality of the situation. He knew he wouldn't get to see Huachang even if he rolled 2 6s, but he still tried. Clack, clack. The dice tumbled over the jade tiles on the edge of the bathing pool. Snake eyes. His luck was terrible as always, and sure enough, there was not a single hint of movement. Sholian sighed and turned around. He was just about to dunk his face and body into the water when he heard a voice. Gaga. Oh my god, are you for real? Water splashed everywhere as Sholian abruptly stood up in the bath. Sunlong? Had he actually summoned Huachang? However, when he scanned his surroundings, he didn't see anyone's shadow. Still, that voice was definitely not a hopeful hallucination. Sholian's heart thumped when he heard another voice call out. Your Highness! Only then did Sholian realize that the voice had come from his own mouth. It was his voice. But the sound had been obscured by the spacious bathing room's humid air and the noise of splashing. Are we doing the sharing spell, the soul sharing spell? Is that what we're doing? So it was his voice, but the sound had been obscured by the spacious bathing room's humid air and the noise of splashing water. Sholian was stunned for a moment, but then it dawned on him. The soul-shifting spell. That's the name, soul-shifting spell. Lord Windmaster, he cried in surprise and delight. Yeah, because they had the permission, and Sholian obviously didn't stop that thing because he thought the Lord Windmaster was gone, and he left his door open, so to speak. He still had the key, didn't change the locks. So Lord Windmaster, he cried in surprise and delight. From his lips came another person's overly excited words. Yes, it's me. Amazing, right? The Windmaster. No, I have spiritual powers again. It was previously mentioned that the soul-shifting spell didn't see frequent use due to its exhaustive demands on spiritual power. Because it was much rarer and sketchier than typical spiritual communication spells, a random barrier was unlikely to deliberately block it. When Shou Qingxuan lost his spiritual powers, the door that connected him to Sholian had been blocked from one side. Sholian hadn't imagined that door would see use now. Qingxuan, the soul-shifting spell burns a lot of spiritual power. Where did you get it? Sholian asked, although he quickly realized the answer. Where else could he have gotten it? Sure enough, Shou Qingxuan replied. It's a long story. Well, it's not actually that long. That crimson rinsed flower of yours gave me a few black candies to eat. They're incredibly magical. I got an explosion of power after I ate them. Even though it's temporary, it still lasts for a while. Communication won't be a problem, but they taste really bad. Oh no. What? I thought he'd give him some spiritual energy, the normal way, not the Hualien way, but the fucking candies. You just gave him a shit ton of candies. Ghost candies? Sholian couldn't help but recall the ghost-sent candy that Peiming had eaten, but any spiritual power candies Huachang provided must be high-end. Okay, yeah, so these are Huachang's own kinds. The stuff that isn't cheap or dangerous to use. Who called me Gaga just now? Sholian asked. It was me, Shou Qingxuan said. Sholian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Neither do I. I registered that one. Qingxuan! My tally is off now. I need to... Though we do have another laugh or cry. That's fun. Why did you call me that? And here I thought... I know, Shou Qingxuan said. You thought it was Crimson Rains of Flower coming for you, right? Sholian cleared his throat lightly, and Shou Qingxuan continued. He was the one who told me to call you that. He said that you'd know he was here if I did, and it'd be comforting for you. That was true, Sholian supposed. Although he had been surprised when he heard Gaga, it had been very reassuring. Is he next to you right now? Sholian asked. Is everything alright in the royal capital? The vengeful spirits aren't giving you trouble, are they? Everything's fine here, Shengchuan said. The vengeful spirits are still being cleared out. It's just that when you were having that conversation with Crimson Rainsword Flower earlier, he was happily laughing and talking with you about random stuff. Then as soon as the communication ended, his face turned so dark it was terrifying. Yeah, he knows. He knew. That's Hua-Chang for you. That's our Sanlang. And then he called me over to see if I could ship my soul to you. Oh yeah, by the way, Your Highness, he wants me to pass on this message. Your Highness, please get dressed. He's been nagging me about that for a while now. What's the problem? It's not like you'll catch a cold in the heavens. Oh my god. How do you know? How do you know, Hua-Chang? Shulian nearly fainted, and he grabbed a robe to wrap around himself at the speed of lightning. Someone can see? Yeah, Shengchuan replied. It's pretty annoying to keep repeating things, so I've just been transmitting everything I see and hear to him. That way he knows everything you do or say. He just can't talk to you or control your body directly, that's all. Oh my god. Dear Lord Windmaster, how clueless can you be? Had Shulian known, he wouldn't have gotten into the bath. He'd assumed that he would have to think a while longer before an opportunity presented himself. Don't be shy, Shulian. You're fine. Just gave him a bit of a... I mean, Sanlang thinks it's fine too. He just didn't want anyone else to see. He doesn't want Qingxuan to see. It's fine, Your Highness, Qingxuan said. I didn't think you'd care so much about something like this. We're all men here. Surely you've seen Hua-Chang like that before. Besides, I didn't see much. He really was too clueless. I'm starting to think that Qingxuan is actually the extreme end of the scale. I think even Xuan Yizhen might be a bit more in the know than Qingxuan is. What the heck? Oh, this is so dumb. Shulian slapped a hand to his forehead and quickly got dressed, then abruptly changed the subject as he grabbed the dice and left the inner hall. Sanlang, how did you figure out that something was wrong? After a pause, Qingxuan replied. Crimson Rainsword Flower says he knew the moment you sought him out. Oh, Hua-Chang wants me to tell you this. Gage is too shy. I knew he wouldn't recite my verbal password if it wasn't something major. Exactly. We've all kind of been clued in on this from the start. Should I count this Gaga? Because it's not from Hua-Chang's mouth, so to say. Like we don't hear him say it. But it's quoting him because he said it. It's an indirect one. Honestly, let me count this one along with the other one, because again, that was also indirect. I'm going to count that one as one. I'm counting this one. Just as he thought, Qingxuan seemed to be talking to Hua-Chang. Okay, I won't waste any more time on nonsense. We'll talk business, then he said. Your Highness, what exactly is the situation over there? Is the Emperor not around? Shulian didn't know where to start. It's precisely because he's around that things are like this. By the time Shulian had explained the key points, Qingxuan was already shaken. Oh my god, Your Highness, you're not delirious, are you? It's the Emperor! We're talking about the Emperor here! I can't be sure if it really is him anymore, Shulian said. Sanlang, what do you make of all this? A moment later, Qingxuan replied. Crimson Rainsword Flower doesn't seem very shocked. He just said, not surprised at all, I already couldn't stand him. Hashtag Sanlang was right! For lack of anything to say to that, Shulian laughed. Can you stand anyone? That question was directed to Hua-Chang, and Qingxuan replied, he says. Other than you, no. Hey, Hua-Chang, that's not very nice. I'm standing right here, you know? So you can't stand me either? What's wrong with me? Alright, it was just a joke. In any case, the martial gods have all been beaten into submission, and every heavenly official is confined to their palace. The heavenly capital is isolated from the world right now, so there's no way to get in. Crimson Rainsword Flower says there is a way in, but we'll need to enlist someone's help, Qingxuan stated. Who? Shulian asked, but a moment later, he shouted, Who's there? The latter question wasn't directed at Hua-Chang or Qingxuan. It was voiced at an unusual movement behind him. Someone had come. And that was the end of the chapter. No missing pages this time. Okay. This is so exciting. This is exactly what I want. I've been impatient for this kind of development, and now that I'm in it, I'm having such a blast, honestly. I especially like that the way Hua Chang is now able to contact Shulian, and the whole, like, how all of this went down is so rooted in all these little details that we already learned throughout the earlier arcs of the book. In Arc 3, we learn about the password. We know that Shulian is reluctant to use it, and Hua Chang is usually the one taking contact, you know? So for Shulian to do that is unusual. Even Hua Chang knows that's unusual. The password is damn embarrassing. And then secondly, the soul-shifting spell was already established between Cho Qingquan and Shulian during the Blackwater arc, and now here it is again, because Cho Qingquan is here again. So we reintroduced Cho Qingquan back into the story. We had a little bit of a satisfying what happened to Cho Qingquan moment, and now he's actually, you know, useful in the sense of, yes, he's no longer a heavenly official, but because he had this with Shulian already established, that is how we're able to connect with him again. I am sure Hua Chang would have done whatever's coming up next to be able to get to Shulian, but this part, getting to communicate with him and actually ask what's up, was really important and really efficient, and the only way that happens is because Cho Qingquan is there. I love when the dominoes are dominoing, you know? The dots are connecting, the threads are everywhere. No opportunities missed. I love this. I love this so much. It feels so satisfying. Also, we had like a fuck ton of gagas spoken in that conversation. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, we're already up in like 40 gagas altogether, which is pretty impressive. Is this gonna take over volume 5? Is this gonna be the most gaga-filled volume? Well, if we get to have more conversations like that one, definitely. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But other than that, okay, so we're in a hostage sort of situation. Everyone is taken hostage. Didn't mention what happened with Yin Yu. Yin Yu was there, right? So we'll have to see if he's the one coming to help. Like, did he disappear, like make himself scarce once this whole thing started going down? And if he has the Earthmaster shovel, we could be doing that same thing again. We'll have to wait and see who's gonna pop up. We have Ling Wen coming back into the story and taking the side of the Emperor, because I guess that's the easy thing to do now that she's been pardoned by him. But also, like, I guess Shulian is kind of right in that we haven't really established what exactly is going on. Is this another Ming Yi situation where Bai Wuxiang took over the person that was Jun Wu? As in, Jun Wu once existed and really was a martial god, but Bai Wuxiang took over his identity and replaced him as the martial god that he was. That could have happened. So is this another Ming Yi situation, or is Jun Wu made up by the Prince of Wuyong? I guess we haven't asked that question yet. I guess that is a question that needs answering. Mei Nianqing turning against him was not the initial plan. He was not going to say anything in front of everyone, but then he changed his mind and did, and thus we are in this situation where heaven is now under lockdown, basically. But also, there's this moment where Mei Nianqing was like choking, and there was a description about his neck, how he always wears stuff to cover up his neck. Does he, like... I was wondering about if there's like a spell or something there that is choking him. And the fact that they made sure to say that we keep covering it up, a little bit like Shulian used to. Are we talking cursed shackle? It's a possibility, right? It could be a cursed shackle, interestingly. And that it would make sense somehow. Somewhat. When was this given to him, if that is indeed the case? I'm just naming it as a possibility for now. We still have to figure out if it's real or not. Could be some other kind of spell, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like something that just tightens around his neck like that. And does that mean that he could do the same with Shulian's? Could he feasibly do the same to Yin Yu as well? Okay. Just placing that as a mechanism that could be proven to be a thing. We're just gonna have to wait and see still. The next chapter is a relatively short one. So I think I'm gonna do at least another one before bed. We'll have to see how far that's gonna put us. So let's get back to it, guys. Let's go into chapter 113. Forks in the road, spirits alarm the underground of the heavenly capital. Yeah, underground. We're going underground. So I'm thinking that might be new. Roya had already unwrapped itself from his wrist and was waiting at the ready, but it calmed and retracted after Sholian saw who had come. You knew, Sholian said. A giant hole had appeared in the room, big enough for 2 people. Poking halfway out of the hole was Yu, with a sharp shovel in his hands. He huffed a breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Our hard-working boy. Hello there, Yu. Your Highness, it's me. Thank goodness I didn't dig in the wrong spot. Let's get out of here. Yeah, he could have dug right below the pool, the bathing pool. That would have been unfortunate. He had forgotten there was a holy spiritual device in Yu's possession, the Earthmaster Shovel. It was a blessing from the heavens that the device hadn't been confiscated. Apparently, not having much presence could be a good thing sometimes. Enemies wouldn't target him in the chaos of battle, though of course his fellow soldiers might injure him by accident. Just as Sholian was about to go over and help pull Yu out of the hole, his feet involuntarily took a step back. Yu was puzzled. Your Highness, what is it? Sholian was confused as well. Why would he back away? But soon he realized that he wasn't the one backing away. It was Shi Qingxuan who was still a guest in his body. The Earthmaster Shovel was very familiar, and it was hard not to think of the ones who had used it in the past. An inexplicable wave of terror filled Sholian. That was probably Shi Qingxuan's subconscious reaction. Fortunately, the reaction wasn't too extreme, and he quickly managed to return the body's control to Sholian. Completely forgetting to ask Huatang about whose help they would have to enlist to ascend to the heavens, Sholian rushed to jump into the hole with Yu, and jumped into the heavenly capital's underground. The hole above them was quickly closed. As they crawled down the dark tunnel for a short stretch, a thought struck Sholian. Yu, can the Earthmaster Shovel dig through the barrier sealing off the heavenly capital? I don't think so, Yu replied. Huh? Although that shovel is a spiritual device, you'll still be stuck in the heavenly capital no matter how much you dig, Shi Qingxuan explained. Doesn't that mean it's useless? Yu scratched his head. It's not entirely useless. Barrier arrays have been set up outside every martial heavenly official's palace to stop their injuries from healing quickly. They probably won't recover their fighting power for years if they remain confined, so I thought, why not use the Earthmaster Shovel to dig out a secret room in the underground somewhere, then move all the martial guards there? We can try to break out after everyone's mostly recovered. Wait, Shi Qingxuan called out. Huatangju says that you should tell those martial guards to just hide and heal. You'll be seeking your own deaths if you try to break out under Jun Wu's watch. Yu was shocked. Your Highness, you can communicate with Chengdu. I thought that was impossible. No, Sholian said. The one talking to you just now wasn't me. It's me, Your Highness, you knew, Shi Qingxuan said. Yeah, because he met him when he was still in heaven. But no matter how they spoke, the words were coming from one mouth and Yu was confused. It's not you, but it's you. Doesn't that make it you, Your Highness? It's me, the Windmaster. Wait, now you should call me the former Windmaster. I'm using the soul-shifting spell. Shi Qingxuan sighed. Relaying messages is such a pain. Shi Qingxuan kept entering his body to listen and watch, then returning to his own body to relay everything to Huatang, going back and forth, over and over. Just thinking about it was tiresome. Oh, that sounds like such hard work. So that's what was happening, Yu quickly replied before he returned to digging with renewed vigor. The two crept forward for a while before Yu spoke again. Here should be a good spot. Your Highness, please remain hidden for now. I'll go pick up the next heavenly official. The tunnel they had entered at the beginning was gradually closing, and Sholian said, by yourself? I go with you. No, it's all right, Yu said. Truth be told, Your Highness, the larger the hole, the more power the Earthmaster Shovel uses. It'll probably be faster if I go alone. The closest martial guard palace to here is... He thought for a moment before continuing. In any case, I'll be right back. Xuan. Surely. Shi Qingxuan had used the soul-shifting spell so many times, and the exhaustion from the immense drain of spiritual power was affecting Sholian. He sat on the ground, nodding tiredly, his head and body heavy. He propped up his head with one hand. All right. But in the meantime, if Jun Wu comes to check on you, this is kind of... I don't know. He would send someone to check on Sholian, right? Yin Yu opened the new hole and dug onward while Sholian lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Sometime later, he jolted awake. Yin Yu. It was pitch black all around him, and deathly silent. Yin Yu still hadn't returned. Your Highness, you're awake. You must be tired. Yin Yu hasn't gotten back yet, Shi Qingxuan verified. The short rest had replenished Sholian's energy. How long has he been gone? Why hasn't he returned? It's been almost 2 instants' time, Shi Qingxuan said. He couldn't have gotten lost, could he? Sholian sensed that something was wrong. I'll go look for him. He rolled over and crawled toward the tunnel through which Yin Yu had left. Since Yin Yu still needed to use the tunnel to return, it hadn't automatically filled itself in after the Earthmaster Shovel burrowed through. As Sholian made his careful way forward, Shi Qingxuan spoke. Crimson Wings of Flower says, Gaga, you shouldn't go. Again, should I count these? Because they are technically, relayed from Huachang. I'm counting it. I counted 1. I'm going to count this one. This is definitely a Gaga. It's a Gaga. We're counting it. It's a Gaga intended for Sholian, even if it's not from Sanlang's own mouth. Directly, anyway, it was from Sanlang's own mouth, just implied. Sholian stopped moving. Something's probably not right, I suspect. Yeah, Shi Qingxuan replied. Huachang Chu's tone sounded pretty serious. But it's precisely because it doesn't seem right that I have to go find him, Sholian said. If Yin Yu ran into trouble. A chill ran down his spine. Startled, Sholian whipped his head around. Shi Qingxuan also sensed a chill and exclaimed. My god, what was that? That sudden shudder! There was only the empty pitch-black tunnel behind him, and nothing more. However, Sholian stared at it for a long while before he replied, It's nothing. Shi Qingxuan instantly shut his mouth and held his breath. Because right after Sholian said the words, It's nothing, out loud, he then soundlessly mouthed, Don't make a sound, something's here. Someone else was in the tunnel. They had been right behind Sholian but disappeared the moment he looked back. Sholian's gut instinct for danger was never wrong. He couldn't allow the one behind him to know he had already noticed them, so he pretended he'd sensed nothing amiss. Shi Qingxuan hated situations like these more than anything, and goosebumps rose across his arms. Yeah, it's the same kind of situation as back then in the Blackwater arc too. Oof. Is it His Highness Yin Yu? Shi Qingxuan mouthed back. Yin Yu didn't need to sneak around. After a moment's silence, Sholian asked soundlessly, Has Sanlang said anything? That Sanlang of yours looks really scary right now, Shi Qingxuan replied. He says, Gaga, if the situation called for it, use the soul-shifting spell to move into the Windmaster's body. Oh my god. What do you know, Huachang? I'm also counting that Gaga. I'm very greedy with my Gagas. Never mind that he didn't have enough spiritual power right now to use the soul-shifting spell. Even if he had plenty, Sholian couldn't possibly just up and leave all by himself, abandoning the mess in the heavenly capital. Don't worry, Sanlang, Sholian replied. He hadn't even specified what not to worry about when his head shot up. Something was coming from ahead. The first sense of danger had come from behind, but now it was in front of him. It was still pitch black when he looked. He couldn't see anything. Your Highness, what did you notice now? Shi Qingxuan mouthed. What should we do? Does this mean we should go forward or back? For a moment, he strained his senses. Then Sholian replied. It means forward or back makes no difference, so who cares? He crawled forward. He crawled and crawled until he suddenly stopped in surprise. How can this be? Shi Qingxuan said, despite himself. A fork in the road stood before them. There were 2 tunnels. Could Yin have dug a path and discovered he was going in the wrong way, and so he dug another one? Xiaoqingxuan wondered. Yin must be very familiar with the Heavenly Capital's layout. How could he make a mistake like that? Sholian thought. This is probably something worse. He didn't say this out loud, though. He only said, Qingxuan, can you help me ask Sanlang to pick a path, left or right? A moment later, Xiaoqingxuan said, Crimson Rose of Flower says he doesn't recommend either one. Don't pick either. Sholian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, this tally is lighting up today. While he figured there was probably something bad waiting for him at the end of both paths, he couldn't just stay where he was. After some contemplation, he said, Qingxuan, you pick one. Huh? Me? Xiaoqingxuan asked. Yeah, if you pick, there's still a 50% chance you'll pick the better route. If I pick, then... All right, I get it. He struggled with this internal dilemma for a moment, then turned his head to the left. Sholian nodded and crawled over. The deeper they crawled, the narrower the tunnel became. It was almost suffocating, but still possible. They turned and wound and crawled for a long while before the burrow opened into a much larger space. Thankfully, although they remained on high alert the entire way, they hadn't run into any real danger. Sholian examined their surroundings for a moment. What is this place? I don't know, I can't see clearly, Xiaoqingxuan said, uncertain. But why does this feel a little familiar? Huh? He wasn't the only one who noticed. Sholian had as well. It was very familiar. Wasn't this the secret room where Sholian had slept, awaiting Yinyu's return? He was certain. There was another tunnel in the chamber. It was the one Yinyu had dug with the Earthmaster shovel when he left, the same one Sholian had used to go find him. Xiaoqingxuan shuddered. How did we end up back here? Was this path here before? Okay, so are things moving? Are we back to, like, magical walls, like in Mount Tonglu? What is going on here? Of course not. There was only one tunnel leading out when they left. The path they used to return had appeared from nowhere. When they ran into that fork in the road, the left path detoured in a big circle and brought them back to the start. Yinyu couldn't have dug this. He wouldn't have wasted so much effort to secretly do something this pointless. He had probably encountered this bizarre detour as well. Sholian knew he should have gone with him. Without another word, he crawled into the tunnel he had initially used to leave and quickly came to the fork in the road once more. This time, he chose the path to the right. As he crawled, Xiaoqingxuan spoke. I think it looks like my luck wasn't that great this time. I picked the wrong path. I should have chosen the right fork from the beginning. No, I think your luck is still really good, Sholian said. Huh? What do you mean? Xiaoqingxuan asked. Sholian tried to word this delicately. How do I put this? The path on the right might be even scarier than the one on the left. Then they heard it. From behind came the scratching sounds of something rapidly closing in on their position. Sholian unwrapped Roya and threw it behind him. Roya, help block it for a moment. He started madly crawling forward, almost 3 meters per push. Xiaoqingxuan was losing his mind in panic. Oh, exciting! The most exciting part hasn't come yet, Sholian called out. Come, take a look. What's that now? Xiaoqingxuan exclaimed. Sholian stopped his frantic crawling and gave a long exhale. Before them was another fork in the road. Yeah, this is not good. Not good. Right! Xiaoqingxuan cried without thinking. Sholian turned right, resolutely, and kept crawling. But endless forks in the road presented themselves. Left! Right! Left! Right! Xiaoqingxuan cried. He no longer even knew what he was yelling. Under such dire circumstances, with the situation changing at a moment's notice, he couldn't leave Sholian's body to ask Huazhang for advice. The situation might change completely on the next turn. The thing behind them had been blocked by Roy for a little while, but it was still closing in on them. The tunnels were also growing narrower and narrower, tighter and tighter. Finally, they reached a point where they couldn't move their arms at all. I can't crawl any further, Sholian exclaimed, his shoulders already stuck. Then what do we do? Jun cried. Do we have to backtrack? Oh gosh, this is like claustrophobia for real, level 1000. The thing pursuing them was going to catch up any second. No fear, Sholian exclaimed. A man can both charge and withdraw. When moving forward is impossible, we'll take a step back. If that's our only option, then so be it. Come on. He took 2 steps backward, freeing a hand in the process. He was just about to grab for Feng Xin and fight the thing behind him, to his heart's content, when a sudden chill ran through his body. Sholian's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. When he looked up, someone chuckled in the darkness. Though he couldn't see who it was, a hand reached out and settled on Sholian's head. His eyes went wide, and the next moment, he lost consciousness. Sometime later, Sholian slowly came to. Upon regaining consciousness, Sholian found himself sitting on a chair. His entire body was firmly and securely bound. As he struggled a bit, he discovered it was Roya that was binding him. Sholian was perplexed. Roya, what are you doing? Roya was clearly distressed, and it drooped, nuzzling him. Oh, it's against its will. Someone's tied it around him. Sholian looked closer and discovered that Roya had been tied into a series of complicated snarls. No wonder it couldn't fight back. Being tied into knots like this was its greatest fear. Before it had grown wiser, it used to like to mindlessly wind around in play, and it'd invariably tangle itself into a mess of complicated knots as it did. Every time, Sholian would exasperatedly work the knots loose. It became smarter in time and learned to behave itself and never knotted itself up again. Oh my gosh, Roya's biggest fear. That's so... Oh, Roya is afraid of getting itself up in knots. That's so... Feeling helpless, Sholian tried to see if he could break the chair apart instead, but unfortunately, it wouldn't move at all. It seemed to be affixed to the floor by extremely strong spiritual power, so who the fuck caught him? Is it Jun Wu? Or like, someone helping him? Since he couldn't move, he decided to simply observe his surroundings. Sholian scanned the room. He was likely inside a palace, and a rather new and glamorous one at that, but he didn't know which one. In any case, it wasn't the Palace of Divine Might. His thoughts were interrupted by a hand suddenly settling on his shoulder. A gentle voice came from over his head. And I'm seeing the name, so it's fucking Jun Wu. Oh my god. Shan-le, my dear Shan-le, you really are too naughty. Chills spiked up Sholian's spine at the sound of that voice. A man with one hand resting behind his back stepped forward from where he stood behind the chair. Jun Wu. His other hand remained on Sholian's shoulder, and as he walked into view, he continued to speak. In the 6 months since your return, the heavenly capital has been smashed and broken, wrecked all over. You are quite naughty indeed, wouldn't you say? What were you doing, sneaking and scurrying about underground? Are you a little mouse? Was it fun? He spoke with a kind, gentle voice, like a father watching his beloved child mess around. Oh my fucking god, the descriptions, guys. He took the Sky Daddy title very literally. Sholian found it intensely creepy and unnerving, and he had no idea how to respond. He felt a sudden gust of cold at his feet, and when he looked down, he saw a bundle of something white hugging his boots and watching him with a fiercely malicious stare. The fetus spirit. Why is it here? This is so... Surely it wasn't the fetus spirit that caught him. What was in that tunnel? Or was it Jun Wu stalking him all this time? Sholian lifted his gaze. He had pretty much figured out what had happened. Yin was captured by Jun Wu while digging around with the Earthmaster shovel. Jun Wu had then sent some things to stop Sholian underground, which was why he had gone through that terrifying experience. Some things. What things? After a moment, struck speechless, Sholian finally knew what to say. You have such awful hobbies. You have such awful hobbies? That's wow. Wow. That was actually great. That's actually great. That's chase in the tunnels reminded him of the days he spent consumed by panic and anxiety due to White No-Face's suffocating pursuit. If Jun Wu had wanted to capture him, he should have just done it. Why terrorize him like that? However, Jun Wu seemed quite cheerful and he smiled. But Shan Le is so much braver than before. Julian couldn't continue that line of conversation. Instead, he asked, "Where's Yun Yu?" Jun Wu placed his hand on the back of the chair and turned Julian around. "There's no rush. You will see. And there's not just him." He was now facing a mirror. However, he didn't see his own reflection. Rather, it showed a pale-faced Yun Yu. By Yun Yu's feet lay an unconscious person, head soaked with blood and face black and blue. From the curly hair, Julian could tell it was Xuan Yizhen. Yeah, that was probably the closest palace then. Julian asked in alarm, "What are you up to?" And that was the end of that chapter as well. Holy fucking shit. Asking the real question, Julian, what are you up to? Jun Wu, what the fuck are you up to? Because from what we are learning in this conversation, he's literally just playing around. He's toying around with Julian and asking him if he's having fun. What the actual fuck? Like treating him again like as a child and terrorizing him in the same way that he always has. Like Julian says, you have such awful hobbies. What the fuck? That was great. That was great, by the way. Like I said, I'm guessing Yun Yu was going to Xuan Yizhen's palace when they got caught, maybe on the way back. Yeah, and that put Jun Wu on the trail, I guess. Where did he catch Yun Yu and Xuan Yizhen first, or did he catch Julian not being at his palace first? Is the important stuff. Because I guess he was suspicious of Julian maybe having something up his sleeve, and apparently, we did have stuff up the sleeves. We've been stuffing our sleeves with possible ways out ever since the start of this book series, apparently. So yeah, Jun Wu is not dumb. I'll give him that. He's not easily fooled, and he's been following. He's been watching. Surely. Hua Cheng at this point must be trying really hard to figure out a way into heaven, figure out a way to break in, even though the barrier has been set and whatever, or something else. Figure out a way to break Julian out. Like he said, to use the soul-shifting spell and go into Xue Qingxuan's body, but apparently Julian doesn't have enough spiritual energy at this point in time, so that's a moot point anyway. But we'll have to wait and see. We have a lot of martial gods around. However, Yun Yu has said that there are barriers put up around their palaces to prevent them from healing as they would in heaven normally. So they're kind of out of commission unless we can get them out of their barriers. And yeah. We're in a more newly constructed palace right now. What are we gonna do? Why is the fetus spirit here? Again, Jun Wu, the fetus spirit, I completely forgot about that. The fetus spirit just attached itself to Jun Wu. Why? Is it because he is the strongest ghost around? Or is there a connection here? Again, we don't actually know who created the fetus spirit to begin with, and knowing now that Jun Wu definitely was around Shan Le doing shit as by Wu Xiang, why not? Why not create a fetus spirit? Why not be the one who did that? For whatever reason. The reason could be as little as wanting to have an upper hand over General Zhu Yang, having blackmail on him, because that's what Jun Wu does apparently. He has a whole web. There's a whole web. So keeping that in mind, in the back of our minds anyway, and yeah, what else? We have barely made a dent actually in the reading I wanted to do. If we read the next chapter though, we'll be a bit closer to what I wanted, and it's still not midnight or anything. This chapter is not too long either. I think we can do it. The following chapter is a lot longer. We'll see. Let's do another one. This is so exciting. I don't actually want to stop. So let's go. Get your drinks. Lubricate that throat. And let's slide right into chapter 114. Unable to be perfect, a heart filled with regrets. Unable to be perfect, a heart filled with regrets. I'm like, immediately I'm thinking Yin Yu, because I can see his name on the page down here. And that could be him. This could be a chapter about Yin Yu. But also it could be a lot of people. It could be by Wu Xiang. It could be the Prince of Wuyong. It could be Sholian as well. It could be a lot of people. Let's read in and let's figure it out. The mirror reflected what was transpiring on the other side of the wall. Yin Yu shook Xuan Yizhen vigorously. Wake up! Wake up! Xuan Yizhen finally came to and mumbled blearily. Shun, who baby up just now? What's see her? Poor Qiying. He was so bruised up that he was slurring his speech. Sholian couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Do you think I could have beaten you up? Yin Yu asked. Xuan Yizhen scratched his head, and only then did it seem to recall what had happened. Oh, it was the Emperor who beat me up. He suddenly remembered something else, and his energy seemed to return. He snatched away your shovel! You want me to help snatch it back? Yes, please snatch it back. Do you really think you could beat him? Yin Yu asked. Sholian finally figured it out. He was in the palace of Qiying. It seemed Yin Yu had been captured by Jun Wu when he came to look for Xuan Yizhen. Jun Wu had circled back behind him, and Sholian used the chance to lower his head and mouth soundlessly. Lord Windmaster, are you still there? However, it wasn't Shurching Xuan who responded. Of course not, Jun Wu said. Oops. It suddenly occurred to me that there were some loopholes in the Heavenly Capital's barrier, Jun Wu explained. I have only just barred the soul-shifting spell. Maybe he did this on purpose. Maybe he let Sholian go, so to speak, to watch what he would do, so that he could close the holes. Because if someone was going to get out of there, it would have been Sholian. So I'm saying that Jun Wu might have done this on purpose to do this. Jun Wu patted his shoulder and said amicably, and to think I was the one who taught you the soul-shifting spell all those years ago. I am very pleased that Shanna has been making practical use of the things I taught him. With that, Jun Wu left. Not long after, he appeared in the image in the mirror. Xuan Yizhen was the first to notice his arrival. Yin Yu whirled around and called out in alarm. My lord! Xuan Yizhen jumped to his feet, ready to fight, but Jun Wu easily smacked him back onto the bed with a casual wave. The entire bed collapsed on impact, and Xuan Yizhen fell to the ground, head lolling. He had lost consciousness again. Oh my god, this poor boy! Help him! Yin Yu was fully on guard, but Jun Wu said to him, No need to be so tense. Think of it this way. Any attempt at defense would be a pointless effort, so why not relax? That was certainly true. Not knowing how to respond, Yin Yu gave the same awkward smile that he always had, though he quickly retracted the expression. Jun Wu, on the other hand, appeared relaxed and at ease. My dear Yin Yu, I do not think I have ever chatted with you like this before, isn't that right? I guess not, Yin Yu replied cautiously. Even back when he was the martial god who ruled West, his base of believers wasn't strong, his merits were few, and his rank wasn't impressive. He wasn't the lowest ranked of the heavenly officials in the upper court, but he was still below average, so he'd had almost no opportunities to interact with the heavenly emperor, the highest of the high. In the past, he probably would have been nervous if Jun Wu even passed by his palace's entrance. Now his anxiety had reached new heights. Okay, so Yin Yu was just never high ranked at all, even when he was the martial god of the West. So honestly, that means that Qiying overtaking him was kind of an easy feat. Is that what we're saying? It didn't take much. Oops. But also, So this is definitely about Yin Yu, the chapter title. I'm surprised that this is the conversation we're having, actually. We're spectating it too, we're not actually physically in the room. So Sholian has nothing to do with this, except we're watching it happen now. But there aren't many heavenly officials who have spoken to me before or know me, Yin Yu added. That's not necessarily true, Jun Wu said. There are many who know you, even if they've never met you before. Really? Yun Yu asked, surprised. Many know of your city, and when your city is mentioned, you are often an accompanying subject, as his foil. Jun Wu replied. Those were extremely hurtful words. Jun Wu gave a colorless description, devoid of emotion, but that just made it sting more. It was the objective truth. Chuan Yizhen was still dizzy, not yet back to his senses. Yin Yu hung his head low and clenched his fists. Sholian could vaguely guess what Jun Wu was planning now. Yeah, is it trying to manipulate him somehow? It took a long time for Yin Yu to gather his courage. My lord, what do you want? You're already the Heavenly Emperor, the #1 martial god of the 3 realms. From heaven above to hell below, there is no one who could stand equal to you, so why are you doing this? What exactly do you want? Of course, Jun Wu didn't answer him. Yin Yu, do you want to return to the upper court? He asked, abruptly. What? Sholian was also surprised by this question. What was Jun Wu planning? Yeah, exactly, wants to sway him to his side. Yin Yu has been working for Huatang for a long-ass time, though, so, he could be a pretty important piece of, like an informant as well. Why would he try to coax Yin Yu to change sides at a time like this? Also, Qi-Ying is there, and that's his weak point, so, you will... I think... Is he gonna change sides? Surely not. He's not gonna be able to. Like, he's gonna make him, kill Qi-Ying or something, and he's not gonna be able to. Surely you do not actually like being a mere pawn in the Ghost Realm? Yin Yu finally snapped out of his shock. My lord thinks too much. There's nothing to like or dislike about it. Oh no, Sholian cried in his mind. You can't answer like that. Now we'll find your weak points. Yeah. Oh no. Sholian knows him too well. Sure enough, Jun Wu smiled. Did you know? An answer like that always means I dislike it and would rather not talk about it. It was true. If Yin Yu truly felt confident and actually liked his current position in the Ghost Realm, he would have easily responded. I like it very much. By avoiding giving an answer, his real feelings were made clear. You came from a renowned school, an orthodox sect that never traversed the deviant path. Growing up in that sect, you were always told that ascending was the ultimate thing to strive for, Jun Wu continued. It is very difficult to give up that sort of goal. Falling in with the Ghost Realm was an unfortunate circumstance, an act born of helplessness. Of course, you cannot say you are satisfied with your position in the Ghost Realm. It was never what you wanted in the first place. Yin Yu didn't have enough confidence to deny it. He said weakly, Chengdu has shown me grace. He saved me. I know, Jun Wu said. He even helped you pacify and send off Zhen Yu's vengeful spirit after he died during your banishment. Am I correct? Zhen Yu was that guy. I threw away his note. I should have kept it on Yin Yu, I guess. But the guy who was his martial brother in the sect and who was the one who actually gave the brocade immortal to Yin Yu to give to Chuan Yizhen without his knowledge, and so he became a vengeful spirit after he died during Yin Yu's banishment, so he was banished too, I guess. He wasn't even an ascended god, so yeah, he went down to the mortal realm, died, became a vengeful spirit. Huachang helped Yin Yu pacify him and send him off. Yes, Yin Yu confirmed. So whether or not I am satisfied with my current position, it's all... That is dissatisfaction, Jun Wu noted. You are bound by his grace and have nowhere else to go. You're in denial. Yin Yu hung his head and didn't reply. Yeah, oh my gosh, this Sholian broke out in a cold sweat. I understand. This is hard because, Yin Yu was, a god. He had that goal, and yes, he gave up at the end there before he was banished, but being in the service of a ghost wasn't exactly his plan at all. So I understand saying that, he doesn't actually like this. That's fine. Like it was his best option for a while. But the question now becomes, is he gonna take this option? Yin Yu, there's been so much praise about him. I don't think he will. I'm confident that he won't. Sholian broke out in cold sweat. He could guess how Jun Wu planned to attack, and Jun Wu was full of weakness from head to toe, in every expression, every gesture. Then let me ask you another question, Jun Wu said. Have you shown Chuanijin grace? He really knows how to do the button-pushing game, and he's found so many buttons. So many buttons. Why must you place yourself in an unsatisfactory position because someone showed you grace? Why must you devote yourself to repaying his kindness? When you showed Chuanijin grace, he made you fall this low, Jun Wu continued. Yin Yu, compromising yourself for another's success is a bad habit. You must know that no one will thank you. With every step, he cornered Yin Yu further and trampled the places he hurt most. You yearned for ascension your entire life. You wanted a good position in the upper court and to join the ranks inside the Palace of Divine Might, Jun Wu went on. Even after Chuanijin made you an embarrassment, turned you into his background accessory, made you the laughingstock of the heavens, you endured it and struggled to keep your place in the heavenly capital. Was that not because you wanted to stay? You belong here, but Chuanijin made a mess of everything. He effortlessly stole all the things that should have been yours. Who does he think he is? Have you not sacrificed as much as him? No, you sacrificed far more than he ever has. And when it comes to overall ability, he might not even compare. Why is Qi Ying now alone in the upper court, with neither aid nor support? Is it because his mind is simple? He is ignorant and foolish, blunt and savage, and incapable of earning anyone's respect. But you are far more mature. You know the ways of the world better than him. You know when to charge and when to withdraw, and you are always willing to put in the effort. Your achievements would be many, many times greater than his if you had his natural talent and spiritual power. All would respect you. This fucking speech, man. Yin Yu was growing restless. I don't understand why my lord is saying all this. What ifs are meaningless? His spiritual powers are his own. Suddenly he cried out and raised his hand, then asked in alarm. What? What is this? Dazzling, spiritual light had burst from one of his hands, bright enough to blind any who looked at it directly. Jun Wu was unmoved. No need to be afraid. It is just a bit of spiritual power. Only then did Yin Yu calm down a little, he said in disbelief. Whose spiritual power is this? Mine? I'm not this. His spiritual power wasn't that strong. Oh my gosh, where is this going? Because I think I know where it's going and I don't like it at all. It's not yours yet, Jun Wu said. Whether it will become yours will depend on what you choose. If it's not mine, whose is it? Yin Yu exclaimed. Could it be? Someone immediately came to mind, and he looked at Chuanijin. As stubborn and resilient as always, Chuanijin regained consciousness in that moment, though bewilderment was still plastered on his face. He was clearly confused again. Correct. This is Chuanijin's spiritual power, Jun Wu replied. Chuanijin gaped. Huh? Why are his spiritual powers inside me? Yin Yu questioned. How can spiritual powers be transferred like this? How is this possible? Exactly. Oh my lord. Are we saying, okay. All those gods up in heaven, all those gods that were there before. Are we saying that the reason why Jun Wu is so powerful is because he figured out how to transfer spiritual powers? How to get other gods' spiritual powers, and he's literally just beefed himself up like that. Like, he was probably a good martial god and whatever, but he figured out how to do this. This is the key to his powers. He literally devoured all of them. Not in the sense of a ghost devouring ghosts, but in the sense of he took all of what made them gods. Oh my god. Even fates can be swapped. Why not spiritual power? Jun Wu said. There are many things that are hardly as difficult as you assume. It is only a matter of a few words and a few brushstrokes from a few great heavenly officials. What do you mean? What does that mean? Yin Yu shuddered. This. He shook his hands as if trying to toss away a scalding hot potato, but the spiritual powers only sparked with joyful vigor in his hands, blasting wherever his fingers pointed. An entire set of walls inside the palace of Qiying were blown apart in an instant. The divine statue collapsed, and the roof almost caved in. This shocked Yin Yu even further, and he didn't dare randomly throw his hand around anymore. "Do not be nervous," said Jun Wu, smiling. "Take your time. Just keep it under control." Shaken and terrified, Yin Yu held one hand with the other. His arms trembled. "Yin Yu, let me ask you again. Do you want to return?" Jun Wu asked. Yin Yu heaved several breaths, his eyes bloodshot. He gazed at Jun Wu. "If you want to return, not only can I remove your cursed shackle, I can also transfer all of Xuan Yizhen's spiritual powers to you," Jun Wu said. Xuan Yizhen just lay there, utterly stupefied. It seemed he had never even considered the existence of such an evil spell. "Are you crazy?" Sholian exclaimed. "And from now on, there will never be another who only knows of Qiying but not of Yin Yu," Jun Wu continued slowly. "For who would dare not remember your name? No one ever again." Oh my fucking god. Sky Daddy woke up today and he chose mansplain and manipulate. Yin Yu stumbled a few steps back, his mind a mess. I... Sholian was so tense that he'd forgotten he was still tied to the chair by Roya. He held his breath, his hands gripping the chair as his body leaned forward. There was one thing Jun Wu had gotten right, and Sholian could see it too. Deep down in Yin Yu's heart, he preferred the heavens. He had belonged to the upper court all along. This feeling was planted deep within his mind, unchangeable. And did Yin Yu really not harbor a single resentful thought toward Xuan Yizhen? He couldn't be sure. So much had happened between them that it was impossible to say, "I don't hate you," so easily. The hatred he felt might be great or small, but Yin Yu was neither assertive nor self-possessed. His decisions were greatly influenced by those around him. Since they didn't know each other well, Sholian couldn't be sure what Yin Yu would do. He could only pray silently. "Your Highness Yin Yu, be careful." Yin Yu was frightened out of his wits, and for a long while he sat on the floor with his face in his hands. Eventually, he looked up with cold, somber eyes. He stared at Xuan Yizhen, who had been beaten so badly he looked like nothing more than a pile of trash. And then he said in a low voice, "My lord, can you really give me all of his spiritual power?" Sholian's heart sank. Xuan Yizhen gaped at Yin Yu with a wide open mouth. "Sheshong, why don't I give it to you now? Then you will see for yourself what I can do," Jun Wu said. Yin Yu still seemed concerned. "Then, could you steal it back? It's his own spiritual power after all, so if he wanted it back..." "It is impossible for him to retrieve it unless you return it willingly, or unless you die," Jun Wu said. "If his spiritual power is transferred to me, will Xuan Yizhen die?" Yin Yu asked doubtfully. "Or will something else happen? Is he just feeling out like, is he trying to get information about what this is? Because this is good for us to know how this functions." Despite everything, he probably still didn't want Xuan Yizhen to die by his hand. "Nothing will happen. The process will be a bit painful, that is all," Jun Wu replied. "But who in this world has not suffered pain? How he is dealt with afterward, whether he lives or dies, that will be entirely up to you." "What about the other heavenly officials?" Yin Yu then asked. "So many in the upper court saw what happened at the Palace of Divine Might. If word got out..." Jun Wu smiled. "So what if they know? There are mere ants who can be crushed with a single hand. Annihilate them all. Bring up a new batch of heavenly officials. Change your face and your name. Make up a new background. Who would be the wiser?" This is exactly what he did. As he said this, his expression was nonchalant, like he was suggesting pouring a new cup of tea if the old one had gone cold. Nonchalant, and clearly speaking from experience. Yup. Finally, Yin asked. In the new upper court, what would my position be? Ling Wan will be my left hand, and you shall be my right, Jun Wu said. There will be none above you besides me. Yin gritted his teeth. Finally he said. Very well, he continued darkly. Pray my lord remembers the promise he made to me today. Now, he trailed off and turned his gaze on Chuan Yizhen. As you wish, Jun Wu replied. The moment the words left his lips, Chuan Yizhen began writhing. His face twisted and he screamed. Blood flowed from every orifice as he clutched his head and rolled across the floor in agony. As for Yin Yu, his body suddenly began glowing with spiritual light. His entire face was shining. He swung a hand upward and blew a giant hole through the ceiling of the palace of Qiying. Chunks of the golden palace roof tumbled to the ground with an enormous crash. Standing among the wreckage, Yin Yu bowed his head to look at his hands, clenching them into fists. Jun Wu looked like he was watching a small child playing with a new toy. How does it feel? It was a moment before Yin Yu replied. I've never had such strong powers before. Chuan Yizhen was still howling on the floor. Yin Yu gazed at him with a complicated expression. Oh my fucking god, is this like I don't know if I believe this. Come on. Is Yin Yu like gonna two-time the emperor? No, I don't know. There's been too much positivity around him. I am sure he wouldn't betray us like this. My master once said that Chuan Yizhen was someone born to ascend, that his abilities were a gift from the heavens. Is this what a heavenly gift feels like? From now on, it is yours, Jun Wu said. Yin Yu slowly nodded. The next moment, he raised his hand and shot a blast from his palm. The blast used all of Chuan Yizhen's power, its strength terrifying. A white light erupted from the mirror. A moment later, Yin Yu drew a huge circle in the air with his right hand and snatched it from the air and hurled it out to ensnare Jun Wu. Oh my god. Jun Wu frowned slightly as he looked at the circle of light around his feet, seeming wary of touching it. He watched as Yin Yu pulled at Chuan Yizhen on the ground. Yin Yu, said Jun Wu, looking indifferent. Would you like to explain why you have gone back on our deal at the last moment? Yin Yu swept his back. Yin Yu kept his back turned to him as he hoisted Chuan Yizhen onto it. He didn't respond. What you're doing is certainly praiseworthy, truly a man of class, Jun Wu said. However, is this what you actually want deep in your heart? You have endured and suffered this for hundreds of years. Are you going to continue? Yin Yu still didn't respond. Do you truly not hate the one you're saving right now? Or even if you do not hate him, are you not annoyed? Yin Yu finally couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his fists tight, cracking his knuckles, and whirled around. I do resent him. He is annoying, but so what? Chuan Yizhen was a flustered mess, and blood spewed from his nose and mouth as he tried to speak. Shishong, shut up! Yin Yu shouted, then turned to Jun Wu again. My lord, no, not my lord, you! You? Oh my god, I love that for us. I wasn't nervous at all. You guys have, drilled him into my head. He would not. Why must you keep reminding me of that? Why must you speak like you actually understand me? Yes, I hate him, but so what? He's given me so much trouble. Can't I hate him for it? Shulian had no words. At first, sunk into the bottom of the valley, his heart was suddenly thrown into the skies once more. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And he almost fell over. Bad timing, Shulian, bad timing. What kind of messed up logic was that? But, Yin continued, but I only wanted to hate him. That doesn't mean I want to hurt him. What was all that about how things should have been mine? Nothing belongs to anyone that's birthed besides their own natural talent. I don't want someone else's possessions. Shulian's eyes lit up. Well said. I do want to return to the heavens. I do want to be ranked in the top 10, Yin continued. But it's completely meaningless if I don't do it on my own. I'm unlucky. I accept that. If I'm not as powerful as him, at least I can admit it. Admitting that I can't compare isn't that hard. Such pride. In that instant, Shulian finally saw Yin shine with the glorious valor of his long ago youth. He's finally a 10 out of 10 character. Well done, Yin. Chuan had burst into tears on Yinyu's back, blood mingled with tears and snot. It all splattered onto Yinyu's face. Yinyu broke down, shouting, "Stop, Dad!" Chuan sobbed and moaned. "Shang, I'm sorry." Yinyu was at the end of his patience. "You don't need to apologize to me anymore either. No matter how much you say you're sorry, you won't understand. I've honestly had enough of you." Jun Wu sighed and rubbed his temple. Besides, I'm not completely useless either, Yinyu added. You said it yourself, he might not compare to me when it comes to overall ability, but I've got my own. A strange noise rang out. Click. Jun Wu turned around with a casual sweep of his hand. Exhilarating. You and Shan Le must get along well. What happened? Still tied to the chair, Shulian's heart was pounding so hard it was going to jump out of his chest. What happened to Yinyu? He had stopped talking, and his expression had turned odd. As for Jun Wu, he rested his hands behind his back and calmly strolled out of that seemingly powerful circle of light. It had not held him for a moment. I expected you to respond that way. That is why I did not remove your cursed shackle. The fucking cursed shackle. Oh my god. Cursed shackle. There was indeed a cursed shackle on Yinyu's arm. Shulian quickly looked over just as Yinyu also raised his wrist. The cursed shackle had tightened drastically. It looked like it was going to snap Yinyu's hand off. As for Yinyu's arm, it had turned as pale as paper, and the whiteness was spreading upward. The cursed shackle was draining his blood. Fucking hell, Shulian, you have 2 of these on you. Holy fucking shit. Shulian lunged forward. The chair fell over, leaving him and it in a heap on the floor. Now he couldn't even see the mirror. He struggled like mad, but it was useless. From the mirror, he could only hear a savage beating. A long time later, a pair of white boots came into Shulian's field of view. It was Jun Wu who had returned. What the fuck? In his hand, there was a cursed shackle. It was so engorged with blood that it had turned a dark crimson color. It had been taken from Yinyu. Jun Wu crouched and patted Shulian's head. Go say goodbye to your little friend. Roya was finally untied from the knots that bound it. Shulian crawled upright and threw a punch at Jun Wu's face. Of course it didn't land, and he almost tripped over his own feet in the attempt, but he hadn't expected it to hit Jun Wu anyway. He was just venting his anger. He dashed madly to the palace hall. Yinyu was lying on the ground. He looked dried up and shriveled, as white and thin as a paper doll. Even his cheeks were sallow. All the spiritual light on him was gone. It had all been returned to the bruised and beaten Chuan. His face was now completely unrecognizable. It seemed the spiritual power had returned to its rightful master. Shulian rushed over to them. Your Highness, Yinyu! Yinyu blinked with sunken eyes. When he saw Shulian, he croaked, Your Highness! Chuan was clinging to the floor, wailing at the top of his lungs and screaming to the heavens. I'm sorry, Shichong. All I know is how to fight, but I can't beat him. The blood from his mouth and nose splattered into Yinyu's face again. Even the sight of it looked miserable. Veins popped on Yinyu's forehead. I told you to stop, Dad, he shouted with the last bit of his energy. Forget it. Just drive me to my death. His vigor gone once more, Yinyu deflated. Shulian couldn't tell if he had wanted to sigh, shed silent tears, or smile despite himself. All of a sudden, tears welled up in Yinyu's dried eyes. I knew, he whispered. Ijin is a genius, but I'm just ordinary. I could only climb so high, I knew that. The pain of powerlessness seized Shulian's heart. Even though I knew I couldn't accept it, Yun Yu said. In truth, I felt the same as Chen Yu. I was even more frustrated than he was. It's not that I wasn't resentful. It was impossible to be otherwise. After that incident, I could never bring myself to reflect on why I told Yijin to die when I knew he was wearing the brocade immortal. Was I really just driven to madness, or did I actually want him dead? Shulian held him. It's all right. It's over. Those are all small matters, really. Your Highness, you knew. If you live in this world for another few hundred years, you'll know that none of that really matters. Whether you were driven to madness or really wished someone would die, who in the world has never had such thoughts? I once even thought of massacring everyone who ever wronged me. It's true, no lie, I almost did it. But look at me. I'm still here, shamelessly going on living. In the end, you didn't actually do anything. And that's what's most important. But in the end, I still think it's so unfair, Yun Yu sobbed. If I wasn't destined to be perfect, at least I wanted to be perfectly kind. But I couldn't even manage that. It's really so unfair. And to tell you the truth, I can't get over it even now. I just can't swallow the fact that I'm dying for this little bonehead Yijin. I can't even let go and die without resentment or regrets. What the heck? Your Highness, you've already worked so hard, Shulian comforted him softly. And you've done very well. You're already much, much better than most people. Better than most people, huh? Yun Yu gave a small, arduous chuckle. Then he sighed. And the sound of his last regret passed along with his soul as he mumbled. But I wanted to be a god. Shulian bowed his head deeply. Your Highness Yun Yu, this world has no true gods. And that was the end of chapter 114. Oh my fucking god. Your Highness Yun Yu, this world has no true gods. Yeah, I'm bookmarking the death page apparently. That was a lot. I guess Yun Yu died. Oops. Holy shit. Ouch. Yeah, I was fighting back to tears there for a while. Success for once. I feel pretty proud of that one, I guess. But oh my god. Yeah. Gotta say goodbye to your little friend. Oh my god. Fuck you, Jun Wu. Fuck you. That's so. Wow. Yeah. We really are just turning him into a bigger and bigger asshole. I mean, apparently this is stuff he's done before. This is not news to any of us. But oh my god. Yeah, Yun Yu always longed for that to be perfect. And he wanted to be a god, he wanted to be a part of heaven more than anything, you know. Is dead? Gone, question mark? Like, he did have a little bit of resentment. Chances are he could still linger on. Would we get to meet him again is the question. Or is he gone? We're just gonna have to wait and see for this one, but oh my god. Oh, Schwernijin with his... I'm like, oh my god. Like, Schwernijin's here, like, all he wanted was to find Yun Yu and find out what would actually happen, apologize, and just be together with him again, and it's not been going well. It's really not been going well. Tong Day seems so far behind now. Oh my god, the poor boy. And Yun Yu, oh my god. He tried. He also really showed that, yeah. Like, he was not bad, but he forgot to account for that fucking cursed shackle. I guess he could have held on for like a little longer. I guess. He had no way of knowing that Or did he? I guess not. No way of knowing that the cursed shackle was gonna be used this way. And yeah, Jun Wu did say he was gonna remove it though. So yeah, if Jun Wu had been capable of playing the long game, maybe he could have gone out of this, but he never would have. He is not able to do that. He is not a deceptive kind of person. And yeah, like he said, he's just, oh my god, in the end, I think it's so unfair. Oh, it really is. It really is. But it's like, being good is not enough to become one of the greats. He was just never, you know, Four Tails material. I mean, he did become a god. He was a god, and he clung to that for so long. At the same time, what a way to go. What a way to go, though. Like, he could have taken that deal. He was never going to, but he could have taken that deal. And instead, he went out swinging really hard. But now he's just another, like friend of Shulian's, in Jun Wu's view, to torment Shulian with, I guess, and go say goodbye to your friend. I'm not getting over that. Oh my god, Jun Wu. He's driving me crazy, he's driving me nuts. I am so intrigued by just how fucking vile he's being. And also, I'm happy that, because Jun Wu's character story is one that actually stuck with me and I loved reading it. Again, because I think a lot of people can recognize themselves in this desire of his, the desire to be perfect, but recognizing that you were not one of those people who just are born with that innate talent, and you have to work really hard for your lot, and you're not reaching the places you want to reach. You're still being outcompeted by these people who have the things that you're missing, and that wishing to be perfect but not managing, but still wanting to be a good person, just to be kind, right? That's what he said. It's a very familiar sort of torment, and so I definitely see how it's a good one. If he had to go, this is the way that it feels like a good way for him to actually end up with what we know of him, right? Like, with the character that we've been introduced to, started out as kind of that mysterious, okay, is he on our side or is he not on our side? Into, well, this is his whole backstory that we get to witness through the butterfly thing. And then we see him reunite with Chuan Yi-jen and being a bit reluctant, but being kind and, you know, doing nice things for him, even though he doesn't want to be around him because he has so many conflicted feelings. And then, you know, this chapter. This chapter was for Jun Wu. At the same time, it's also in like what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now is Jun Wu is fucking torturing Shulian, really. But giving this chapter to Jun Wu, to Chuan Yi-jen, but you know, to Jun Wu was good. It's good. Sadly, though, that means we don't have the Waning Moon officer at our disposal anymore. Does anyone else know how to use the Earthmaster shovel? Yeah, things are getting a bit dire here. R.I.P. and you'll be sorely missed. Again, I hope that we'll see glimpses of him, even if it's just gonna be like a ghost fire before we send him off properly, because this is not the time to do it, I feel. But we'll see what MXDX is gonna decide to do with this. What is Chuan Yi-jen even gonna do? Because he just wanted to be, he just wants to fight and be with Jun Wu. Like that's his whole thing. Like, he's so alone to begin with. I feel terrible for this boy. I feel terrible for him. Either way, this is as far as I'm gonna read tonight. We managed to put a dent in it. A small dent anyway. A little less than halfway there. We need to get another big dent in tomorrow. So now we just have to see how long we're gonna be stuck in Heaven for, and if we're gonna be rescued or if we're breaking out somehow. Yeah, we have a lot of things coming up. I'll think about it, sleep on it, and I'll come back to you in the morning. So I'll see you in a little bit. What are you doing? What's that? Okay. Whose idea was this? Did you write this? So I appreciate you guys wanting to help, but you're being unreasonable. Lian, I don't even speak Chinese. I can't just keep it up there if I don't know what it says. Jeez. Good afternoon, good time zone, and welcome to the continued reading session of our Volume 7 journey. We ended on a bit of a note yesterday, in that Ginyu fucking died, man. It's kind of depressing, isn't it? But at the same time, I actually appreciate that we are not shying away from doing this. Like, we are making sacrifices in the sense of Jun Wu is a real danger. If he cannot successfully mansplain or manipulate you, he will manslaughter. And like I kind of did rant to you guys about last night before bed, I appreciated giving him the stage for this character moment. You knew, I mean. There is, of course, I mean, he's been in the Ghost Realm for years now. Like, we're talking centuries. At least a century. Probably, likely, something like that. And he admitted to having some resentment towards all this and, you know, going like this, not really going at peace. There is a chance that he might pop up as a real ghost. So, hey, I guess I'm kind of holding out hope. I don't want to believe he's gone. Though, of course, that will leave, like, an even greater emotional impact. I just don't feel like that's gonna be it for, the Xuanyi Zhen Yu story. Like, there's stuff still unresolved there, and I am sure that if Yu comes back even as just a ghost fire, you get Xuanyi Zhen holding on to that. That was heartbreaking. That was such a good scene. I actually really loved the last chapter, even if it was, like I said, I was holding on, like trying not to cry throughout the whole thing, and I actually succeeded. But it was a very close thing. But this does make me wonder if we're actually going to see any meaningful deaths in this book going forward. I mean, we've already, like, the tragedy of this series is not really about life and death, because we have so much, you know, the whole immortality thing, the whole coming back as a ghost thing. I suppose the only meaningful death we've actually had, you know, aside from the millions and millions of civilians that are not named and, you know, the victims of the human face disease. And by meaningful here, I mean that had impact on the story and people are not actually coming back in any sense or shape, are Shi Wudu, Long Ying the Elder, and Shulian's parents. Oh, and Long Ying's son, I suppose, the first one, but that was more of a... He was not really a character as much as he was, what's the word I'm looking for? The object of Long Ying's grief in the context of the story, anyway. My point being that TGCF as a series, like, death isn't the main focus of the tragedies here. I argue that a lot of the stories that we are presented with are about identity, really. How you are perceived by others and living up to the standards that you're setting for yourself. The lengths you will go and the actions you may or may not do out of desperation in order to keep that place that you've been given or that you worked for. And we see this in Shulian's story, we see this in Yunyu's story, we see this in Muqing's story, we see this in Shi Qingxuan's story, we even see this in the Crown Prince of Wuyong's story. And yeah, I think it's... TGCF's tragedies are more about the sacrifices that you and others are doing in order to keep up the appearances of your fate, your destiny, the life you're supposed to be living, sometimes contrary to what your heart actually wants. And now, of course, what do we do when the system we're following turns out to be the actual big battle along? So yeah, considering how we do have a happy ending ahead and such, I don't really consider meaningful deaths something very probable in the near future. And though I'm really sad to see him go like that, I really did enjoy the whole scene with Yu and what we got to do with his character. Now what happens next? Because how is Shulian gonna get out of this one, or how is Huatong going to get into heaven so that we can get some much needed support? And, of course, is Jun Wu going to say anything else that lets us be more clued in on what is his actual motivation? I'm gonna say that the Jun Wu we are meeting in heaven right now is by far the most sinister sort of way we've seen him. Because, like, when he's talking to Shulian, he's all warm and gentle toned and all, like, gentle parents, basically. Like, oh, Chandler, did you have fun crawling around all these underground caverns? Well, I hope you had fun, but you're being a little naughty. Better sit in this chair while I murder your friends, but you can of course go say goodbye afterwards. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, this whole demeanor is even, like, to me, this is even more creepy than Bai Wuxiang has ever been. Because Bai Wuxiang at least felt like an evil ghost sort of entity. And like, I felt like there was something that I could grasp regarding his goals and also motivations. But now it's such a mixture, you know? It is really hard to tell what is the actual motivation and what is the actual goal of Jun Wu. And this whole scene is just... Gosh, it's so freaky. Like, we're playing house. We're playing house while all of heaven is in shambles and there's chaos and everything. And he's just... most importantly, Jun Wu knows how to take someone's spiritual powers for his own. Or for anyone else. He knows how to just strip someone of their spiritual power and give it to someone else. And that is really bad. And honestly very fucking OP. I hope no one ever figures out how to do this again. So are we gonna end this with taking away Jun Wu's spiritual power? Is that what we're doing? Because obviously he's been getting it from other people. That is what he did last time Heaven went under. He went up here and he took all the powers from all these other fuckers, poor souls. And that is how Heaven got wiped out. So we are getting kind of desperate and we have quite a chunk left to read. I have a lot that I want to get through, like at least another 50 pages before we call it a session. So honestly, I have nothing more to say than let's get to it. So let's crack open our books and let us continue with chapter 115. Breaking the Standstill, a well-timed gift. Okay, well-timed gift. So something is going to arrive, something is going to get to us that is going to help us. Breaking the standstill with being unable to escape, like in this kind of hostage situation we're in. What's the standstill? Yeah, I guess we'll find out. So yeah, Yinyu's just died in Sholian's arms, and Sholian has told him, Your Highness Yinyu, this world has no true gods. And yeah, in this world, all the gods really are just mortals. They're mortals who have ascended, and they are very much humans. They're nothing like the gods of other mythologies that are somehow, you know, higher beings created differently from humans. No, they're humans and they are as flawed as humans are. All right. It suddenly clicked in Sholian's head. He put Yinyu down and rose to his feet. The cursed shackle. He took the cursed shackle. If it wasn't important, Jun Wu wouldn't have taken it, and he had gone out of his way to remove the swollen, blood-filled cursed shackle and bring it with him. What about it? What about the cursed shackle? So, like, it's not just like something that would disappear once you take it off. It's an actual physical thing now, and it's imbued with Yinyu's powers, I guess. At least with his blood. Why though? Why has it taken it? So he had gone out of his way to remove the swollen, blood-filled cursed shackle and bring it with him. Perhaps the thing hadn't just drained Yinyu's blood. Perhaps it had imprisoned his soul. Okay. So we might actually be able to bring him back. Realizing this, Sholian left the beaten, bruised Xuanyuan behind and dashed to the back of the palace of Qiying. But Jun Wu was no longer there. Sholian turned around and charged outside. The great avenue of the heavenly capital was cold and deserted. Not a soul to be seen besides the expressionless guards standing watch over the once bustling great palace of the gods. None of those guards cared about him, and Sholian didn't care about them either as he ran straight for the Palace of Divine Might. Yeah, so we're not being confined anymore. It seems like he's just letting Sholian run around and do whatever. What is the angle here? Sure enough, Jun Wu had returned here. He was seated upon the throne, gazing at Yinyu's cursed shackle. The moment Sholian charged inside, he heard a strange growling noise. When he looked up, he saw the fetus spirit clinging to the magnificent ceiling with all four limbs. It was scuttling around upside down like some cold-blooded creature, an incredibly disturbing sight. Even that wicked creature could now enter the palace of divine might. It truly made one wonder, what would the heavenly officials who had struggled and failed for centuries to step into this hall think if they saw? Zhou marched over to the throne with one arm at the ready. What do you need? Jun Wu asked. Really, what the fuck? We need to get the fuck out of here, Jun Wu is what we need. Without another word, Zhou thrust out his hand to grab for the cursed shackle, but of course Jun Wu would not let him have his way. After failing for a while to seize the shackle, Zhou cried out angrily. What use do you have for it? Yinyu isn't even a threat to you. He's completely insignificant in your eyes. Why did you say all that to him? What's the use in keeping that thing? Who says it's of no use? Jun Wu replied. It has made you this angry. Does that not prove it is actually very useful? Oh my god, are we using this now to blackmail Zhou or to get him to do things? Are we trying to hold Yin Yu's soul for ransom? Is that what we're doing? He was like an adult who had placed a bowl of fruit on the table just out of reach of his child, smiling cheerfully as he watched the child get up on tiptoe and grab for the bowl fruitlessly again and again, enjoying the child's anger and desperation and loud wailing. Xilian was going to go mad from fury. Are you insane? Shanle, that tone is rather disrespectful, Jun Wu said. Able to endure this no longer, Zhou cursed aloud. I'll show you some freaking respect! He began to swear. Every curse he'd uttered up to this point should have been aimed at the man before him. But his tirade was interrupted when his throat constricted and he began to suffocate. Yes, Zhou, because you too have 2 cursed shackles and you never had Jun Wu remove them, so they're there. On you. To be used against you now, apparently. Gosh. Zhou vision went black. He clutched at his throat, his knees buckled, and he dropped to the floor to kneel at Jun Wu's feet. Jun Wu remained seated, petting the fetus spirit with calm composure. His hand brushed through its sparse hair and caressed its smooth, round head. The fetus spirit seemed to be enjoying the treatment and cooed with strange cheer while dark energy oozed from its palms. Jun Wu gazed at Zhou flustered face as he listened to his violent coughing. Shanle, I suggest you behave as you did before, a little more obedient, a little more respectful. That is the only way to avoid my anger. Do not forget, you are wearing one of these too. In fact, you are wearing 2 of them. Yeah. Zhou words were stolen by another fit of coughing. You! He shot to his feet and glared at Jun Wu with red-rimmed eyes. I what? Am I despicable? Jun Wu asked. Shanle, do not forget that you were the one who asked for them. What a joke. How could he have known what the hell they really were back then? But it made him wonder, when the state preceptor saw him in the capital, when his face fell and he lunged at Zhou's neck, was he really trying to kill him, or had he been trying to remove his shackle? It was a long time before the cursed shackle on Zhou's neck finally loosened and let him breathe normally again. He gasped harshly, one hand reaching up automatically to the cursed shackle. But as he felt his neck, Zhou's fingers found something else. It was a very thin silver chain. The metal had once been cold, but his body had long since warmed it through. He'd been wearing it for so long now, after all. And hanging on that silver chain was a crystal clear ring. Oh my gosh, do not show him, do not let him know. Zhou's shoulders immediately stiffened, and he gripped the ring tight. For some reason, his heart was pounding faster and faster as if he had learned an incredible secret. Behind him, he heard Jun Wu speak. Oh my god, oh my god. It is I, what is it? Oh gosh, I thought it was going to comment on the fucking ring. Ah! What? What did he mean? Zhou stuffed the silver chain back into his robes and turned around with a frown, only to discover that Jun Wu's comment wasn't directed at him. What are you looking at, Sky Daddy? What are you thinking about? Jun Wu had 2 fingers raised and pressed against his temple. That posture, he was communicating with someone. Although he wasn't allowing any other heavenly officials in the heavenly capital to communicate via the spiritual array, those restrictions did not apply to him, and he could use it as he wished. After a pause, Jun Wu continued. It is nothing. Since the recent incident with the impersonated Earthmaster, we have unearthed many of the spies and false personalities he planted within the heavenly capital. Considering all that has happened recently, we cannot afford any careless mistakes. All heavenly officials are being investigated, and the entire heavenly capital has been locked down. It is currently not open to the outside, nor is spiritual communication permitted, which is, of course, why you are unable to connect with anyone. Who's he talking to? Because this seems like he's setting up a lie, like he's covering for this. Shirley-Ann panted lightly, then held his breath. It sounded like the one speaking with Jun Wu didn't know the situation in the heavenly capital. Yes, someone who was outside, I guess. Someone we know who's outside, I can't think of it just now. So he was lying to them as if everything was fine. And the excuse he used was perfectly appropriate. The aftershocks of the discovery of Blackwater's impersonation had rippled through the heavens, leaving an enormous mess in their wake, and it made sense to take cleaning it up very seriously. It was reasonable for the entire court to be locked down on those grounds. Even if Shirley-Ann screamed and yelled, the person on the other end wouldn't be able to hear him. So he decided to watch and wait. After a while, a barely perceptible change flashed across Jun Wu's face. "Oh, you wish to come to the heavenly capital, of course," he replied warmly. "The case this time is certainly important. You are most welcome if you have the heart to lend assistance." The other party had actually volunteered to come help in the heavenly capital. It would have been far more helpful if they'd offered several hours earlier, when everyone was definitely in need of aid. But this timing, the entire heavenly capital had already fallen and become a lair of demons. They might as well jump into a fire pit. Jun Wu said a few more simple words and ended the communication. Straight away, Shirley-Ann questioned him. "Who's coming?" The Defeated spirit seemed to know that it was not a creature of light, so it quietly crawled away to hide in the shadows. Jun Wu, on the other hand, only smiled. "Such impatience. You will see soon enough." He hadn't expected that. "You're going to let me see them?" Shirley-Ann asked incredulously. "Didn't you tell him that the entire heavenly capital is locked down and every heavenly official is being investigated?" "Of course," Jun Wu replied. "But I should at least have a trustworthy left and right hand." Ning Wen was technically still on the run, so she couldn't play the role publicly. Thus, the task fell to Shirley-Ann. "Excuse me, Jun Wu, how exactly are you gonna make him stand next to you and be like, everything is fine?" Jun Wu studied him thoughtfully for a moment, then said gently, "Shanle, just be good and cooperate. Do not bother with any silly tricks. I know you too well. I know everything that is on your mind." Do you now, Jun Wu? I mean, to be fair, he knows exactly when Shirley-Ann was thinking about Hua Chong earlier, so maybe he's a bit right about that. Or maybe Shirley-Ann is just very easy to read. Have you thought about that, Shirley-Ann? Maybe you're just very, predictable. Jun Wu played absent-mindedly with a blood-filled cursed shackle. "You said it yourself. Yin Yu was completely insignificant to me. Rather, all heavenly officials, no matter how grand, are insignificant in my eyes. You understand what will happen if you expose anything?" I suppose that everyone are hostages to be used against Shirley-Ann now. "So do not give anything away. Tidy yourself up. They will be here soon." Oh my god. Oh my god. This is kind of exciting, but in a very grueling way, you know? Shirley-Ann didn't speak, but he did pick himself up off the floor, dust himself up and tidy himself up. He walked over to stand at Jun Wu's side, just as he always had. Jun Wu approved of this. Just like that. Oh my god, he's so creepy. What the fuck? While Jun Wu's threats were very effective, Shirley-Ann also noticed something. Jun Wu didn't seem to want whoever was coming to realize that the heavenly capital had fallen. This made Shirley-Ann even more curious who it was. 2 instants time later, several figures finally appeared before the Palace of Divine Might. There was a lady cultivating green robes, riding a burly black ox, a Rainmaster, of course. And guess who seems to, have a connection to the Rainmaster? Shi Qingxuan and the Rainmaster were apparently pretty close. He used to visit a lot. And, and Hua Chong also has great opinions of her, and they would have gotten in touch with her the moment, All other avenues were closed, surely. As for why Jun Wu is trying to not let Rainmaster know what is going on? Good question, good question. A sword hung at her waist. She approached languidly with several farmers of all shapes and sizes in tow. The Rainmaster had come. Sholian was surprised, based on how Jun Wu had been acting, or rather, the way he acted when his true motives were exposed. He would kill whoever stood in his way. He should have locked up anyone who approached the capital, so why was he treating the Rainmaster so carefully? Very good question. Like, she's not a martial god, but I really don't understand. Like, does she have a sort of a power or like a jurisdiction that makes her existence valuable? I'm not sure just yet. Let's see if we'll understand exactly why we're putting on the show now. But there was no way to know the answer to that now. The Rainmaster dipped her head toward them as she entered the Palace of Divine Might. Your Royal Highness, my lord, how do you do? Sholian pretended everything was fine and returned the greeting. Lord Rainmaster. He seemed polite and unfazed, but underneath his mind was spinning. How could he communicate the real situation at the heavenly capital to the Rainmaster? It has been a long time since the Rainmaster last visited the heavenly court, Jun Wu commented. The lockdown of the heavenly capital is rigorous, the Rainmaster commented. She sounded puzzled, but Jun Wu replied, Considering the progression of the Blackwater case, it is necessary. Over 50 fake heavenly officials have already been plucked from the middle court. It will be deeply troubling if there are yet more pawns planted in the upper court. I see, the Rainmaster said. The three of them chatted idly for a bit. That was when Sholian noticed that Jun Wu always covered for himself perfectly when whether he spoke truths or lies, without a single flaw to be found. It was genuinely amazing. Sholian wanted to warn Rainmaster, but he was afraid Jun Wu would notice and take it out on the other heavenly officials. He was also afraid to involve the Rainmaster herself, who had no idea what was going on. His hands were tied. Sholian, I am sure she actually knows. I'm sure she knows. I'm sure Shi Qingxuan and Hua Tang have been in touch with her. The Rainmaster didn't seem to notice that anything was unusual. She asked if there were any matters with which she could assist. Not at the moment, Jun Wu replied. However, I am sure there will be much need for your help once the investigation is complete. Then I will remain in the heavenly capital for the time being and await summoning, the Rainmaster said. Jun Wu maintained his smile. Sholian couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he didn't shed the pretense, even at that point. A good plan. You have been absent from the capital for years, so take this chance to refamiliarize yourself. The Rainmaster's residence has been empty for quite a while. The Rainmaster nodded and unhurriedly began to leave. Sholian knew that she would be monitored from the moment she left, which made him anxious. But she came with a lot of farmers and her bull and everything, so could I'm just saying, maybe Shi Qingxuan was able to hide among the farmers. Maybe Hua Chang was able to hide among the farmers. We've seen him disguise himself earlier. Unexpectedly, the Rainmaster turned back around. Your Highness, Sholian's heart skipped. Does Lord Rainmaster have guidance to impart? Could she have finally noticed that something was wrong? Nothing of the sort, she replied. I've been away from the heavenly capital for many years, so I've brought along some souvenirs. I thought I'd give you some. Would you be willing to receive them? Sholian hadn't expected anything like that. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huh? Oh, thank you. Gosh, we really are laughing and crying a lot in this volume. We're already at like 6, which is more than in volume 6 and more than volume 5 already. In fact, that puts us in a current 3rd place. Let's see if we can surpass the others. Jun Wu, of course, never accepted gifts, but he smiled as he allowed the Rainmaster's escort to enter. Shan Le, Lord Rainmaster wants to give you some presents. Why don't you accept them quickly? The way he said that made Sholian sound like a young child being taught his manners. A guest had come to visit and brought a gift for the child, and the elder was prompting the child to receive it and thank them. Sholian had no choice but to do so. I'm saying, this is literally so... Honestly, it bears repeating. This is the most sinister I've seen him act. Like, it's so... like he's re-educating him. Oh my god. A farmer approached and presented a very tightly wrapped package with both hands. Sholian uttered a casual thanks and took the package distractedly, and then, suddenly, his expression changed as if he'd noticed something important. He had his back to Jun Wu, so his face should have been hidden, but Jun Wu still asked, "What kind of gift is it?" Once the Rainmaster saw that he had taken the gift, she cupped her hands in courtesy and smiled. "Nothing valuable. They are but some local specialties grown from the earth. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Please," Jun Wu said. With that, the Rainmaster tugged at the black ox and leisurely set off with her escorts towards the residence she hadn't used for many years. Hugging the present to his chest, Sholian was about to leave as well when Jun Wu called to him. "Hold it!" Sholian stopped like his feet had been nailed to the ground. "Come back," Jun Wu ordered. Sholian returned to the hall and turned to look at him. Jun Wu stepped off the throne and took the package from Sholian's tight grip. "Now you may go." Paranoid as expected, he confiscated the Rainmaster's gift immediately. Sholian glanced at him, then wordlessly returned to his palace of Shamla. Sholian was restless and paced back and forth in the hall. He hadn't noticed how long it had been when he suddenly heard a bright, clear voice. "Your Highness." Sholian whirled around. A young man, wearing ragged clothes and a bandana tied around his head, had somehow hopped onto the windowsill without him noticing. Oh my gosh, come on. Who is this? Is it Hua Chang in like a farmer disguise or whatever? He came up with the Rainmaster, surely. He stood perched there with the playful grin directed at Sholian. Come on. Sholian was overjoyed. He dashed for 2 steps before remembering that this young man had just called him Your Highness, which made him stop in his tracks. He asked, a little uncertainly, "Are you Sunlong?" The young man laughed heartily and hopped down from the windowsill, yanking off the scarf as he did. As his black hair tumbled down, he tied it up swiftly, revealing a pale, handsome face underneath, one that was completely different from a few moments before. It was the face that Sholian knew very well indeed. Is this Sunlong form? Is this Sunlong form now? That is so fun. Hua Chang twirled the headscarf leisurely and sighed. "Gaga, my dear Gaga, this time seeing you is as hard as ascending to the heavens." For real though. I knew something like this would happen the moment we had Rainmaster on our team. Come on. So we're here. At least Sunlong is here and the Rainmaster is here. Which means we're already making a lot of progress in our escaping the situation and trying to figure out what to do. Oh, I love this. The moment Sholian had received the Rainmaster's gift at the Palace of Divine Might, he did notice something unusual. However, it wasn't the gift itself that had caught his attention. It was the person delivering it. Oh my god. When Sholian took the package, the person had grasped his hand and squeezed it. That sort of gesture was generally frivolous. It would have been intentionally flirtatious if done to a lady. At the time, Sholian had only blinked and tried to remain expressionless, then gazed at the person across from him without alarm. The one standing there was a tall young man, although he was dressed the part of a farmer, with patched, muddy clothes and a scarf wrapped around his head. His features were fine and handsome, and his eyes twinkled with light. However, that light only twinkled in the instant their eyes met. When Sholian blinked again, the young man had returned to his shy, guileless disposition and stepped back with a bowed head. If Hua Chang had sought him out at the Palace of Shamla, he must have taken care of all monitoring eyes in the area. The moment Sholian saw him, he knew that he was incomparably dependable. There was nothing left to worry about. A bit of a relief, finally. We've had some tense couple of chapters behind us. Before Hua Chang could even walk over, Sholian had pounced. It was a powerful hug indeed, but Hua Chang wasn't pushed back by the force at all. He didn't even wobble. He only placed his hands on Sholian's back, chuckling lightly without saying a word. Sholian felt thoroughly cheered, but then he remembered something. "Wait, Sunlong," he quickly said. Jun Wu is quite wary of you. You should be guarding the human array at the royal capital. He must have sent eyes down to watch you. Won't he notice that you vanished suddenly? And is it really all right for the Windmaster to guard your array by himself? Relax, Gaga, Hua Chang replied. It's already been taken care of. I won't be exposed for the moment. Sholian assumed he must have blocked the eyes Jun Wu sent or left a clone behind, so he didn't press for more information on how things were taken care of. It seems Gaga really missed me, Hua Chang remarked, leisurely. I guess so. Sholian remembered the nonsense they had exchanged through spiritual communication while Jun Wu listened in, then noticed how tightly he was clinging to Hua Chang. He immediately loosened his grip and straightened up before replying in a schooled voice. Yes. You said we needed to enlist someone's help, so that someone was Lord Rainmaster. Hua Chang smiled at him cheerfully. Yeah, he did say that. I completely forgot. Oops. Correct. The Rainmaster has resided in the lower realms for years, and just happened to be alerted by the opening of Mount Tonglu. It's perfectly logical that she would return to the heavens to check on things. The Rainmaster would have noticed something amiss if Jun Wu refused her entrance without a good reason. So of course he had to let her in. Gaga, don't worry, it's fine. You can keep clinging onto me like that. I don't mind. I'm sure you don't. Sholian softly cleared his throat. No, it's all right, thank you. But why can't you do anything to the Rainmaster? Gaga might not know this. The Rainmaster presides over agriculture. This godly role might seem dreary and unimpressive on the surface, so most aren't interested, but it's actually a unique position. Right now, Yushi Huang is the only heavenly official who presides over agriculture. Okay, so, because of that, would, if she went missing or couldn't, do her thing with the agriculture, would that end up in, a catastrophe in the mortal realm? Which means, if the gods aren't answering, they'll stop, sending prayers and merits and thus powering the gods, aka Jun Wu, I guess. Sholian mused upon this information, piecing together the full picture. People put food above all else, Hua Chang continued. If the Rainmaster was killed and an appropriate heavenly official couldn't be found to replace her, agriculture would stop working smoothly, and the world would be thrown into chaos. And people stop worshipping if they can't fill their stomachs. Their anger would be with the Rainmaster first, but they also might become dissatisfied with the great god above her head. So the fire would burn all the way to Jun Wu if he isn't careful. If he doesn't control the situation properly, it might cause the kind of riots that topple gods. That meant riots to desecrate his temples and topple his divine statues, just as the people of Shanda once did. Okay, so agriculture is the Achilles heel of the mortal realm, really, and yeah, okay. I guess I can get behind this reasoning. On top of that, the Rainmaster doesn't build temples or shrines, hasn't resided in a heavenly capital for years, and has no desire to be promoted, Hua Chang added. So there isn't really anything he can do to threaten or coerce her. It would be hard for him to find a proper reason to officially banish her either, so it's difficult for him to make any kind of move against her. And his position will remain stable as long as the Rainmaster continues to manage agriculture, so we would prefer to keep up the pretense for as long as he can. Deceive her for now, then decide what to do later if the truth comes out. I see. Thank goodness, Sholian said, relieved. This was almost a disaster. The Lord Rainmaster really has come to our aid in a time of need. Hopefully her acting skills are extraordinary. Oh, and by the way, we must go find the state receptor. I have too many questions that only he can answer. I hope, gosh. With that, they stopped their dallying and hurried out of the palace of Shamla. The moment Sholian crossed the threshold, he was startled to see a row of guards at the entrance. He readied himself to whip them unconscious with warrior, but then noticed that they were all as wooden as dolls. Their posture was stiff and their expressions unchanging. They had all been petrified by Hua Chang. Along the way, the shimmering silver light from Hua Chang's membrances transformed into silver butterflies, which gradually went transparent and hid all around them as they went. Hundreds upon thousands of raised butterflies were dispersed throughout the heavenly capital. The pair perfectly evaded every patrolling guard along the way by dodging up or down, or abruptly hiding and emerging when the coast was clear. Hua Chang stood next to Sholian as they watched a troop of patrolling guards stomp by their hiding spot in an alley. After this stretch, we'll take the path above. Sholian nodded and leapt onto the roof, following Hua Chang's lead. They leapt across the roofs, one after another, leaving no traces in their wake. This is just rooftop hiking. This is so romantic. And also, you guys have been doing this before. You guys remember your first date? So cute, so cute. A short while later, Sholian dropped onto the corner of a roof and abruptly stopped. He looked back at Hua Chang, pensive. Seeing him go still, Hua Chang stopped as well. What is it? Did you notice something? Sholian creased his brow and shook his head. He said thoughtfully, No, but it's just... It feels like this scene is played out somewhere before... I'm ecstatic just reading my mind again. It seems like this scene is played out somewhere before, huh? Oh my lord. Before he could finish, Hua Chang abruptly hugged him around the waist. The next moment, the two fell from the rooftop. The world spun, going topsy-turvy. Sholian's bamboo hat slipped from his back, and he swiftly snatched it before it could fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Hua Chang held him in his embrace as the two hung upside down from the eaves of some palace's roof. Above them, something crawled rapidly past. Sholian was no stranger to that sound. It was the fetus spirit crawling around. Who knew what it was doing? Perhaps it was on patrol. Just then, another voice came from the streets below. Toto! Toto! Genlan. Oh no, Sholian cried in his head. The fetus spirit was still right above them on the roof. They would be discovered if Genlan walked over and saw them from below. Sholian couldn't be sure what Genlan's reaction would be. If she would remain silent out of gratitude to Hua Chang for saving her life, or if she would yell to alert the enemy. Her light, flustered steps got closer and closer until they were just about to turn the corner. Thankfully, the fetus spirit finally jumped down the other side of the roof. The two quickly flipped over and hopped on top of the building. Sholian let out a breath of relief. Then Genlan peeked around the corner of the wall and saw that her son had jumped down to the ground. She let out her own breath of relief and went over. Toto, stop running around. This is a strange and unfamiliar place, and it's kind of scary. If you ran off and disappeared, Mom wouldn't even know where to go to find you. Why did you come here? Her eyes had landed on the palace's establishment plaque, and she backed away a few steps at the sight. Are we at Nanyang Palace? Oh my god. When Sholian saw her reaction, he determined that the golden palace beneath their feet must be the Palace of Nanyang, which meant that Feng Xin was currently locked inside. Genlan must have also known that, and her face twitched lightly. A moment later, she looked down to scold the fetus spirit. Why did you come here? The fetus spirit was hugging something white and lumpy. Crunch, crunch. It sounded like it was gnawing on it. What is that? Genlan then yelled. What random things are you eating? Spit it out! Taking a closer look, Sholian discovered that it was a giant, hefty white radish. And he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no need for Genlan to say that, as the fetus spirit obviously didn't like the taste. It spat the radish out with force, then started shrieking like it was throwing a tantrum. Genlan hurried over to cradle it, coaxing. Okay. Toto is a good boy. If it doesn't taste good, just don't eat it. Only poor bastards and silly gods like to eat those things. We don't eat them. No one but a birth mother could cradle such a horrifying, deformed creature in her arms and still comfort it with a gentle voice. The fetus spirit wiggled its chubby white body and cooed happily. Unexpectedly, pity sprouted in Sholian as he watched the scene play out. However, he was also puzzled. Why is there such a large radish in the heavenly capital? Hua Chang quirked his brows. Gaga, did you forget? That's one of the souvenirs the Rainmaster brought you. The gifts grown from the earth. Yeah, you didn't pay attention to the gift, and also Jun Wu confiscated it. That's alright though. So he never even got to hold the radish. I'm sure he would have cooked up a storm with it too. Unfortunate. It's an S+ grade radish to be sure. So that was the present the Rainmaster had given him. Shelian tried to imagine Jun Wu's face when he opened that wooden box to discover it contained a huge white radish, but his attempt was a failure. It was impossible to picture. Once Jun Wu had finished inspecting the gift and deemed that it was nothing suspicious, he must have tossed the radish off to feed the fetus spirit. It was like he was feeding a dog. After the fetus spirit spat out the giant white radish, it had kicked it away in disgust, but it seemed thoughtful after hearing Genlan's words, then suddenly leapt out of its mother's embrace. It bounded over, grabbed the radish in its mouth, and then charged into the palace. Oh my god, is Toto bringing the radish to his dad? I can't tell if this is cute or not. He's acting like a dog too. Oh my god, the irony. If Shelian didn't look closely, it really did resemble a smooth-skinned, hairless white dog. Genlan called after it, "Don't go in there, that's..." The soldiers guarding the palace of Nanyang didn't even blink, much less stop it from going inside. They had probably been told that the fetus spirit was Jun Wu's pet or hunting dog. Genlan had no choice but to follow it. The fetus spirit seemed to harbor a deep animosity toward Fengshen, and Shelian was worried that it would hurt him. He turned his head. Sanlang. A transparent butterfly rested on the tip of Huazhang's finger. Her great butterfly is already hidden on her person. Shelian nodded, and the two monitored the situation inside the palace of Nanyang. Genlan was bent low on the ground, sneaking around the palace as if she didn't want anyone to discover her. Hesitantly, she whispered, "Toto." However, it was impossible not to be discovered. The fetus spirit bounced into the main hall and found a man seated in meditation. Oh my gosh, this is actually one of those scenes that I would like to see. Like, it's not at the forefront of my mind, but, you know, a little family reunion, I suppose. As the man blinked his eyes open, his gaze met Genlan's, and they both startled. After the initial shock, Fengshen was delighted. "Genlan!" he exclaimed, rising to his feet. "Why have you come? Are you all right?" "You're here just in time. Help me." Just then, the fetus spirit started howling. It jumped between the two, then spat the giant white radish onto the ground and sent it flying with a forceful kick. The giant gnawed white radish smacked Fengshen squarely in the face with an enormous thud. After punching the produce, the fetus spirit seemed quite proud of itself, babbling loudly and cackling evilly. It seemed to be waiting for its mother's praise. Yeah, because it's not really about giving a gift to Fengshen. It's about getting praise from Genlan, its mom. That seems to be the motivation. Fengshen was almost knocked unconscious by the attack, and he wiped away the line of blood streaming from his nose as he yelled in complete outrage, "What are you doing? Stay still, will you?" Fengshen was fierce, but the fetus spirit was fiercer, and it screeched at him with a slithering tongue. Ready to grab for it, Fengshen took a sharp step forward, but the attempt only got his arm bitten by its gaping mouth. Again. Toto is a biter, oh my lord. No matter how hard he tossed his arm, he couldn't get rid of it. This familiar scene was both horrifying and hilarious, and Fengshen's fury grew when he was unable to fling it off despite his best efforts. "What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Are you looking for a beating? What the hell?" Genlan snapped out of it and cried out, "Stop! What right do you have to yell at him or beat him?" Fengshen was startled to be called out like that, and his spirit diminished by half. It recognized the crook as its father. Why is it on Jun Wu's side? How did it turn out like this? Genlan clicked her tongue. How, you ask? Wasn't it thanks to you? Feeding without teaching is the father's failing. Which has a footnote, another idiom, I guess. Feeding without teaching is the father's failing. From the 5th verse of the 3-character classic, a text for young children that explained Confucian morals while teaching and reading while teaching reading and vocabulary. This line stresses a father's duty to teach their children, not just provide for them. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you hadn't been slacking off on your duty as his father, would your own son have been dug out of his mother's womb and made into something like this? What the hell? This is the hell you gave life to. Feng Shen backed up a step at each one of her condemnations, and the volume of his voice diminished greatly. But I didn't know about any of that, and at the time you told me to get lost. Huh? Chenlan exclaimed. I told you to get lost to help you. You came to this bitch's bedside every day with that godforsaken gloominess. You think I didn't know what you were thinking? You had to serve your crown prince and collect enough money to help buy my freedom at the same time, which was what I thought he was doing. You were battered and bruised, tired and annoyed. Since you didn't have the heart to up and leave, I decided to send you off. I was very tired back then, Feng Shen cried. But I was never annoyed with you. I wanted to help you. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit more of the actual situation that was going on back then. So they had a thing, and Zhenlan definitely knew what he was doing. Like, he was helping Julian and he was helping her, but it was making him super depressed, basically. It was really tired and spread thin. And so she figured that if she sent him off, it would help him because, yes, it doesn't seem like she didn't want to be with him, but it was more of a, you're destroying yourself trying to save me, you need to save yourself sort of thing. I wonder if she knew she was pregnant at that time, or if that became like a surprise later, because Feng Shen definitely didn't know. Zhenlan jabbed at his chest. Please, you wanted to help? Deep down, you knew damn well whether you could actually afford this bitch's price tag for your meager abilities. You wished you could split every penny in half and spend it twice. Every day, you hit the streets to busk and still had to pay your respects to your crown prince and your old emperor. You're lucky that I didn't throw myself at you to add to your burden, expecting you to buy my freedom. What a dream! That's not what you said in the beginning. We even made a promise. I always keep my word. Zhenlan cut him off. There are plenty of promises and oaths out there, but think for a moment. What have you actually given me, huh? Other than that golden belt. Oh wait, it was only that golden belt. Had you even exhorted me over and over to never sell it? Her jabbing at Feng Shen, backing up step after step, his expression stiff and ashamed. The more Zhenlan spoke, the angrier she became. What did you mean that godforsaken protection charm? I must have been completely blind to believe that shitty charm could protect anyone. There was barely any good luck, but there sure was a fuck ton of bad. Oh my god, Zhenlan, you guys were made for each other, weren't you? Where'd you all learn to talk like that? You had less and less money, and your temper certainly got worse and worse. What was I to do if I didn't let you go, huh? Keep tormenting you to death? Torment you to the point where you'd be annoyed with me, complain about me, hate me, and never want to see me ever again. It wasn't just Feng Shen. Even Shulian didn't know what to say anymore as he listened in from above the palace of Nanyang. So that was how it was. That was how it was indeed. Shulian recalled many things from long ago. Feng Shen's early morning departures and late night returns, his exhaustion, his strange sudden highs and lows, and that awkward attempt he had made to borrow money from him. All those insignificant yet unusual gestures now had an explanation. Feng Shen was Shulian's servant and good friend, but not his slave. He could have built his own home and his own family, and he had even found the person he wanted to do that with, but it just had to happen during the toughest days of Shulian's first banishment. At the time, Shulian himself was struggling to survive, so how could he possibly have noticed those details? He was suffering, but Feng Shen was also suffering. Everyone was suffering. And in the end, they finally couldn't keep it going. Perhaps Zhenlan had long foreseen such an ending, but Feng Shen still did his utmost to try and support Shulian even during that time. He had even given Zhenlan the protection charms that no one cared for anymore, telling her that they could grant good luck, which was why she had carefully tucked one away in the little robes that her unborn child would one day wear. Of course, that protection charm ultimately proved useless in bringing them any good fortune whatsoever. Looking as if she had said something she shouldn't have, Zhenlan quickly scooped the fetus spirit from the ground and turned to leave. Zhenlan! Feng Xin called out. He was clearly at a loss, lamenting as he pulled at his hair. Come back! I'm still... He sighed. I still feel that I want to take care of both of you. I should take care of both of you. I have a duty. I promised. Zhenlan turned and stared at him squarely for a moment, tightening her hug on the fetus spirit in her arms, and then she let out a humph. No need. I know you scorn your son. He's nothing but some hellish creature in your eyes. It's fine. I don't mind. Feng Xin finally came to his senses and countered. I don't scorn it. Then why are you always so mean to him? Zhenlan questioned. Can you really accept him as your son? As long as it can return to the path of righteousness, how can I not? Feng Xin replied. Zhenlan sneered. Then let me ask you again. You're a heavenly official. Do you dare recognize him as your son? Feng Xin was taken aback. His reaction was natural. The fetus spirit clung to its mother's arms, baring its teeth at him. It looked like an ugly, poisonous insect larva, or the deformed spawn of a vicious beast, anything except human. What heavenly official would dare admit to such an affair, or recognize such a hellish creature as their son? It would be an enormous stain on his reputation, and his worshippers and merits would be affected greatly. And that was the end of that chapter, which was full of some surprises and some interesting new information. I honestly don't mind that we're getting like some of this information through us just creeping around the heavenly capital like this. I quite enjoy being shown it, and I like that Sholian gets to learn about this as well, because in retrospect he's kind of... It's one of the things that he's regretting, So I guess I'm glad for this development, and I'm also glad that we get to give it also a little bit more character. It's all over such an unfortunate situation, and we're pointing out the whole, the worst part of this, the actual, practical part of it, which is that if Feng Xin takes responsibility for all this, which is what he wants to do, that is greatly going to affect him and his place and reputation. So what is the solution going to be to this family reunion is the question. And also, Toto is, joining forces with Jun Wu for some reason. Again, why pick Jun Wu? I'm just saying, why pick Jun Wu? I mean, obviously Toto is also partial to his mother, but again, I can't help but be suspicious now that, Jun Wu might have been involved in the creation of the fetus spirit to begin with. How or why, we have yet to discover. There's a lot of how and why to discover about Jun Wu, but more importantly, we now have Rainmaster in the heavenly capital for good reason, and Hua Chang came along, Sandang is here. That is everything I wanted, honestly. And we are going to find Manian Cheng in order to ask him questions, and I am looking forward to that. Because we need to ask questions. We have so many things we need to ask him. And I think that once we have asked these questions, my biggest question mark at the moment, again, Jun Wu's actual motivations, are going to be a bit more clear to us. That is what I'm hoping for anyway. Gosh, I'm so glad that Hua Chang is so clingy now. I mean, he deserves it, but also, he's giving me all the guggers I could possibly ask for. 20, 30, 40... We're closing in on 50 guggers, and that is pretty impressive for this little volume, and I'm really wondering if we might catch up to volume 5, which would be very impressive. I actually hope that is what is going to end up happening. I'm holding on for volume 7, and as long as Hua Chang is with Sholian, that is always a possibility, so let's keep them together for a little bit, shall we? Now, my goal is to read another 40 pages, so I'm gonna do a bit of a tea break, a bit of a snack break, and I'll be right back to read the next chapter with y'all. I'll see you in a little bit. And we are back again. Let's keep going. Yeah, you might think I'm being impatient with all these very, very short middle discussions I'm doing, and you'd be right. I am very impatient. I've been promised some fun things that are about to happen, as in some big reveals still regarding Manian Cheng, hopefully. What happened way back when in the Kingdom of Wuyong. Yeah, I've wolfed my food down. I am so ready to just dive into it. So let's get ready to read chapter 116. The path shan't go astray, but the mandates are all the same. I have no idea what this means. The paths, no paths are bound, that path. The paths shan't go astray, but the mandates are all the same. Let's figure out what it is about. We're still in the Palace of Nanyang, and Function was only shocked into silence for a few moments before he had an answer, but Zhenlan sneered before he could voice it. Forget it. You don't need to say anything. You're someone else's prisoner right now. Even if you dare to reclaim your son, it would be nothing but an empty promise. I won't believe a word you say, so don't bother saying anything. Even if you're willing to take him as your son, I might not be willing to have you as his father. The fetus spirit was curled in her arms, wagging its tongue at Function and sniggering in a voice that sounded like a grown man's. Zhenlan gave it a forceful slap on the behind to scold it. Why are you still pulling faces? I told you not to run off. You're driving me crazy. The fetus spirit's ugly little face scrunched up, and it finally behaved. The mother and child hurried out of the Palace of Nanyang while Function called out from behind. Yeah, okay. So, Function was only shocked for a little bit because he would probably at least say that he would do it, right? Because he is pretty honorable like that. Like, that's important to him. So I see him doing that. But it seems to me like, it's been 800 years. Zhenlan is a very different person than she was 800 years ago, and having gone through all of this and finally having found Soto again, yeah, I can see how she might not even want to involve him anymore. Maybe for his own sake as well, but just... Yeah, she might be kind of over it. I don't know if there are any, feelings left, at least not on her part. It seems like all that is left is the feeling of responsibility, Like, there are steps to this that should be followed because they are both, they were from pretty high up positions in the old kingdom, and there are, procedures here that should have been followed or that never were followed. And maybe what is left now is just, the feeling of responsibility to do what is right, even if there are no personal feelings involved. I mean, Zhenlan obviously loves her son, and again, I argue that was what was keeping her in the world to begin with, her determination to find him and to care for him, and now, well, I guess in a sense, Zhenlan and her existence is closer to Hua Chang's existence than any other ghost we've encountered so far. Anyway, so Function called out from behind, Zhenlan! Zhenlan! No response. In the end, he was again left alone within the Palace of Nanyang. Function slumped back. Supporting his head with his hand, he glared for a long moment at the giant white radish that had been left behind, covered in rows of crooked bite marks. Then he lay flat on the ground. He wasn't even left with the energy to curse. Yeah, we have to remember that all these martial gods are kind of, they're injured. They're, left to suffer right now. He yelled slowly. Above the Palace of Nanyang, Sholian sighed. Gaga, do you remember that night on Mount Yujun? Hua Chang suddenly asked. The fetus spirit appeared there as well. Sholian knew he was purposely changing the subject, but the business with the fetus spirit appearing at Mount Yujun was also highly suspicious, so he forced himself to focus on it. I remember. While I was riding in the marriage sedan, it used a nursery rhyme to give me hints on how to find Ghost Bride Xuanji. It didn't let anyone else hear. It was a song for me specifically. I wonder why. It was probably acting on Jun Wu's direction, Hua Chang said. Well, there we go then. Then the rhyme spelled out Jun Wu's objective, Sholian said. Has for why it's become a fierce spirit under Jun Wu's command. I'm afraid these are all questions for the State Preceptor. Then let's go ask him, Hua Chang said. I've got good news for Gaga. The Great Butterflies have already found where the State Preceptor is being held. Sholian's spirits lifted. Where? Little, interlude for us there. And it says, immediately after, the Palace of Lingwen. The palace was no longer bustling inside and out with countless civil guards rushing around with scrolls stacked high as mountains. Instead, it was now patrolled by the rigid, expressionless divine might guard. Yeah, these people don't seem like they are people at all, honestly. Sholian and Huachang dropped soundlessly onto the corner of one of the roofs. The state preceptor is locked up here. Is Lingwen watching him? Sholian said. Correct, Huachang replied. With the brocade immortal on her, Lingwen is currently considered both a civil god and a martial god. After observing intently for a moment, Sholian commented, Then this is going to be tricky. Although the brocade immortal was no match for them, it still possessed a high level of cultivation and had keener senses than the gods patrolling the grand avenue of the heavenly capital. If Sholian and Huachang were reckless while infiltrating the palace of Lingwen, the brocade immortal might detect them even if it couldn't defeat them, and once it had discovered them, Lingwen would surely be alerted. Lingwen and Jun Wu must be able to communicate with each other spiritually. If she discovers us, he will too, Sholian said. She's a civil god without the brocade immortal and wouldn't be able to detect us, and the brocade immortal is just a mere robe when it's not being worn, so it won't be able to alert Jun Wu either. We have to think of a way to separate them. We don't need to think of a specific plan, she'll have to take it off sooner or later, Huachang said. No explanations required. Sholian understood. The brocade immortal was an evil object. Its evil chi was thick and heavy, and since Lingwen hadn't been formally banished, she was still considered a heavenly official, and it would be bad for her health to continue to wear it. Wearing it also required her to maintain her male form, which drained her spiritual power. Not many people could handle that level of exhaustion. So there had to be a time every day when she took it off to rest. They were whispering plans to each other when a black-clad man strolled out of the palace of Lingwen, and with one hand tucked behind his back. After he gave some instructions to the soldiers on guard outside, he stepped into the side chamber, then exited the side chamber a few moments later and entered the main hall anew. That man was Lingwen, in male form when he entered the side chamber, and in her true form upon exit. Her black outer robes had disappeared, and her steps weren't as light and energetic as they had been when she was in male form, a sign of skill in martial arts. She had in fact removed her robe. The brocade immortal was now in that side chamber. The two exchanged a look. Now they're separated, Huachang said. Gaga, you've got pretty good luck. Sholian puffed a breath and gave him a look. It's Sandhang's luck that's pretty good. Huachang grinned. Main hall? Side chamber? After some thought, Sholian decided. Let's go with the side chamber. Who knows what the situation is like inside the palace of Lingwen's main hall. If the state preceptor is being kept right next to Lingwen, we won't be able to get around her. But maybe we can force a negotiation if we get our hands on the brocade immortal. Thus, the two waited for a short while and took advantage of a changing of the guard to hop off the roof and sneak into the side chamber. The moment they leapt inside, Sholian wiped away his cold sweat. Sneaking into a lady official's private chambers wasn't something to be proud of, no matter the circumstances. However, his nervous expression faded a bit when he saw the state of the side chamber. Sholian's old rooms were more sumptuous than this, functions more disorderly, and moochings more tasteful and exquisite. In any case, this didn't look like a lady official's private chamber at all, so Sholian didn't feel as stressed. The chamber was sparsely furnished, so it could hardly hide anything. It wasn't long before Sholian fumbled out a chest, but his face darkened the moment he opened it. It wasn't only because he had gotten a face full of evil chi, but also because the chest was packed full of identical robes. This again. It was the same as last time, when they had to try and find the real brocade immortal among hundreds of different articles of clothing. It had been a circus looking for the thing, practically a nightmare. This time, there weren't as many sets, only around a dozen, but each robe was black and almost identical to the rest. It was hard to tell which situation was more demoralizing. Was the brocade immortal even here? Feeling his head throb, Sholian asked miserably. Sanlang, what's Jun Wu doing right now? Do we have enough time? Hua Chang had been closely monitoring the movement of everyone in the capital. At Sholian's question, he replied languidly, "Gogo, relax. We've got plenty of time. Jun Wu hasn't noticed you're gone. He's currently at the Palace of Divine Might and has brought Mooching in to interrogate." Oh my god, this, by the looks of it, it'll be a while. Sholian was stunned by the news. Mooching? He's interrogating Mooching. Why? Raked butterflies can't enter the Palace of Divine Might, so I can't hear clearly. But you know, Hua Chang said, staring at Sholian, it must not be anything good. I mean, considering how we just did all that to Yin Yu in order to, well, get him to change sides, I'm guessing he's going to do something similar to all of them. And also, Mooching has the added benefit, so to speak, of having been one of Sholian's deputies, so there's that part. Like, I'm guessing Jun Wu is definitely trying to bribe some gods into being his allies, at least temporarily, until he can get rid of them and, I guess, create a new heaven. I guess that's his plan, again. But he can't really do that yet. He needs another god of agriculture at least first, or needs to control the Rainmaster at some point, which seems pretty hard. And also needs to keep Lingwen around for the time being. And ultimately his goal is to keep Sholian around, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I guess he doesn't need a Rainmaster anymore if he just makes heaven go poof. Aside from him and Sholian, if that is the plan, let's try and pass this out. Sholian remembered how Jun Wu had treated Yin Yu, and anxiety gripped him, but worry wouldn't help anything, so he said resolutely, "Let's hurry then. Let me try on each of the robes. Sanlang, come give me orders." If the brocade immortal didn't want to be discovered, or didn't want to take the life of whoever was wearing it, it could be worn casually. However, if someone made another person wear it and gave them orders, that person had to obey. They would be able to expose the real thing using that method, but it was slightly dangerous. "Let me do it," Hua Chang said. Sholian shook his head. "Sanlang, you've worn the brocade immortal before, but it doesn't really work on you for some reason. Maybe it's inefficient against Ghost Kings. Only I can do this." He removed his white outer robe and dropped it on the ground by his feet. Hua Chang raised an eyebrow and picked out a black robe to hand to him. "Then I will take you up on your offer." Sholian swiftly put on the robe. Thank goodness. Lingwen's black robes weren't at all sensual or revealing in the chest area. They were all very conservative and proper, so putting them on wasn't embarrassing. You're wearing all the robes underneath, aren't you, Sholian? Sholian looked up. "Okay, you can give me an order now." What? Are we, the ellipsa replies are appearing? Are we trying to be funny about this? Are we trying to make some situations? Hua Chang's right hand held his left elbow, and his left hand propped up his chin. He looked at Sholian, seeming to think very seriously for a moment. "Dan, Gaga, my order is..." Hua Chang smiled happily. The anticipated command came mere moments later. "Borrow spiritual power from me." Oh my god. You can be more explicit about it. Just tell him to kiss you. We don't need code language anymore, guys. I guess it's cute. Of course, Sholian understood what he meant by borrow spiritual powers, and his head almost started smoking. He quickly took off the robe. It's not this one." "Oh, what a shame. It's not that one," Hua Chang lamented. Sholian schooled his expression. "Sanlang, this isn't right. Be more serious, please. Don't give orders like those." "Am I not being serious enough? Then what kind of orders do you mean?" Hua Chang asked with humility. "Can Gogo be more specific?" "Yeah, be more specific, Sholian. Tell him what you really want." Sholian gave 2 soft coughs. "Either way, you can't make me borrow spiritual power from you," he replied severely. "Anything else is fine, like turn around in a circle, jump twice, or something like that, whatever you want." Hua Chang cocked an eyebrow. "Everything else is fine, is it? Very well, I understand." Oh my fucking god. He handed Sholian another robe. Sholian swiftly put it on and looked at Hua Chang once more. Hua Chang watched him for a moment. "Gogo." A moment later, he broke into a wide smile. "Don't borrow spiritual power from me." He'd been careless. How could Hua-Chang do this? What exactly are you trying? What was that supposed to do, though? Would he have done, like, the opposite? Is that it? Sholian hastily began to strip. Okay, it's not this one either. Hua-Chang stopped him. Wait, Gaga, who says it's not this one? You haven't proven it yet. Don't borrow spiritual power from me had been Hua-Chang's order, and Sholian had to disobey it to prove the robe he was wearing right now wasn't a brocade immortal, which meant he had to do the opposite thing, borrow spiritual powers from Hua-Chang. Why are you so silly? Why are you guys so silly? Did we seriously have time for this, guys? I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. They had gone around in a circle and returned to the starting point. Sholian was shaken as he stared at Hua-Chang's serious expression. You're too sly. You can't do that. Hua-Chang hugged his arms. Why not? Gaga didn't just say it yourself. Anything else is fine. Just don't ask me to borrow spiritual power. Since you didn't like that command, I ordered you to do the complete opposite. How can you say I'm sly? Wasn't I just staying true to your words? Oh my god. At a loss for what to say, or how to dispute his logic, Sholian raised his finger to point at him for a moment. I can't win with you. Stop playing around. Without any further delay, he rushed over and gave Hua-Chang a peck on the lips. Even though Sholian knew there was no one around, he still looked around after he'd done the deed as if afraid someone might be peeping. Hua-Chang's face didn't twitch in the slightest. Very good, he said calmly. It's clearly not this one either. We've verified as much. Sholian removed the second black robe. Don't give that order again either, alright? Hua-Chang passed the third one to him and smiled. Fine, as Gaga wishes. Sholian took the robe from him, woefully thinking, it feels like something is getting harder and harder to deal with. Is it just my imagination? Oh my god. Yeah, no, you've just let him have free reins now. This is what he's been like all along. Now he's just more confident to actually do as he wishes, I suppose. You've really let out the beast. Although he was still worried Hua-Chang might give more prank orders, Hua-Chang did stop from teasing him after those two jokes, but now it seemed strange that he was being so serious. Sholian tried on each of the dozen robes inside the chest, but he didn't obey any of Hua-Chang's orders. Could the real brocade immortal not be here? That was impossible. Ling Wen had to have taken it off, and besides, the entire chest was tainted with its evil qi. It had to be in there. Hua-Chang leaned against the door bar. Gaga, it seems the brocade immortal isn't just ineffective against me, it doesn't work on you either. What could the problem be? And that was the end of the chapter. And honestly, again, I can't even be mad because the scene has given us so many gagas for the counters. So I'm like, oh no, you know what? I don't mind if you're fooling around a little bit, even if Mooching is stuck in the heavenly, the palace of divine might, possibly being tortured as we speak. Maybe that is why Hua-Chang is, drawing out the time. I'm gonna stop. I'll stop being silly. But yeah, so we're trying to find the brocade immortal in order to bargain with Ling Wen. We want to bargain with Ling Wen so that we can get the time to speak to the state preceptor. Jun Wu is busy going through each and every one of the heavenly officials, I suppose. And he still has the cursed shackle with Yin Yu's soul possibly stuck in it. While Yin Yu himself is dead on the floor in Xuan Yijin's palace. Oof. Poor boy, he's just still there, I guess. Slowly recovering, as in, like, not really recovering at all. It's gonna take years because of these barriers, remember? It's an unfortunate situation all over, but also Hua-Chang is the only one who can show us what is happening in the different palaces, so I guess we're gonna get glimpses of it as we go. Even though this is obviously our main thing right now at this moment. Finding the brocade immortal so that we can talk to Ming Yanqing. I guess we're going to be talking to Ling Wen soon as well, and I wonder what she's going to have to say about any of this. Next chapter is quite short as well. You know what, I'll just jump right into the next one. I don't have anything to say. Maybe this is my impatience and like we're getting closer to the climax of this book and I don't want to spend time discussing things I don't really know how to talk about before the end of all things, you know? I think I've said this as well. I just want to know. I just want to know how this ends. Okay. We are jumping into chapter 117, Hard to put on, harder to take off. Shirley-Ann pulled out all the black ropes and started blindly picking at them in a random attempt to find the broken immortal, but he found no success. He could only put his cast-off white cultivator robe back on and turn to Wartong. This really isn't working. Looks like we'll have to take the entire chest with us. Hearing this, Wartong let out a chuckle. Shirley-Ann was a little woeful, feeling rather ridiculous, but it was so silly to drag dozens of ropes around as blackmail material. But with things as they were, he didn't have any better ideas. Just as he was stuffing all the randomly strewn black ropes back into the chest so they could carry the whole thing out, the doors to the side chambers opened unexpectedly. Ling Wen walked in with hands clasped behind her back, looking exhausted. Yeah, you did spend a lot of time trying on those robes, I suppose. She had probably finished resting and returned to put the brocade immortal back on, but she had run into two uninvited guests who had broken into her chamber, one looking incredibly innocent, the other looking nonchalant. With no comment on the situation before her, she immediately pressed two fingers against her temple. She was going to inform Jun Wu. But hey, we have a martial god here and a ghost king. However, Wartong moved faster than she did. With one sweeping look, the two doors to the side chamber slammed shut. Ling Wen lowered her hand, her face dropping as well. What Changju is quite impressive. Sunlong, you've created a ward, Shirley-Ann asked. A small one, Huatong said. In only this side chamber, Jun Wu could establish a ward that spanned the heavenly capital, isolating everyone within from the outside world, and Huachang could create a smaller ward within that one, a ward that sealed the spiritual powers of those within and prevented them from accessing spiritual communication. The side chamber had become a chest within a chest. Such wards would need to remain small, lest Jun Wu notice it was his domain in the end. Shirley-Ann nodded. Lingman, I'm sure you can see that the brocade immortal is currently in our hands. If you don't want it to be burnt to ash by ghost fire, please don't make any reckless moves. Yet unexpectedly, Lingwen only laughed. But your highness, Lingwen said, the brocade immortal isn't actually in your hands. To be honest, Shirley-Ann had suspected as much. Nonetheless, he still voiced the most logical deduction. Lingwen, you weren't wearing it when you left this room earlier. I don't think the brocade immortal is anywhere but here. Your Highness, have you perhaps misunderstood? Lingwen replied. I only said that it's not inside the chest in your hands. I didn't say it wasn't inside this chamber. Her words made Shirley-Ann think of another possibility, and he cocked his head. Huachang must have had the same thought, as they both moved their gazes to the white robe that Shirley-Ann was currently wearing. Oh yeah, maybe. You guessed right, Lingwen said. Your Highness is wearing it right now. When Shirley-Ann was trying on the black robes earlier, he had casually turned aside the white robe he was wearing. All the robes had gotten lumped together when he was inspecting them afterward. Somehow, the brocade immortal had secretly taken the appearance of the white cultivator robes, and Shirley-Ann had picked it up and put it on. Shirley-Ann looked down at his clothes and wondered, then where's my original robe? With a casual motion of Huachang's hand, the chest of robes toppled over on its own and spilled its content onto the floor. Buried deep beneath the dozens of black robes was one white robe, crushed at the very bottom, the real white robe Shirley-Ann had been wearing before. This must have been the work of a malicious spell cast by the brocade immortal. While he was trying on clothes at random, it seized the chance to drag Shirley-Ann's outer robe into the chest, then slipped out and transformed to look like the robe and replace it. It then let itself be picked up and worn by Shirley-Ann. Shirley-Ann wasn't surprised in the least, but he was rather baffled. Isn't that a little too cunning? It was only an article of clothing, after all. Besides, wasn't the brocade immortal itself supposed to not be very clever? Assumedly, Ling Wen had taught it this trick. Sure enough, Lingman said. I gave it the idea, though I didn't actually think it'd see use. But that means I was technically the one who made your highness wear the brocade immortal. If Hua Chang had handed the robe to Zhou Lian and he put it on, then Hua Chang would be considered the one in control. However, the Brocade Immortal had used Ling Wen's idea to trick Zhou Lian into wearing it, and so the one in control now was Ling Wen. That meant Zhou Lian would obey Ling Wen's word and heed her every order. Ling Wen, Zhou Lian tried. Has it ever occurred to you that the Brocade Immortal might not work on me? Ling Wen smiled. I won't know until I've tried. Your Highness, from now on, you cannot attack me. If you hear me, nod your head. Although he didn't intend to do so, as soon as he heard the order, Zhou Lian involuntarily nodded before he even knew what was happening. Why was it working now? It clearly didn't work earlier when Hua Chang was the one giving orders. Was it only ineffective when the one in control was Hua Chang? If that was true, then the tables had suddenly turned. Zhou Lian didn't move, nor did Hua Chang. They exchanged looks, both remaining calm and steady. Ling Wen was calm and steady as well. Now then, will Hua Changju please remove the ward from this side chamber? Don't do it, Sanlang, Zhou Lian said urgently. Are you sure, Your Highness? Ling Wen said. I can order you to do anything. Hua Chang remained unflustered. It's fine if I can't touch Ling Wen, Zhou Lian thought. No one is under such restrictions. We'll be in the clear as long as Sanlang catches her by surprise and stops her from giving any orders. However, Ling Wen was sharp and guessed their plans. Hua Changju, I suggest you don't waste your time thinking of ways to catch me by surprise and subdue me. Your Highness, listen well. You will attack Hua Changju if he attempts to inflict any sort of harm on me. With that, she blocked any plans they could have possibly used before they could even try. Now, Hua Changju, time to remove the ward, Ling Wen said. I still have work to do. The Palace of Ling Wen has an enormous backlog of reports I need to manage that haven't been gone through yet. Can we solve this little problem quickly? Hua Chang only smirked. The next moment, Ling Wen's eyes widened. She seemed as if she wanted to speak, but no voice came out. If someone were standing behind her, they would discover that a great butterfly with fluttering silver wings had perched on the back of her neck. It was this tiny little creature that had stopped her body from moving and prevented her from making a sound. Hua Chang hugged his arms and flashed his incredibly fake and insincere smile before saying lazily, Did you really think I need to catch someone by surprise to subdue them? Ling Wen couldn't speak, but the words she wanted to say were clearly written on her expression. Hua Changju, have you forgotten? I've already given His Highness an order. The next moment, the Brocade Immortal activated its powers. Zhou Lian abruptly turned around and lunged at Hua Chang, hands raised to strike. Oh gosh. Yeah, it wouldn't be that easy, huh? Some time passed before Zhou Lian's vision cleared and he came to his senses with a stop. Sanlang! Hua Chang was standing before him. At the center of his chest, there was a crushing hand upon this red robe. It was Zhou Lian's own. Hua Chang didn't dodge the blow at all. He stood there and allowed Zhou Lian to deliver a full force strike to his heart. Oh my god, Hua Chang! Zhou Lian hadn't yet processed this, hadn't yet reacted, when Hua Chang firmly gripped his wrist. There, he said in a low voice. The attack is complete, and the command released. Sure enough, once Zhou Lian's attack landed, he felt his body slacken and his freedom return. Yeah, because it was worded in a very specific way, and Hua Chang took advantage of that. Because he's a clever cookie. Though it is kind of... he had to take a punch from Zhou Lian. Sure enough, once Zhou Lian's attack landed, he felt his body slacken and his freedom return. For the sake of releasing Zhou Lian from the command Ling Wen had given, Hua Chang had really just stood there and taken the blow without even trying to dodge. Once released, Zhou Lian quickly withdrew his hand, his face dropping. It was a moment before he asked, Sanlang, are you hurt? He examined Hua Chang's face closely. He couldn't see any physical changes, but Hua Chang wasn't a living human, and his skin was already a snowy, pale shade, as if he'd gone years without seeing sunlight. However, judging by his tone, it didn't sound like he was affected at all. Goge is indeed incredible. What a beautiful blow, he complimented with a smile. Oh. But Zhou Lian continued to look upset, almost as though Hua Chang had scared him. I wasn't joking around, he said sternly. I used almost 3/4 of my full strength in that attack. Are you really alright? When Ling Wen gave her order, the word she had used was attack. Typically, Julian never used attacking as his intent when he exchanged blows with others. His moves were usually pure self-defense or to restrain a target. He wasn't sure what would happen if he unleashed a strike with attack as the driving force. I wasn't joking. Gege really is incredible, Hua Chang replied slowly. Perhaps not even Jun Wu would be her match if you weren't wearing those things. As I've been suspecting, honestly. But yeah, wow, Hua Chang. Abs of steel, huh? Sholian unthinkingly touched his neck, but he immediately dropped his hand when he felt the cursed shackle. Hua Chang added, Gaga, I have a question for you. What is it? You had a chance to remove those cursed shackles that bind you. Why did you keep them? Oh my god. It's for you, Hua Chang. You don't know that yet. Sholian doesn't know that yet. Oh my fucking god. Sholian hadn't expected him to ask that. Maybe it was to remind myself of some things, Danny quickly said. Sandang, don't change the subject. What kind of bad habits have you developed? That situation just now. You could have just restrained me. Why did you stand there and take the blow? So you do know that it's a bad habit, Gaga, Hua Chang replied. You have no right to lecture me when it comes to taking beatings, you know. Oh, really? Sholian said, but he felt guilty the moment the words left his mouth. After all, he'd almost swallowed the sword back when he fought to defeat the spirit in the water, and Hua Chang had caught him red-handed. Yes, really. Why use other methods if I can solve the problem by taking a beating? That's your bad influence on me, Hua Chang replied. Sholian waved him off. Never mind, Sandang, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's look at these robes. He tugged at the white robe's hem, feeling deeply frustrated. This was just great. They had definitely found the brocade immortal, but now they had to think of a way to take it off. And that was the end of chapter 117, and well, first off, I do find myself enjoying whenever we meet up with Ling Wen, because any, thing, not game, but any confrontation with Ling Wen is always quite interesting, because it becomes like a game of wits, in this case a bit of a specific wordplay on the command and how to kind of solve all of it. So that was fun. That was I anticipated something like that, and that was fun, but also we have Hua Chang directly mentioning the shackles. Of course, Sholian avoids answering any questions about them, other than, he says the half-truths of they're there to remind him of something. Though, I guess he would never have asked for them if he had known what they were actually going to do, be capable of. But also, that's your bad influence on me. I love Hua Chang calling him out on it. I love them calling each other out on it. Because we need to be honest about this, boys. We are taking way too many beatings just to solve situations. As far as those beatings go, this was by far the funniest, I suppose. Did solve the situation, even though Sholian is pretty that was a pretty hard punch. You took it straight to the chest. Just another chance for Hua Chang to show off, I guess. Again, it's silly, but it's fun. I don't really mind it that much. The next chapter is quite long. We're just shy of 200 pages, and if we read the next chapter, that's gonna put us at 2/3 of the book. So I'm gonna take a break, switch from my tea to some coffee, and rest my voice for a bit before we jump into this 30-page chapter that is coming up, which is gonna be the last of our read. I'll see you in a little bit. Alright, a break later, and I think I'm ready to read what is probably going to be the last chapter of this read-along. So the situation is, Hualien are in this room with Ling Wen now, and Sholian is wearing the Brocade Immortal. They've managed to neutralize Ling Wen's command, and she's also unable to speak, so now the thing that they have to do is to get the Brocade Immortal off Sholian, because, it's apparently not an easy task. But our main goal again is to get to Min Yanqing, and I'm hoping that we will get to Min Yanqing, because this chapter looks like it's going to be more than 30 pages, so a lot of things can happen. And chapter 118 has the title, Centuries of pain, millennia of suffering. And I am really hoping this means that we are meeting Mei Nianqing, we're getting some answers, and we are learning a little bit about the kingdom of Wu Yong and what actually happened back then. So yeah, get ready, guys. We are jumping into it. There was definitely no way the robe could be burned now that it was being worn, lest she'll again be burned along with it. Yeah, and you know that's it's not happening. That's right. That's absolutely not happening. That was never happening. I'll just keep wearing it for now, Sholian suggested. It's not like it can suck my blood, and Lingwen shouldn't be able to give it any more commands either. A puff of blue mist blew by, and when it cleared, a blue Budawang doll stood where Lingwen had once been. Smart move. It wore a very serious expression, and it even seemed to be holding scrolls in its arms. Oh, that's cute. We canonically have a Lingwen Budawang now. Amazing. I think that one also is in the box with the other Budawangs. Like the set I have, it had Qirong, Windmaster Shirley, and Huachang, Langchen Cho, and I think the last one was Lingwen. Oh, that is so fun. Shirley picked it up and tucked it away in his robes, and then the two crept out of the side chamber and into the main hall. It wasn't just his imagination. The main hall of the Palace of Lingwen really looked more somber than before. The mountains of report scrolls stacked from floor to ceiling now seemed perilous, like they were going to collapse at any moment and crush anyone below dead. They didn't run into any guards as they sprinted straight for a set of vermilion doors at the heart of the palace. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a huge backlog, and apparently nobody's been picking up the slack. But you know, if we just reset heaven, I suppose, then all the bureaucracy disappears. Is this what Jun Wu has promised Lingwen? If we just get rid of all the current heavenly officials, all the paperwork disappears with it, and we can start all over with like an efficient system from the start. Is that what he has promised her? Better working conditions. Before they even got close, Shirley heard a trembling, shocked voice. How is this possible? How could this be? It was the state preceptor. Could someone have gotten to him before they did? Shirley kicked the door down with a growl. Let him go! Sure enough, the state preceptor wasn't alone. Inside the chamber, everyone turned their heads to look at the intruder who had kicked down the door. The shock on the state preceptor's face hadn't faded. Your Highness! Tulips replies, but who is in here? The state preceptor didn't look up at him for more than a moment before he lowered his head again. Just wait a second, how can this be? What kind of luck is this? Sholian and Huachang were both speechless. The state preceptor and 3 other people had formed a full table inside the chamber and were in the middle of a heated round of cards, fully drunk on the game. They used to play cards, but what do you mean, 3 other people? Did Jun Wu get all the mountain spirits and turn them back into deputies, preceptor spirits? Although previously stated to be 3 other people, his opponents weren't actually alive. They were very crudely made paper dolls. I guess not then. Okay. Who knew what kind of bizarre spell had been cast that allowed them to move and even play cards? But as for the state preceptor, his cries had only been laments about the hand he'd been dealt. You have a bad hand. Oh, well. As someone who gets very competitive in board games, I understand. Mei Nianqing. Shelian had expected the state preceptor to be a haggard sight to behold, that he might be suffering interrogation and torture. He hadn't expected the state preceptor to still be playing cards at a time like this. The whole scene instead filled him with bittersweet nostalgia, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he not be nostalgic? During his days at the Royal Holy Temple, whenever he and Feng Xin went to look for the state preceptor, 7 times out of 10 he would be playing cards. Over 800 years had passed, but it was like no time at all, as he once again watched the state preceptor play cards. Even the crazed passion on his face was exactly the same. The state preceptor stared unblinkingly at the cards in his hand and spoke without looking back. Your Highness, you finally come. Let me finish this round first. Let me finish this round first. We're kind of in a hurry here. Shirley knew this was an old habit, rearing its head. The State Preceptor recognized no one in the midst of a game. After seeing the figure he cut at the Palace of Divine Might, this version of him was unbearably different. Shirley went over and tried to drag him away from the table. Master, what do you think is happening right now? Stop playing! The State Preceptor's eyes were red as he yelled, No, don't! Let me finish! I'm almost done, just this round! Let me finish this hand, it's almost done! I might win this time! You won't win, you definitely won't win! Shirley cried. Are you saying that not only is he competitive, he's really bad at card games? That's an unfortunate combination. Thankfully, the round did end fairly quickly. Although the State Preceptor had sworn he was going to win, unsurprisingly, he did not. He withdrew the 3 paper dolls with a wave of his hand, and finally regained his normal, calm demeanor. As he sat with poise, he said solemnly, Your Highness, I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you. It certainly didn't look like you were waiting for me, Shirley thought, but of course he didn't say so out loud. Respect for one's elders had to be maintained after all. I'm sure you have many questions, the State Preceptor continued. Hua Chang leaned against the doorframe. He almost looked like he was relaxing, but he was probably standing guard. Shirley sat properly before the State Preceptor, matching his poise. Yes, after a pause, Shirley asked. First, I want to confirm. Is Jun Wu, is he really White No-Face and also the Crown Prince of Wu Yong? There's no need for doubt, the State Preceptor replied. He is. I have no relation whatsoever with the Crown Prince of Wu Yong, correct? Are we two completely separate people? Shirley asked. The only connection you share with the Crown Prince of Wu Yong is that he destroyed your home kingdom of Shanle. But, Master, you once told me that you didn't know what White No-Face was, and that you were certain he was born because of me, Shirley said in a low voice. Your Highness, at the time, I genuinely did not know what that thing was, the State Preceptor replied. And by the time I found out, it was already too late. However, I was not incorrect in saying it was born because of you. What exactly does that mean? Shirley asked, and I asked the same. That's contradictory. That's contradictory. And the question remains, why did he want to destroy Shanle? The State Preceptor looked him in the eye. Because of that phrase you said. Shirley was taken aback. A phrase I said? What phrase? Body in the abyss, heart in paradise, which was a thing that has been mentioned, and it was also on the back of one of the books. This is from like the prologue, I think. It's quite early on. Like we've heard this mentioned before. It was like one of his things that he said. Was it when he was fighting the ghost on the bridge, on Yiyang Bridge? I don't remember the name of the bridge, it's somewhere in my head. I think it was after that when he was planting the ashes of the ghost that he defeated the demon ghost. It was a ghost, right, that he defeated on that bridge. But what about this phrase, is it? Shirley was speechless for a moment. Then he asked incredulously, That's it? That's it, the State Preceptor said. That one phrase, Shirley questioned. What was wrong with it? Everything, the State Preceptor replied in a low voice. Everything started with that line of yours. Shirley could sense that he'd have a hard time swallowing whatever the State Preceptor was about to tell him. He wanted to call for Hua Chang, but before he could do so, Hua Chang had already come to sit beside him. Okay, thank you, Hua Chang. Thank you for always being there, for being a supportive boyfriend. But also, what the fuck? What is it about this line? And why are we, like, the way Mei Nianqing is phrasing this is that the blame still lies with Shirley, and it doesn't matter what the fuck he said. Even if that triggered this old man into his little nation-level murder spree, like, You saw those murals at Mount Chonglu, correct? The State Preceptor asked. I did, Shirley replied. Were you the one who made them? Yes, that was me, the State Preceptor replied, which we thought eventually, we got to that point, knowing now that Bai Wuxiang was destroying them, yeah, he made them. Every time Mount Tonglu opened, I snuck in to prevent a new Ghost King from being born, and to do whatever I could to leave some clues, to tell others the story of the Kingdom of Wu Yong and its Crown Prince. Why not just tell people directly? Sholian asked solemnly. Why use such a roundabout method? Your Highness, why do you think almost no one in the world knows about the Kingdom of Wu Yong? The State Preceptor asked. Well, because Jun Wu obviously wanted to delete all sorts of evidence about it. Before Sholian could answer, Hua Chang drew a conclusion for him. Everyone who knew has been disposed of, right? That's right, the State Preceptor replied. I would be in danger of exposure if the clues left behind were too obvious, or if I spoke of the matter directly. Anyone who learned of it might be utterly destroyed. It wouldn't matter how many lives he had to end. He could level an entire city in 3 days. I'm sure you know that I'm not exaggerating. Of course, Sholian knew. And the ironic thing was, in the past, he had been thankful that Jun Wu had ascended to godhood instead of falling to ghosthood. For if he had not, the world would have fallen into chaos. Well, ding ding ding, guess what happened? That is why I can't let him notice that there are still people in the world who know, the State Preceptor continued. But I also can't accept the fact that I'm the only one who really does. I told myself that the truth would eventually be discovered by anyone attentive and brave enough. Since I cannot defy him, I should let fate take its course. Cannot defy him? Cannot defy him? Again, I wonder if, again, the neck thing that was mentioned earlier, if Mei Nianqing does have a cursed shackle, that would explain why he cannot defy him. I've been on the run for all these years, keeping hidden all the while. He's never been able to capture me, except for that incident 800 years ago, when I almost couldn't get away. He managed it this time because he discovered the murals I left behind in the holy temple within Tonglu's Crimson Forest, and because you correctly guessed his identity in the kiln. It occurred to him then that I might still be alive, and that I had left behind many things he didn't want people to know about. When they passed through the holy temple within Tonglu's Crimson Forest, he and Hua Chang had found that someone had destroyed the last couple of murals, the most important ones. They both suspected that person was hiding inside the temple with them at the time, but they hadn't managed to find the culprit. Now that he thought about it, there was a very real possibility that White No-Face was hiding in some corner of that temple. But Master, why do you have to stay on the run? Sholian asked. The State Preceptor replied, Of course, it's because... Betrayal, Hua Chang said. The word was a little hurtful. The State Preceptor shot him a look, but Hua Chang's expression did not change. You betrayed him, didn't you? Pretty much, that about covers it. The State Preceptor turned to Sholian. Your Highness, how shall I put this? Everything in the murals is true. The Crown Prince of Wu Yong was like the sun itself to the Kingdom of Wu Yong. As glorious as you were as the Crown Prince of Shanle, he was many times more. My 3 peers and I were once his vassals. After the Crown Prince ascended, he appointed the 4 of us to the heavens. And there we beheld many celestial beings of all types of character. Without exaggeration, he was still the sun, even in the heavenly realm, shining so brightly in the sea of gods that those beside him lost their color. As the State Preceptor spoke, an unintentional flash of a smile curved his lips. Yeah. When he spoke about His Highness, Sholian could see that he wasn't referring to Jun Wu or White No-Face, but to that young crown prince from 2,000 years ago. He deeply cared for him, like we've had theories about this, and part of these emotions is probably also why he is in the situation he is in now, and also why he came to care for Sholian, albeit, like, hopefully on his own terms, but he did, like we did see in Arc 2, there were descriptions of how he did favor Sholian. I think you told me a similar story long ago, Sholian said. Did I? Your memory gets bad when you're old. You did, but you didn't tell me he ascended. You told me that he died. That's probably because I'd rather he hadn't ascended, the State Preceptor said. Was it because Mount Tonglu erupted? The State Preceptor didn't directly answer his question. He only said, His Highness's spiritual powers were too strong. In a dream, he foresaw the future of Wu Yong as a sea of fire. And so he started to think of ways to save his people. If I knew then what I know now, I would have never let him do it, but none of us back then thought things would turn out the way they did. We simply believed that if people were going to die, what could be wrong with saving them? But things weren't so simple. It was impossible to stop the volcano from erupting, which I have been saying, so the only option was to migrate if we wanted 0 casualties. But the affected area was too large. It wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 cities. Nobles and commoners alike considered invasion of the best methods to claim new territory. Otherwise, no foreign kingdom would allow such a great number of people from Wuyong to take up residence inside their borders. However, to His Highness, invasion wasn't an option at all. War would result in bloodshed, which would lead to bloodlust. People would turn cruel and lose their humanity. So, again, like the idealism. Still, the Kingdom of Wuyong dispatched troops. There was complete annihilation wherever the soldiers marched. Since the objective was to make room for future Wuyong migrants, the generals gave the order to massacre the citizens of other kingdoms. The more the better. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses were piled high as mountains. When His Highness found out, he was very angry. As you saw, he descended upon the battlefield and punished the soldiers of Wuyong. Sholian was intrigued when he realized that the one who did those things was a young Jun Wu, and thus also a young white no-face. But he wasn't the only one who was angry, the State Preceptor continued. The whole affair also angered the nobles of Wuyong and some of the common people. Many went to the Holy Temple to question His Highness. We only wanted to survive, we needed more land, and we had no choice but to invade those other kingdoms. What's wrong with that? The impact of this incident was far bigger than we expected, and it only escalated further and further. Some were already calling for the desecration of his statues and burning of his temples. But His Highness endured all of it. He said that he would die defending the kingdom if Wuyong was the one invaded. He would not allow the enemy to set a single toe across the border, but that we ourselves must never invade others. He earnestly implored everyone to abandon thoughts of war and to wait until he had finished building something. The Heaven Crossing Bridge. Here goes the fucking bridge. It's a real bridge, then, is what we're saying. It's an actual physical sort of bridge. Alright. If there was no more land in the mortal realms, then he'd send the people to take refuge in the heavens for a while, the State Preceptor said haltingly. Although it was an inconceivable idea, all 4 of us believed in His Highness absolutely. We were convinced that he could do it, or rather, we would do our utmost to support him in any endeavor he attempted. Of course, the other heavenly officials didn't feel the same. The entire heavenly realm objected to it. But His Highness endured it all. He took on 3 burdens at once, the ignorance and complaints of the nobles and citizens of Wuyong, the incessant outrage of all of the gods in heaven, and the enormous undertaking of the Heaven Crossing Bridge. Hwachang snorted. The heavens objected. I assume it was more than simple disagreements. The State Preceptor nodded slowly. If he'd faced more opposition, it wouldn't have mattered, but... Sholian could vaguely guess what had happened, but he still asked. Yeah, they sabotaged it, is that what we're saying? But the bridge required an enormous amount of time and a staggering amount of spiritual power to build. His Highness couldn't be distracted at all, the State Preceptor said. He essentially stopped going anywhere else, stopped doing anything else, and stopped listening to the prayers of his believers. He could only focus on this one massive undertaking. Okay, I see where this is going. However, a god who can only do one thing will never be able to keep their followers. The first day he took on the burden of building the bridge, the people were grateful to him and remembered him. The second, third, and fourth days were the same. After a month, 2 months, they were still grateful and remembered him. But as time dragged on, things changed. The volcano hadn't erupted yet, but His Highness didn't do anything but silently conserve his strength. The people couldn't help but feel that he wasn't as powerful as he once was. Or even that he wasn't as dedicated. It was inevitable that they'd begin to worship a new god at a time like that. Okay. Yeah. So basically, the plan could have succeeded when the Crown Prince Wuyong was at his peak, but the circumstances and the doubt that they brought with it is part of why it didn't fail. So heaven didn't intervene. They were like mad about it, but they couldn't do anything. Didn't do anything. I mean, they certainly didn't help, but it looks like they didn't actually do anything either. It might have simply been that the project ended up being too big for what powers the Crown Prince Wuyong had left when all was said and done. When the volcano finally did erupt, the kingdom of Wuyong had a high population and abundant wealth, and its citizens were fervently devout. His Highness's impressive strength made that quite obvious. Many heavenly officials had long been salivating over his domain and the believers within it, so Sholian understood. So, I forget what I said. The other heavenly officials took advantage of this opportunity. Oh, well, the people of Wuyong resented their crown prince after he descended and forced the troops to withdraw, and the heavenly officials used that to tempt him. In doing so, they divided his believers and weakened the source of his spiritual power, right? It's not that His Highness didn't know what they were doing, he just didn't know what to do about it, the state preceptor said. Sholian inclined his head slightly. He's a god, so of course he couldn't tell his devotees, I won't allow you to worship a god other than me. He would have scoffed at such a demand too. Naturally, you understand him very well, the state preceptor said. But it just had to happen when he couldn't afford to lose devotees of spiritual power lest it affect the construction of the Heaven Crossing Bridge, Sholian added. That's precisely it, the state preceptor said. It was up to the four of us to speak to the people and let them know what was at stake. And how did that go? Sholian asked. It probably went nowhere, Wajang said. Nowhere indeed, the state preceptor replied. At least, it didn't go nearly as well as we'd hoped. Some people returned as devotees, worried that the construction of the bridge might fail, but a larger number thought that His Highness was being domineering. Their prayers were not being answered, so of course they began to worship other gods who would listen to their needs. They were free devotees, and they could believe in whatever they wanted to believe. It was more than natural. It wasn't that he didn't want to please everyone, it's just that he... Sholian sighed and whispered. He had the heart, but not the strength. The state preceptor continued his tale. After His Highness learned of this, he told us to stop our efforts, that if they wanted to go, we should let them. They wouldn't be wholeheartedly devoted to him if they were kept by force. That was true, and even though we warned them over and over again, his devotees' hearts had already wandered. If they forced themselves to return, it would only be to placate us. Their belief would no longer be sincere, so its power wouldn't be as strong. He couldn't be angry at the devotees, and they refused to request the help of the other heavenly officials, Sholian commented. Even if he did ask, the other heavenly officials would never have helped him, the state preceptor said. If they had been willing to lend a hand, they wouldn't have been against it in the first place, and they wouldn't have tried to lure away his devotees. His Highness became more and more silent and closed off as he used his own powers to build and support the bridge. I watched him every day. Although he said nothing, I could tell just how much he was suffering inside. Suffering that he had to bear alone. No matter how much the four of us wanted to help, we couldn't lighten his burden. Finally, after enduring all of this for 3 arduous years, it was time. The volcano was about to erupt. The moment the news broke, the people fought to swarm the bridge. As the four of us directed the frantic crowd, we worried about His Highness, as he was supporting the bridge all alone. The state preceptor sighed. Before that, we never would have worried that there was something he couldn't achieve. But at that time we did. While the bridge was quite stable at first, it needed to be supported for longer and longer as the crowd grew larger and larger. His Highness's hands started to shake, and his face grew paler and paler. No one could see him, only we could. I sensed things weren't right and told people, please wait a moment, give him a little bit of time. Don't swarm toward him all at once, just let him catch his breath. He will definitely save all of you. But the volcano was about to erupt and lives were in danger. No one was willing to wait. They all rushed onto the bridge like mad, some even trampled to death in the stampede. We couldn't hold them back. In the end, what we had feared most came to pass. Because we'd kept losing devotees over those 3 years, His Highness's spiritual powers were no longer as strong as they once were. Hundreds of thousands of people swarmed onto the bridge at once, celebrating their salvation. But as they approached the heavenly realm, the bridge collapsed under their weight. Sholian's breath hitched. The State Preceptor continued to speak. The heavenly arch was shattered, and the crowd of millions dropped from the sky in an instant, wailing and screaming as they plunged into a sea of fire and burned to ash right before His Highness's eyes. I was completely stunned at the time, and I didn't dare look at His Highness's face. The bridge couldn't be repaired, and the people couldn't be rescued, and the fire couldn't be extinguished. There was no way to help at all. And there were many more who hadn't yet made it onto the bridge, left behind to be entombed in lava and sealed by flying ash. Screeching, wailing, cursing. That scene was truly too horrible. I have never witnessed anything more horrifying since. Sholian tried to imagine the chilling display. The State Preceptor continued his tale. Oh my gosh, this whole chapter is the tale. I mean, I am appreciating this. I am so immersed in this, and I'm loving that we're actually getting the story. And we're getting to learn about the idealism behind this, and we're getting to learn about Mei and Ting's role in it, but also possibly what the Crown Prince Wu Yong was feeling and thinking at the time. Again, I'm not sure how that thing, the phrase Sholian said triggered this though. So I'm just trying to read to get to the end of this so I can have my answers, I guess. So, tale continuing. The bridge collapsed, and the people of Wu Yong went mad. They burned down His Highness's temples, toppled his divine statues, used blades to stab his heart until it was mush. They cursed him as a useless creature, a shit excuse for a god. He was a god, and gods should be mighty and strong. Gods couldn't fail, but he had, and so he could no longer remain on high. The officials in the heavenly realm had long been waiting for this moment. They said, "We told you it was impossible. You've caused a serious mess. We have no choice but to ask you to return to the realm below." And His Highness asked a very foolish question. Why didn't any of you help me? But why would anyone help him for no reason? And if they'd allowed him to triumph over this enormous tribulation for the kingdom of Wu Yong, wouldn't that mean he would never again have a match in the heavenly realm? That's why it had been a very foolish question. I imagine he knew this, yet he still asked. No one answered him, of course, and His Highness was banished. He fell back to the mortal realm, no longer a god and no longer a crown prince. We followed him and assured him that he would certainly ascend again, and he began cultivating anew. But it was much too difficult. I'm sure you understand. Of course, Sholian understood. The higher one stood, the harder one fell. After falling from the heavens to the mortal realm, only endless cold and malice awaited him. The volcano was still erupting, and the kingdom of Wu Yong had fallen into a crisis worse than it had ever seen in all its history, the State Preceptor continued. Refugees, rebellions, and invasions were incessant, and the people were at the end of their wits. Their attitude towards His Highness had deteriorated. It was entirely opposite from what it had been before. Even so, His Highness still wanted to help them. However, something else happened around that time. Many other heavenly officials began to show their grace. Even though they hadn't been willing to help save everyone from the volcano's eruption, they were quite happy to grant little blessings, to deliver a bit of medicines or food and other such things. Since His Highness was banished, his capacity to help was, of course, far smaller than those heavenly officials. It was as if the people of Wu Yong had seized a lifeline or seen their parents born anew. He lost devotees even faster, though honestly, there weren't many left anyways. And the praise and adoration once reserved for His Highness alone was given to other heavenly officials, and only hate and rejection remained for him. The State Preceptor closed his eyes. At the time, we had a hard time coming to terms with it. We were upset with the unfairness of it all. Those other heavenly officials hadn't helped the people all that much, and they only appeared after the disaster was over. His Highness was the one who did the most. He gave it his all, and he should have been successful too. He just fell one step short. Why was he the one doomed eternally? Why was the one who had given the most ignored, while all the praise and gratitude was lavished on the ones who had given nothing but trifles? That was also when my way of thinking began to change. I couldn't help but think about what might have happened if His Highness had pretended that he'd never seen the future in his dreams. If he had chosen from the start to sit back and observe on the grounds that the gods could do nothing to change the course of fate and granted blessings after the volcano erupted, like the other heavenly officials, surely the people would have cried those tears of gratitude for him instead. Did that thought only cross your mind at that point? Hua Chang interrupted, voice flat. You should have known from the beginning. If you slice off a piece of your flesh to save one person, that one person will be grateful. But the more you slice, the more that person will demand of you. Even if you cut yourself down to nothing but bones, they will still not be satisfied. I didn't dare tell him any of these thoughts, the State Preceptor said. His Highness grew more and more somber. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, had no idea if his feelings were the same as my own. Days passed, and the eruption continued. The entire kingdom of Wu Yang was mired in terror, unable to escape. No one knew how to make it stop, how to end this nightmare, but one day, His Highness told us that he had found a way to calm the volcano. When he told us how, we had a huge fight. Let me guess, Hua Chang said. This how was human sacrifice? Correct, the State Preceptor replied. His Highness said that we could use a group of wicked degenerates as a sacrifice. We could throw them into the kiln to pacify its furious flames. Yeah, holy shit. The four of us each had different opinions about this, but the consensus was opposition. We could never do anything of the sort. In the beginning, His Highness didn't want Wu Yang to invade other kingdoms precisely because he didn't want to use a life to save a life. How would sacrificing lives to the kiln be any different? It'd be even worse, in fact. The ones who were most opposed to the idea began to quarrel directly with His Highness. The argument was so severe that fists were thrown. I was against it too at first, but it was harder for me to bear internal discord in the same way I did the constant attacks from the outside. You must understand, the four of us had always supported His Highness, but by that point we were his only support. And yet in the heat of the moment, blows were exchanged, and one of us even accused His Highness of no longer being the Highness of the past, that he'd changed, that he'd forgotten his heart. Those words truly executed his heart. I couldn't stand it. If even we opposed and berated His Highness, then there was no one left in the world who stood by his side. I didn't object to his idea in the end. I only told him to let it go and stop worrying about such affairs. The heavenly realm, the mortal realm, all the refugees. Stop caring about all of it. It was just too tiresome. However, no one listened to me. After that huge fight, the other three left. Okay, yeah. Again, beginning to see a lot of the situations that Bai Wuxiang was manufacturing, but also trying to incite after the disaster in Shanle as well. They're basically like mirrors of what is going on here. So Sholian shook his head, not knowing what to say. He knew too well that leaving at a time like that was like adding frost to snow. Only I stayed behind, the State Preceptor said. His Highness didn't say much when I did, he simply asked me, are you leaving? The former Highness's expression when he asked me that question. At that moment, I genuinely thought I'd understand, even if he did sacrifice people to the kiln. I said, Your Highness, I won't leave. His Highness still didn't say much, but he seemed to change his mind and never mentioned human sacrifices again. He set up a ritual site near the kiln, and I accompanied him there every time, both of us enduring the curses and thrown rocks at the refugees as we conducted services and to try and suppress the volcano's fury. I thought that would be the end of the story, but one day I discovered something that chilled me to the bone. The State Preceptor's expression turned terrifying, as if he was once again seeing the same image that chilled him all those years ago. Sholian's heart felt like it was being squeezed tight by an invisible hand. What was it? He suddenly started covering his face, the State Preceptor said. Did the human face disease, happen? Or did the Crown Prince do something that made it happen? His Highness was handsome, and he'd never hidden his face before, the State Preceptor said. And there wasn't anything that could have injured him. But it was the first time I'd ever seen him like that in all our years together. So I was perplexed. I asked him, Your Highness, what happened to your face? He said he was accidentally burned. I didn't know when he could have suffered such an injury, and he wouldn't let me examine his wounds. He would only apply herbs on his own. After that, his whereabouts became unpredictable. That was unusual, but a wonderful thing happened that temporarily distracted me. The volcano began to calm. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. He did something, right? The kiln gradually settled into stillness and did not show any further activity for a long time. Since His Highness had been the only one devoting himself to the matter, many people of Wuyang thought that he was the one who had suppressed the volcano, and some began to worship him anew. His Highness's path of cultivation also started progressing more smoothly. At least, there weren't any more people jeering him or throwing rocks. They even gradually started smiling at him again. I still thought something wasn't right. There were many things that weren't right. While my 3 friends had all had different personalities, I knew they wouldn't just leave and ignore everything going forward. Even if they were angry with His Highness, they wouldn't be angry with me too. At the very least, they wouldn't have cut me off entirely. What was most unusual— oh my god, did he throw them into the volcano? What was most unusual was His Highness's face. He kept hiding it, at first wearing rags and cloaks, then later a mask that he wouldn't remove for any reason. I even began to wonder whether this person really was His Highness. Sometimes I suspected an impostor, that it wasn't him at all. Everything about him had completely changed. The way he spoke, his behavior, his personality. Sometimes he was kind and dear, sometimes he'd abruptly fly into a rage. That sounds like Bai Wuxiang. There was an incident where he smashed all the mirrors in his room while he was alone. Everything was covered in blood. I didn't know where he had been hurt so terribly, or what manner of wound could have possibly bled so much. But even more horrifying were the strange voices I'd often hear. Voices? Sholian asked. Oh my gosh, the faces on his— there were faces on his face, and they were the voices. Deep in the night, I could sometimes hear human voices coming from His Highness's room. It sounded like a few people whispering and arguing, that it was always just him in there when I'd go in to check. His Highness stopped allowing me inside after it happened a few times. One night, I heard those strange voices again, but this time I noticed that they sounded like my 3 missing friends. Exactly, oh my god. I thought that they might have returned in secret, but why would they hide from me? I couldn't sit still anymore, so I got out of bed and ran to His Highness's room. Strangely, there really was no one there besides His Highness, who was lying on the bed, still wearing his mask. I stood there and listened for a moment, and I heard the voices again. They seemed to be coming from His Highness, or more accurately, they were coming from under his mask. I crept to His Highness's bedside. The closer I got, the more certain I was that the voices really were coming from beneath the mask. Was His Highness talking in his sleep? Could he have missed his friends so much that he'd learned to mimic their voices in his dreams? I hesitated for a long time, and while I waited there, His Highness did not move. I assumed he was asleep, so I gently removed his mask, and I saw what was beneath. Unconcealable terror flowed from the Stay Perceptor's eyes. My 3 friends. They had been the ones talking, not His Highness. His Highness's face was mangled, covered in jagged gashes that had been inflicted by something sharp. His flesh mangled and smeared with half-dry blood. And there were 3 more faces growing on his own, mouths moving, opening and closing. They were their faces. Sholian shuddered. He threw the 3 vessels who left him into the kiln. The State Perceptor didn't answer. He was completely submerged in the enduring terror the scene still evoked in his heart. Those faces hadn't seen light in a long time, he said. Even the moonlight was painful to them. When I removed the mask, they seemed shocked. They squinted and stopped talking. But after a moment, when they saw me, they began to call my name. I was completely stunned. Earlier, I said that I'd never seen anything more horrific than millions of people plummeting from the skies and burning alive in a sea of fire. But the scene before my eyes at that moment was 1,000,000 times worse. My hand shook non-stop as it held the mask. I probably would have dropped it on the floor and awoken His Highness if I hadn't been petrified from head to toe, frozen in place. Meanwhile, those 3 faces seemed anxious to tell me something. The movement of their mouths grew even more erratic, but they still suppressed their voices, like they were afraid to wake His Highness. I was disgusted and terrified when I saw them, but I couldn't help but be curious what they wanted to tell me, so I held my breath, bent down, and leaned closer to His Highness's face to listen. Coming so close, I could smell the thick stench of blood and rot that the medicinal herbs couldn't conceal. I heard him say, "Quickly, run away, His Highness has gone mad." As it turned out, the other three had still been worried even after they left, so they returned in secret to speak to His Highness. But when they found him, he was herding a crowd of people toward the volcano's peak. That was when they found out that His Highness had never abandoned the idea of living sacrifices. Seized by shock and rage, they attempted to stop him and began to fight with him. Yet unexpectedly, he savagely killed them and threw them into the kiln along with the rest. The ordinary citizens were of course burned to dust and ash as soon as they were thrown in, but the three of them were cultivators, and they had been murdered by His Highness. Their resentment and attachment to the world was deeply profound. Their souls took his body as their host and grew as lesions on his body, venting their rage and berating him constantly in the hope of stopping him from pursuing his terrible endeavors. So they were the human face disease, his three deputies, and their resentment became the first human face disease. On the Crown Prince of Guiyang. My horror and confusion mounted as I listened, and I didn't know what to do. I truly couldn't tell what was more terrifying, His Highness or those three abominations on his face. Right then, I felt a hand rest on my head. I stiffened. With great apprehension, I looked up and saw His Highness. I don't know when he woke up. He and the three faces on his face, a total of 4 sets of eyes, were all staring at me. The expressions of those human faces became even more exaggerated, and as they twisted, they tore at the gashes on his face, causing fresh rivulets of blood to pour down. He stared at me for a long, long time, and then he sighed and asked, "Didn't I tell you not to come in here?" All at once I understood his reasoned abnormal behavior. When he discovered those 3 creatures growing upon him, His Highness hadn't been able to accept it. He couldn't tolerate his inhuman, demonic reflection in the mirror, so he smashed all of them. The blood was from his attempts to slice them off with blades. The stench of rot was from his wounds, which would not heal, but no matter how many times he gouged them from his flesh, they always grew back. The saber scepter covered half of his face, his pupils shrinking violently. I fell to my knees at his bedside. His Highness slowly sat up on the bed and said, "Don't be afraid. This happened to them because they betrayed me. As long as you don't do the same, I will treat you as I always have. As long as you are my loyal servant, nothing will change." But how could I not be afraid? And how could nothing change? Everything already had. His Highness is very smart. He'd never needed to change his behavior based on people's expressions before his banishment, but he had learned to observe them and do so since. He guessed what I was thinking and asked me slowly, "Are you leaving too, then?" Oh my god. Oh my god. The art. To be honest, I didn't know. If he had only sacrificed those degenerates he once spoke of, perhaps I could have pretended nothing had happened. I did say I would have understood. But he had killed our best friends and thrown them into the kiln with his own hands. Now we only had each other. This really was madness. I couldn't accept it. And then His Highness murmured to himself, "It's all right, I expected that. No one would stay now that I become something like this. I can manage on my own. I understand now. I've always been alone. I don't need anyone." His expression turned savage, and he seized me by the neck with one hand and began to strangle me. He stared at me unblinkingly as he murmured to himself over and over, "I can manage on my own, all alone, 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 alone. I don't need anyone, I don't need anyone, I don't need anyone, I don't need anyone." His Highness has incredible strength. If he had really wanted to kill me, my neck would have snapped in an instant before I could even make a sound. But I didn't die immediately. The moment he started to act out, my 3 friends began to scream on his face. They'd done something to him, and the pain in his head made him start screaming as well. I was also screaming. The 5 of us were all screaming wildly, yelling like madmen, like we had all gone crazy. His Highness gripped his head with one hand, as the other strangled me harder. My vision was growing dark. I couldn't hold on much longer, but then I saw something beneath the pillow. It was a sword. He always hid it there when he slept. It was a habit he had developed during banishment. I caught hold of the hilt and yanked it out. The blade shimmered with chilling light. His Highness burst out laughing, his eyes blood red as he asked me, "Are you going to kill me too? Come, stab me quick. Stab me right in the heart. You can add to the count. We can see who'll be the last one left standing. You lost on me." Of course, I didn't stab him. I only flashed the blade in front of him and cried with everything I had. Your Highness, please come back. Look at yourself. Look at what you've become." He had smashed all the mirrors, and it had been a long time since he'd seen his own reflection. The blade was sharp and bright. It reflected his appearance, and he saw his own face. He was stunned by the sight of himself. The grip of His Highness's hand around my neck did not slacken, but he stared and stared. After staring for who knows how long, a line of tears suddenly streamed down from one eye. When I saw his tears, I couldn't help but cry as well. That reflection on the blade. Such ugliness! Just a glance had disgusted me, so why did I force him to look? Why did I remind him that he was such an ugly creature now? I couldn't bear it, and the sword fell from my hands and clattered to the floor. In the end, His Highness heaved me away and said, "Get lost," and I did, crawling and stumbling as I fled. Having listened to that whole story in one go, the held breath in Sholian's throat finally released. The State Preceptor also lowered his hands. I ran as far as I could and escaped the kingdom of Wu Yong, and it wasn't long before the volcano erupted once again. This time, the entire kingdom was completely buried, and almost no one survived. An entire country gone just like that. I escaped the calamity, but I never heard any news of His Highness again. It was as if he had been buried along with the kingdom of Wu Yong. I've traveled to the heavens, and I've also cultivated on my own, so I have some achievements to my name. I maintained the state of my body and drifted aimlessly through the mortal realm. I had served His Highness since we were both young, and I didn't know what to do now that I couldn't any longer. His Highness was gone, and my 3 friends were dead. I created 3 empty-shelled fakes and made them speak in my friends' voices to keep me company and to play cards sometimes. Okay. Yeah. So, Mei Cheng, I'm guessing, like, he didn't ascend, but like he says, he's traveled to the heavens, he's cultivated on his own. I have some achievements to my name. It was mentioned to me in a comment that, like, one of the tropes, I suppose, or like things that you see in a lot of these fantasy stories from a Chinese context is that you cultivate to immortality. So I'm guessing that Mei Cheng was powerful enough to have done that. So he was immortal, but he wasn't immortal in that he wasn't a god, but his level of cultivation makes it so that he can live forever, at least for a long time. So the cursed shackle Sholian has, it's not the same one that Mei Cheng has now. When did he get the new shackle? Was that after the thing that happened in Shanle, or was it recently, more recent, as in when he was captured by Jun Wu this time? But also, I feel like it would have been back in Shanle, maybe, so that Mei Cheng would actually know what a cursed shackle is and what it does, you know? Either way, hearing empty-shelled fakes, Sholian's expression grew solemn, because he's remembering the other State Preceptors. My magic improved over the years, so I later instilled the skills of my 3 friends into the fakes, the State Preceptor continued. Were they the other 3 State Preceptors? Sholian asked softly. No wonder he had always found those 3 so strange. They never acted on their own and never socialized with him one-on-one. Apparently, they had been little more than puppets, and would be exposed as such if they left the chief State Preceptor's side. The very same. I suppose you are also my friend's disciple. The State Preceptor replied. Alas, my creations were a pale reflection of the real thing. I could only instill the barest portion of their true strength into the fakes, so they couldn't teach you much. And he has long since destroyed the 3 fakes that kept me company for so long. The Heavenly Dynasty changed after another century or 2, and all the Heavenly officials of the past faded away. Gradually, a new batch of Heavenly officials replaced them. However, none of that was any of my business. I was just living, shamelessly cheating death. Until one day, in some kingdom, a crown prince was born under the ominous star. That was you, the crown prince of the kingdom of Shanle. Yeah. I suppose that to Nianqing just wandering the world, like it seemed quite natural that, some Heavenly officials would fade away eventually. That did happen regularly anyway. So, even if they were all wiped out, change would have happened slowly. People wouldn't have realized before a lot later. But there's still like the whispers of this, So, we'll see. Here it was at last. Julian's hands, resting on his thighs, clenched tightly. Yeah, this is where we wanted to go. This is what we want to know. We want to know what the thing was. Like, what did he say? The State Preceptor sat cross-legged and hugged his arms as he spoke. I thought it was quite a coincidence, maybe even fate. But in truth, it wasn't really all that remarkable. Many, many years had passed since Wu Yong's destruction, so of course there'd be 1 or 2 more examples of the passage of centuries. But even so, driven by a feeling I didn't understand, I made up a random new name and became the State Preceptor of Shanle. I knew that name was made up, Julian thought. Yeah, okay, Mei Nianqing is not his real name. I wonder if we're going to get to know his real name, but he's going to be Mei Nianqing for now. No offense to your Shanle, the State Preceptor said. But muddling my way into the State Preceptor position was much too easy for me. There was only one problem. People always assume a man without a beard is incapable. That those who look young are inexperienced and incompetent and should be disregarded. I knew I might not pass if I went to the interview with my current face, so I changed my appearance to add 10 or 20 years, and sure enough, I quickly got the position. But being a State Preceptor meant I had to speak directly to the officials of the Heavenly Realm. And thus, I came face to face with Jun Wu. Although he looked very different from the Highness I remembered, I knew him too well. I had my suspicions after only exchanging words a few times, but they were still only suspicions. And even if I suspected him, I didn't want him to know that. So Mei Nianqing never, he didn't work with Jun Wu after parting ways from, before Wu Yong got burned for the second time. But he met him again during the Shanle era. He had become someone else completely, and the lesions on his face had also vanished. I thought that must mean that my 3 friends' resentment had dispersed. And if that was the case, there was no need to bring up ancient history and disrupt this peace. So wasn't it fine if we both pretended not to recognize each other? I would have likely done the same had I been in your position, Julian said. But we couldn't pretend forever, the State Preceptor said. Because we both saw you. Your Highness, by now you must have guessed why I had such high hopes for you. You're very much like him. I hoped you would become the god he once wanted to be, and do what he couldn't. You could use your perfection to remedy our regrets. Hua Chang, however, said flatly. You were wrong from the start. They're not alike at all. The State Preceptor gave him a look. Of course you'd say that they aren't similar now, but they were very much alike back then. The problem was they were too much alike. He turned to Julian again. I wasn't too pleased when you saved the small child who fell from the city wall during the god-pleasing ceremony. It wasn't just because the incident stopped the ceremony, it was also because it was too conspicuous. You had caught Jun Wu's attention. Jun Wu started talking to me about you. He was very interested in you. And every time we spoke about you, I could tell that something wasn't quite right. But I could also tell that he genuinely liked you. It was the delight of finding a suitable good sprout. He always wanted to appoint you to the heavens to serve as an official in his palace, but every time he brought it up, I used all sorts of reasons to urge him not to do so. Oh, Okay. New piece of information here. So Jun Wu wanted to appoint Sholian as his own deputy from the very start. That was his original plan to begin with. Okay. Sholian didn't want to believe that Jun Wu's affection towards him had been fake, but when he heard that State Preceptor confirmed that it was sincere, the feeling he brought up were complicated. It was difficult to describe, for real. The turning point was the Yinyan Bridge, the State Preceptor said. At that, Sholian snapped back to attention. Okay, because before that, he was just interested. And then that's when that phrase comes in. What is going on? Do you still remember the ghost at that bridge? The State Preceptor asked. That was the catalyst of my ascension. Of course I remember, Sholian replied quietly. When you ran into that ghost, I had already sensed that something was wrong, the State Preceptor said. It was haunting a broken bridge in the barren wild, clad in an armor that had been shattered and torn by the countless weapons that pierced its perpetually blood-soaked body. Its feet burned with the flames of hell, and it left fiery, bloody footprints in its wake. Furthermore, those 3 questions it asked you. All of that made me very concerned, worried even. Though I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. And because you ascended so quickly after defeating the ghost at the bridge, I didn't have a chance to figure it out. Thankfully, Jun Wu's attitude towards you was as good as always after you ascended. He granted you favors and thought very highly of you, like nothing had changed, so I told myself not to overthink things. Okay. So what are we saying? Mei Nianqing? Are we saying that this ghost, again, might be connected to Wu Yong or even to Jun Wu directly? Because it was the catalyst to Sholian's ascension, as in like Sholian had the fate to ascend because he's done that 3 times. We know that like this universe was like, yeah, this is the one. He was only waiting for the opportunity, really. But Mei Nianqing said he ascended too early. And Mei Nianqing in Arc 2 might have, like, it felt like he meant it in a very, like, you're too immature for this. But what we're actually saying here is this sort of situation, this tribulation, would not naturally have occurred. It might have been manufactured, put there in place in order to make Sholian ascend, so that since Jun Wu had been convinced to not appoint him as deputy, once he is in the heavens as a heavenly official under the command of the emperor, he would have a reason to be around him more and to foster that sprout, so to speak. Yeah, okay. But I want to know the phrase. Why the phrase? What about it? After that came the great thought of Shanle and the rebellion of Yong'an and the appearance of that creature, White No-Face. Sholian held his breath and hung on to every word. I said as much before, but I initially had no idea what that creature truly was, the State Preceptor explained. Even as human face disease broke out, I only had suspicions. Parasitic, vengeful spirits aren't anything new. They've just never been so widespread. I was also feeling resentful of the law of heaven at that point, so I thought White No-Face had been born of nature as heaven's punishment for you. But in light of many, many other things, as you encountered that creature again and again, and the epidemic spiraled more and more out of control, I was forced to consider the worst-case scenario. Many, many other things, Sholian asked. Like what? What do you mean? The family of Tree who died at the gates of the royal capital of Shanle, the State Preceptor replied. What about them? Sholian stopped breathing. That was... I examined their corpses afterwards, the State Preceptor said. I discovered they weren't human at all. They were empty-shelled fakes. What the fuck? What? Seriously? That scene? But empty-shelled fakes are hollow, Sholian exclaimed. They don't have organs and can't bleed. There were no need for organs, the State Preceptor said. A person's innards would be damaged from falling from such a height, so stuffing some mushed flesh into their bellies and pouring in some blood-like fluid would suffice. One of my 3 friends had been an expert in fashioning such unusual crafts. He was the original designer of the technique for creating empty-shelled fakes and taught it only to us. Oh my god, yeah. So, Jun Wu is like 100% the puppet master. 100%. Surely, right? Pioneer of this skill was one of his deputies? The method to make such things wasn't as widely known back then, and since my friends were dead, he was the only person other than me capable of making such realistic fakes. Shelian hung his head. His pupils had shrunk into pinpricks. The family of 3 who died before the gates of the royal capital of Shanle was the direct catalyst of the war. Yet those lives hadn't been real at all. They were nothing but an elaborate trick. Then, why didn't you tell me at the time? Shelian asked. I didn't dare to, the state preceptor said. Considering your personality back then, wouldn't you have charged right up there for vengeance if I told you the truth of the matter? So you've just kept it secret? That wouldn't have saved you or Shanle. It would have only hastened your annihilation. I guess, the moment Jun Wu would have been exposed, what is currently happening would have taken place. Very, very likely. Besides, even without those 3 empty shells, sooner or later, there would have been some other incident that sparked war, like that missing dog in the capital. Later you were defeated, as was Shanle. But also later, young unrecovered later as well. A lot of it was a matter of time. And surely something that would have tipped the scales and started the rebellion might have happened earlier, but the way it escalated wasn't natural because we know by Wu Xiang's involvement and all that. Either way, later you were defeated, as was Shanle. I could hold myself back no longer. I first sent everyone at the Royal Holy Temple away, then I requested his grace inside the Palace of Divine Might. I unmasked him then and there. This was the meeting that Jun Wu had mentioned before, their encounter 800 years ago. I had many questions for him, but he wouldn't confirm or deny anything, the state preceptor said. Finally, I asked him, Your Highness, what exactly do you want? Which is what we want to know, and he finally answered me a yes. He said that he wanted you to become his perfect heir. If anyone in the world could understand him completely, it was you. Once he succeeded, you would never betray him. I understood what he was planning. We started fighting with our fists in the heat of the argument. I have no fighting skills whatsoever. I would die without a doubt in a physical altercation, and he could crush me without lifting a finger. But suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he covered his face. I was quite shocked, and only then did I notice that the 3 lesions had surfaced again. As it turned out, they hadn't vanished at all. He had been suppressing them with his spiritual power, but he had managed to emerge somehow. Perhaps it was because his emotions were running high, or because of me. Just like that, my 3 friends had returned to stir up a riot. His expression was terrifying, as an agonizing headache shot through him. I once again used that chance to run away. Yeah, I guess Jun Wu was right about that his 3 other friends helped stop this fight, helped Mei Nianqing escape. He was telling the truth. But okay, yeah. Perfect heir. Someone could understand him completely. And thus, this whole thing. He took a liking to Shelian from the start because of his potential, and because of, very, very likely, because of this shared horoscope thing. Coincidence, I think not. But he needed Shelian to understand him in every way. And thus, this whole, the thing, the fall of Shanle. The fall of Shanle. I started drifting in the mortal realm once more, but this time I had to stay undercover. I began to wonder what had become of the former kingdom of Wuyong. I returned to the area to take a look, but I never expected to happen upon another great discovery. For some reason, the land where the former kingdom of Wuyong once stood was sealed off completely, isolated from the outer world. And after wandering for a long time in the sealed domain, I ran into my 3 friends again. Were they the 3 mountain spirits, old age, sickness, and death? Shelian asked. Correct, the sage preceptor replied. The kiln devoured their bodies, and the dust of their incinerated bones mixed with the volcanic ash, which was then blown out with subsequent eruptions. The residue built up over time, layer upon layer. Now that a millennium had passed, it had formed 3 large mountains, each containing a part of their souls. It took me a long time to find a way to communicate with my friends who were now mountain spirits, but once I succeeded, I learned many things. For example, the heavenly officials of the previous dynasty hadn't faded away naturally yet, we already knew that. He had hunted them down and killed them all, one by one. He massacred the entire heavenly court, leaving no one behind. After washing the heavenly realm with blood, he returned to the mortal realm once again and patiently waited for an opportune time. He changed his name, forged a new identity, became immortal, and then ascended. All of the old heavenly officials were dead, so no one knew who he was or what he looked like before. The backstory of the heavenly emperor that is known in the mortal realm, his background, his parables, his anecdotes, his appearance, his character, it's all fake. It's all an intricate lie he fabricated. This heavenly capital is a new heavenly realm he created single-handedly, and it is under his absolute control. He mixed the ashes of the previous dynasty's heavenly officials into the foundations of the city, so he could trample and step on them every single day. There might be someone beneath your feet right now. Oh my god. Well then. That certainly puts I guess even episode 1 into big question marks. Oops. Currently, he is the most exalted martial god of the heavenly realm, the State Preceptor continued. He looks glorious and scintillating on the surface, but an infinite darkness is suppressed deep within his heart. Resentment, pain, anger, hatred. He must release those poisonous emotions to maintain his internal balance, lest they go berserk and slaughter everyone around him. That is the only way he is able to uphold his position as the ruler of all 3 realms. The former kingdom of Wu Yong had become hell, and the kiln had been glutted with countless living souls and the souls of 3 former heavenly officials. It now recognized him as its master. He regularly releases his dark emotions into the kiln, using the millions of Wu Yong's souls within as kindling to stoke the flames of hell and forge many malicious things. The method to forge those malicious things is different from the process of creating a supreme, right? Sholian asked. Indeed, the State Preceptor replied. Supremes came later, since he changed the refining method. What do you mean by that? Sholian asked. The quality and quantity, the State Preceptor said. He gave Hua Cheng another look. Both of you must already know that a Supreme is only born once a century, once every several centuries even, only one every time. They are extremely rare and immensely difficult to create. That being said, a Supreme's past life is an independent existence. The kiln only provides an environment to expedite the process of their explosive birth. Those with the potential to be a Supreme could become one anywhere. It would certainly happen sooner or later. In fact, the word Supreme was originally derived from the words unrivaled and pinnacle, coming from some words here in Chinese. Supreme derived from unrivaled and pinnacle, yeah. It didn't have any connection to whether one had trained inside the kiln. Still, enduring the kiln's refining process would certainly make one into such an entity, since there aren't many capable of such a feat. Haven't there only been 3 up until now? Sholian stole a glance at Hua Cheng by his side. The man happened to be gazing back at him. Although he didn't know why Sholian had looked at him, he smiled. However, the kiln's previous creations weren't like that, the State Preceptor continued. In the early days, he'd have a session every few years, and each time the results would be different. Endless batches of dark beings poured from its depths. Perhaps that had something to do with his unstable emotions. It produced nothing but monsters, forged from his hatred and resentment. There are probably a few familiar names among them. For example, the Reverend of Empty Words, oh my god. Oh my god, Jun Wu created the Reverend of Empty Words? The Reverend of Empty Words was born of the kiln, Sholian exclaimed. Correct, the State Preceptor replied. Those creatures, some have their own consciousness and break away from him. Some don't and can be considered his clones. The Reverend of Empty Words had its own consciousness, and it even divided itself into many smaller clones after it left. My 3 friends guarded the borders of the kingdom of Wu Yong to prevent the creatures from leaving the domain, while I spent my years in the outside world searching for any that escaped and trying to fix the problems they caused. and thus coming across Shi Qingxuan and his family, right? Sholian recalled the state preceptor's strange change of attitude when he saw Shi Qingxuan. Yeah, just read my mind, MXDX. Master, Lord Windmaster, the skilled fortune-teller master who told Shi Qingxuan's fortune back then. The one who told his family not to host feasts. Was that you? Duh. The state preceptor said. What other fortune-telling master could be so skilled and accurate? Or so idle that a ball of kanji could pay for a session? Yeah. Are you calling yourself cheap? Initially, the Reverend of Empty Words had wanted to devour the young Shi Wu, the state preceptor said. But Shi Wu, that little bastard, was too vicious, too difficult to deal with even at such a young age. Nothing could get to him, and he had no fear. His fate was so tyrannical that it couldn't be swallowed. If the creature had tried to take a bite, it would only shatter its teeth into a bloody mess, and so it could only turn to its ordinary little brother with a fate of wealth. Although it didn't manage to sink its fangs into either of them in the end, it also didn't suffer any losses. After all, it caused so much grief to the two siblings that they couldn't live in peace, and it eventually bit someone whose fate was originally godhood. It really bothers me that it didn't manage to kill that thing dead. It's already been killed dead, Huatang said. Devoured by He Xuan, right? The state preceptor said. I heard. I was going to watch over the Shi siblings until everything blew over. But the kiln was about to open its gates once more. I couldn't follow them for long before I had to leave, and things were already a mess when I got back. Shi Wu had turned to wickedness and was causing such chaos. It was completely out of hand. It gave me such a headache that even if I wanted to kill, I couldn't at that point. It really did spiral into something that couldn't be fixed, even if he had the mind to help. The state preceptor added, Truth to be told, the Reverend of Empty Words wasn't even a particularly powerful specimen among the kiln's monsters. It just liked to roam around and stir up trouble. It can't even be ranked on the same scale as the rest. It was a low-grade product through and through, but there were others, such as the ghost at Yinyan Bridge, the soul who died in battle, Sholian said quietly. The state preceptor sucked in a breath. Right. Otherwise, why do you think I'd say everything started because of your phrase? The bridge ghost was a dark clone he forged in the kiln. It had to go on the hunt and kill every few years to prevent its hatred, but you just had to defeat it. He could sense that someone had killed the ghost at the bridge, so he descended immediately to see who had managed it, and he saw you. And you just had to say that phrase to his face. Body in the abyss, heart in paradise. That was an insane mockery of him. A grave provocation that stabbed him straight in the heart. That was the turning point of everything. And that was also the end of the chapter. And I guess, I'm not reading anymore because, holy shit. I've put in so much work. We need a break, and I need to talk about everything that happened. But I guess I got answers. Sort of, kind of. I'm still working out why that phrase was so fucking triggering to him. I mean, I'm still working out what that phrase even means, but body in the abyss, heart in paradise. I'm guessing from what just happened, everything we just learned. What I'm guessing is, Sholian saying that implied that no matter what happened to his body, no matter how terrible things were, in the mortal realm or whatever, just physically, whatever happens, his heart would always remain pure, free of that vengeance, free of that need to do things. And Jun Wu, the Crown Prince of Wu Yang, to him, that was just not true. He couldn't remain pure of heart anyway. And in the end, even ended up like human sacrifice and shit. And so I'm guessing that is what Mei Lianqing might mean when he says that this was like mocking to him and everything that he was. But I really can't tell. I really can't tell if that is the correct interpretation. I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking, because my head is just bursting right now. That entire chapter was just like one long story time. We're just sitting there listening to Mei Lianqing talk about his whole experience in detail too. Like whatever he felt at the moment, he's like sitting there like watching it pass as a movie before his eyes and making sure that we know exactly what was happening too. Interesting storyteller choices there, Amelie Ching. So somehow not surprised. I guess the most surprising part was the fact that he actually killed his deputies like that. His friends, yeah. It's a bit like Amelie Ching said. They couldn't really know what was going on in his heart and stuff, and it got to him. It got to him like very early on. I mean, just the fact that he even decided to punish his own people for what they were doing. Like, he was trying too hard. He was trying too much, and in the end, not only was his trying not appreciated universally, but he also had these heavenly officials who were poaching his devotees because of his fuck-ups, basically. Like, he made mistakes early on. Minor mistakes in the grand scheme of things, or still pretty bad if you ask me, going as far as to punish people for, I mean, yeah, they were doing the invading and shit, but still, you're a god. They're mortals in the mortal realm. Where did the rules come from that we were not supposed to touch what was happening in the mortal realm? Is that just a rule that Jun Wu came up with after all of that to control all the other gods from doing things, you know? Because while it seems like heaven disapproved, they didn't actually, you know, stop him. They just stopped him in other ways, I suppose. Gosh, I have a lot to think about. I need to re-listen to this whole chapter again, and I think listening to myself read it instead of reading it and trying to comprehend everything is gonna give me some more ideas. But holy shit, we made it this far, guys. I am super excited with our progress, and the other questions that we did get to answer now is, what was Jun Wu's whole thing? Well, 800 years ago, post-fall of Shamla, his whole thing was to make Sholian his heir, which we've kind of known since the beginning. But it seems like rather than make him his Ghost King bestie, he wants him to be his heir of whatever he probably believes is the world he has created, you know. He disposed of heaven as it was, created a new heavenly realm based on, you know, his own laws, his own focus, created a whole new identity, and also built it on the ashes of all the other gods. Holy fucking shit. So it's like he thinks he has built this world that is now better and more perfect, you know, than the whatever was before. And when Sholian appears, like for the first time with all this potential and such, he is like, well, this kid, so much potential. I want to be the one to foster it. And then that doesn't exactly work out, because he's being told by Mei Ning to not appoint him as a deputy, and while he didn't manufacture Sholian's ascension, he kind of did, in the sense of his monster was on the loose and ended up being killed by Sholian. So Sholian kills the ghost on the Yinyan Bridge, and Jun Wu appears to see who the fuck killed my ghost, and Sholian says this sentence, which is basically, again, I'm trying to interpret this, him saying, I'll do whatever needs to be done, but my heart will never falter. Big insult to Sky Daddy, whose heart has faltered in so many ways. And so I guess that is what triggered the whole... Like Jun Wu still wanted to train Sholian, but now he also wants him to understand that surely not, because again, like if Sholian actually managed to stay true to these words that he said, that would make him better. I mean, he is. We all know this. We're here because Sholian is better than Jun Wu, but that's Jun Wu's whole thing. He wants to prove that no, you are not better than me. You would do exactly the same in my situation, and that is also why you could understand me. I'm the only one who can understand you, and you could also become the only person who truly understands me. And yeah, so it's fueled by a large bit of narcissism, a large bit of psychosis, and yeah, just this belief that that he has created this new world and he needs his pieces to conform to it. Is what I'm getting. Is what I'm getting at this point. And it's this is a lot. This is a lot. The Jun Wu conversation sure will be popping in book club after this. I need a drink and I need to eat, but this has been an exciting read. We are really nearing, like we are revealing a lot of things, and I feel like we're really nearing that climax of the story, so to speak, because now that we know what Jun Wu is up to, we have to find a way to defeat him and, you know, apparently destroy all of heaven, because we can't allow this to be heaven anymore. Like, what was heaven before Jun Wu wiped it away? Like, what would be heaven, like, naturally, so to speak, is what I'm curious about now. I love how Hua Chang has just been sat next to us, listening patiently, occasionally, you know, commenting, and, you know, being very supportive. I like his supportive boyfriend style. And also, some important things we learned. Supremes can be created outside of the kiln as well. Given enough time, given enough situation, I suppose, a Supreme can occur anywhere outside of the kiln, but the kiln is kind of like a kiln then, a sort of like focal point that helps focus a sort of situation where a Supreme will be born more quickly if they have the potential for it. So, the more we know, the more we know. So I'm saying that Hua Chang could probably have become a Supreme later on, even if the kiln never existed, like with his sort of potential. But the kiln made it so that it happened way more quickly. I am so exhausted. I really need to get some food and start thinking about this. We really are getting to the end of the story, it feels, with all the reveals we're doing. Like, we even have the suspicion now that the Puppet Master very, very likely is Jun Wu from the very start, and the Reverend of Empty Words will also born from Jun Wu, and the kiln, like, it's a monster born of his resentment. He's trying to empty his, like, evilness into his evil energy, so that he can keep up the appearance of Heavenly Emperor. And that is what's creating all these monsters. So that's interesting too. Interesting bit of I guess we're kind of like, we're uncovering some of the world building here as well. So a lot of monsters exist because of Jun Wu. This is all very interesting. But we can all agree that Jun Wu sucks, right? Right? Let's go through our tallies. So far, our Gaga tally is doing amazingly. Like, not for the last chapter, because me and Yanqing's been speaking mostly, and Hua Chang's hardly ever... I don't think he even speaks usually, and in this chapter we only comments on whatever me and Yanqing has to say. But we're doing splendidly. Like, we're already at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 63 Gagas in all of Volume 7 so far. And seeing how Volume 5 was at 92, and that is our current, like, top Gaga volume, we still might get there. We might get there, guys. We might find that Volume 7 is indeed the most Gaga filmed volume of them all. Because right now, it's actually in a very solid third place and will very likely overtake Volume 4, which only had 68. So awesome. Awesome job. Well done, Sunlan. The Lava Cry tally is also going splendidly. We're in the shared second place now with our 7 Lava Cries, which is the same as Volume 1. The only volume that had more Lava Cries was Volume 4, so this one might actually turn out to be the most Lava Cry volume as well. There's been a lot of Lava crying. Like, even after Shulian kind of like put away the whole Bai Wuxiang thing, we've gotten more Lava Cries after that reveal happens. And yeah, the Ellipsa replies just keep multiplying. Shulian has had a lot of them. He has a lot of little dots after people say things lately. I understand why. I completely understand why. But also others, like it's popping for Volume 7 actually. So with all that out of the way, and now knowing that Jun Wu has had his own little Arc 2 and Arc 4, so to speak, what were your feelings about Mei Nianqing, about Jun Wu, about the deputies and everything that happened in Wuyong after reading this chapter? Share your thoughts with me. I'll be trying to pass out my own to share with you in the next pre-discussion. And also, I would like to put down a complaint that there has only been one Hualien kiss in all of this reading. And that was like a peck in the Brocade Immortal game thing they had going on. I don't want this. This is not the Hualien I was promised. We were in the honeymoon phase. I know the plot is happening, guys, but come on. The reason why I'm stressing out is because this dispersion thing hasn't happened yet. Again, I'm very, very certain that something like that will happen, and we need to get our makeout sessions in before that happens, honestly. Isn't this book like rated like 17 plus? Like, guys, get to it. I see the desk. We know what you guys like to do on desks. And with all that out of the way, let's put our books down. This has been Amelia, aka Space Puffin, and I will see you in the next one.